Getting a lot of static on here.
Getting lots of what, sorry?
Getting a lot of static. Getting a lot of static on here.
Yeah, it could be because I turned your lots of what, sorry? Speakers up.
Getting a lot of static. Getting a lot of static on here.
Hello Heather, hello Pancreas, hello Gnarly, how is everybody?
Getting a lot of static.
I'm hearing a lot of static.
Static on
What are
here.
you guys hearing
Hello Heather,
on the
hello
channel?
Pancreas,
hello Gnarly, how is everybody?
Getting a lot of static.
I'm hearing a lot of static.
Static on
What are you guys hearing Hello Heather, on the hello channel? Pancreas, hello Gnarly, how is everybody?
Getting a lot of static.
Welcome, welcome, welcome
I'm
everybody.
hearing a lot of static.
What are you guys hearing
Hello Heather,
on the
hello
channel?
Pancreas,
hello Gnarly, how is everybody?
Getting a lot of static.
Welcome, welcome, welcome
I'm
everybody.
hearing a lot of static.
What are you guys hearing
Hello Heather,
on the
hello
channel?
Pancreas,
Your internet's working on your phone. Everybody?
Yeah, I hear an echo. I'm not
Welcome,
quite
welcome,
sure.
welcome
I'm
everybody.
hearing a lot of static.
What are you guys hearing
Hello Heather,
on the
hello
channel?
Pancreas,
Your internet's
hello
working on your phone. Everybody?
Yeah, I hear an echo. I'm not
Welcome,
quite
welcome,
sure.
welcome
I'm
everybody.
hearing a lot of static.
What are you guys hearing
Hello Heather,
on the
hello
channel?
Pancreas,
Your internet's working on your phone.
Everybody? Yeah, I hear an echo. I'm not quite
Welcome,
sure.
welcome, welcome
I'm
everybody.
hearing a lot of static.
What are you? Is that better? Hang on, I've got to open the queue. Is that better? Yes, now it's better. Okay. I just turned something a little bit down. You're obviously very eager tonight, Baker Crease, for reading. You're first in the queue. How is everybody? Is that a Spanish deck, the Sola Busca Tarot? I want a pentacle icon. Yes, it is. It is absolutely the Sola Busca. I bought it today and it is being featured tonight. We have the pentacle icon. I'm just not sure if they're coming up yet. They might. Pagavitic deck already too. I've literally got this afternoon. Heather has one, does she? All I can see is the VIPs, the mods, the firsts and the gifts. On mine they're not coming up. Might not show my... Okay. Do people have the pentacle? The first is ours. Yeah, I know the first on there is the founders, and the jewel obviously is those VIP. Oh, I can see a little purple one. It's now coming up. Next to Heather, Paga Crease. Yep, I can see that. Do I have the first? You are the very first in the queue. Yeah, our founders don't get two, okay? It is hello, here to help. How are you? Lovely to see everybody here. And obviously I chose the pentagram because we have pentacles, and so as that is what it is, I thought we would have the pentagram. Or I should say the pentacle. I'm glad you're doing great. Well, I know the queue's open, but I just very quickly want to go. As you can see, there are actually 3, you have it in harsh mode, so that's fair enough, I understand that. That's fair enough. I actually have 3 new decks on the table. These are all new today. The Moonology is an oracle deck, and it goes through all the different phases of the moon, the full moon, the new moon, the moons in the zodiacs, some special eclipses and everything else. So it doesn't matter if the moon isn't in that zodiac sign and you pick it, it's giving you the energy and what you need to do for that. So that will be the oracle for that one. The healing oracle, you almost bought the Moonology deck. I've been after it for a while. It's it just took a while to get here because of where it was coming from. So the comms cupboard in my building caught fire and I've been without net for 5 days, but who's counting? I'm counting, I'm almost going nuts. This is why I'm always missed Anna's face stream. It's awful when you're out like that. So when we first came to Australia, we didn't have internet for like 12 days and we were both absolutely devastated. It took so long. Well, I'm glad you're back even on the phone. Oops, caps. Can't trust these mods, you know. Can't trust these mods. Caps everywhere in chat. Okay, you are going to notice. No need to tell Anna. Never putting my face on screen, so I missed it forever. You all know, those of you in chat, you can't handle this for too long. What actually being without internet or on your phone? Phone. Oh, fair enough. It's really hard, isn't it? It really is. I know I try to do things on mine, it's a bit difficult. As I said, we have the 3 decks that I'll be talking about later. You'll also notice on your screen that there is a follow goal challenge and a subs goal challenge. And many of you are actually in here when I said my goal for 2020 was 1,000 followers and 100 subscribers. And my lovely darling daughter Anna said, that sounds a bit like a challenge, I'm up for that. And I went, ooh, mother-daughter challenge coming up for 2020. So it's official because it's on the stream screen. So I have 163 out of the 1,000. Anna is already way over the 500, but who's counting? And the same with the subs goal challenge. Challenge was accepted. I've done nothing but accept challenges this last week. So this challenge is definitely up and running and on screen to prove it. So just that's why it's there, because that Anna has, and Anna's got 500 plus. I've got 163. So I have a lot of, and Anna's got 500 plus followers, yeah. I have a lot of catching up to do to Anna for her followers and her subs. Anna's had a big head start. Yes, she has, over a year. So, but I'm not one to shy away from a challenge. And as Anna pointed out, I'm more a unique niche streamer with a tarot, whereas she does variety in games. So I can understand that makes it a little bit different. I'm just going to move that slightly. Yay. And because of the amount of new people that come here every stream, and that's what Anna said, I can have streams where I can have anywhere between 5 and 10 new follows. So you're at 21 followers, getting close to affiliate. That's brilliant. That's really, really good. That's terrific. Really pleased. So yes, I'm a little bit behind, but I intend to catch up. So as you know, that's the first challenge. I think some of you heard when I said I was also doing my own personal physical challenge this year. And to help me along, I have, can you see that there? I have an iconic Fitbit. And I have now done 2 days in a row over 10,000 steps. I deserve more. Oh, thank you, Zane. Well, I've only actually been going a couple of months, because remember I had a month off. So I was here for September, sort of October. Then I had November off and came back in December. So I've actually only done about 7 weeks of streaming. So to have 163 followers, that's pretty good. I'm happy. It does look great. It was a gift from my stepson, who's a personal trainer, and it's really helping me a lot. So considering at the start of the year I was lucky to do 30 feet after I was getting back on my feet after breaking my ankle last year. So to get to the point I can now do... He showed up in your stream, did he? Oh, I hope you banned him. Troll. He just goes everywhere. That's no good at all. You just can't take any nonsense at all from them, Heather. Not at all. That's what the ban hammer's for. You never get the fun ones. And I was like, no way. And yes, I did. That's the only thing to do. Only thing to do. And the third challenge, as you know, you just need to do just chatting more. That's right. See, yeah. Just this gamer stream. You've got to get into the hot potato stream that they're just chatting, where all the weirdos come out. And I don't mean anybody here, but you know what I mean. The trolls that come through. And talking of trolls, the ones that trolled me on the cards with the gaming, and I said yes, we were going to do that challenge. Well, I've had Magic the Gathering being donated. You're a total weirdo, thank you very much. Oh, well, you're my mod, you have to be. And my daughter. And I have somebody on Saturday dropping over 200 Pokemon cards. We're still trying to get more, because I want to make up quite a few decks so that people can pick at random a deck as well. And then it's just the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So once I have all of the cards in place, then I can start looking at dates and things, because until I have all the things here, oh, that would be great, because the more I get the better. As I said, I'm getting 200 on Saturday, and that will give me 4 decks of 50, but I'd like to have a little bit more variety of decks with the Magic the Gathering and the others as well. There is a tarot category on Twitch, and I tried it once and I found it very, very quiet, because it's still building up. I'm getting more people coming in on here. Hello, darling. Here comes our little girl who's just decided she's going to say hello and chat to everybody. And Brennan the founder is on there, and a few other people I know are on there who do tarot. But even those that do tarot on there, they also still do something different as well. It's getting popular now, is it? Oh, I might have to have another look. So, yeah. Come on, sweetie. Yeah, I know. You just think they're all lovely and you want to play, because you've had a big long sleep. I'll have to have a look. Thank you, Gnarly. So, she wants to bless the cards. She's been laying on the table and just going over everything. She really has. So before we get into the queue, I want to name a kitty Buddha now so they can rub their belly on the cards. Several a day, and there are also more people searching through that way. Oh, okay, great. I will have a look and maybe change the stream over for the weekend. So as you can see, this is the back with all the different phases of the moon. And just a quick brief, you can see they actually have the picture, and they say this is the full moon in Capricorn, and it gives you a very brief, the end of a tough cycle approaches. So I'm not going to go through them all. Another one here, the new moon in Taurus, prosperity lies ahead. So this is the type of thing it comes through with. That's all the new moons. Full moon in Aquarius, show the world the real you. So this is the type of thing that it does. So they're quite interesting, the Moonology cards. The last full moon was in Gemini, the gratitude moon, which is why I did those, the gratitude and the gratitude lists for that one. The last full moon was in Gemini, and that was the last one of the year, but as we said, it was so important because it was not only the last one for 2019, it took you through to the memory league, it took you through to 2020, which was the start of a new decade, which is why I did those 2 readings, and then the gibbous moon, because that was the expansion of it, and that's why it was so important, just purely and simply because of the time frame, that it wasn't only just the last one, but going into the new decade as well. We then have, this is the book for the crystal reading cards. Doesn't have coloured pictures, which is always a disappointment to me if I'm reviewing a deck and a book, because when you're looking through this, you sometimes want to see the colour as well, not just look at the actual things about it. So it's really quite nice, but that doesn't give it a 5 out of 5 for me. So when I do a review on this one, it wouldn't get a 5 because I know it's more expensive. But when you're looking at cards like this, I want to see that after your advice to a gratitude journal, instead of 5 minutes, now I spend 15 to 20 minutes to write down 10 things per day. That's brilliant. You will start noticing a real difference if you haven't already. I do the same thing. Are you finding it worthwhile? And I'm really pleased that you're doing that. And it's one of those things, if you keep into that habit, you'll notice a big difference. So again, it gives you the name of the crystal and a keyword. And as I said, with these beautiful pictures, I would have wanted those in the guidebook. But that is very much me, and obviously you too, Heather. Some I don't mind, but when they're gorgeous like this, I actually want to see that they've thought and gone that extra mile of putting colour photos. And I know it's so much more expensive, but I'd rather pay that little bit extra and have a guidebook, especially when it's crystals and people are actually still getting to know them, instead of having to have the card here. I was doing the journal before, but not being specific on details and focusing on the feelings as I'm doing now. That's the key point. Hello Liliana, how are you? Lovely to see you here. We haven't long started, the queue is open. Greetings from Sardinia. Is it nice and warm and lovely? Yeah, colour would be an expectation working with crystals, and for me that is. If there isn't, yes, the queue is still open. If I don't see those colours in the book, I'm going to be I was very disappointed. I love the cards and the book is very good. But when I flipped through and it was all black and white and I went, oh, poor decision. I'd rather have spent an extra tenner and had a really good guidebook that I could read as a crystal book. Oh, you're missing me. It is cheaping out, Anna. It's absolutely cheaping out. You can get away with it with some types of cards, but not crystals. When people are still learning about crystals, grey rainbow quartz, how uninteresting. Absolutely. I often will take the guidebook and I'll kind of sit down and go, yes, it's still open. I just want to read about it, especially ones that I may not know a great deal about. I don't want to have the cards. I just want to be able to read the book and look at the colours and go, yep, I'm also getting something from that picture and from that image. And yeah, that will help me. You're going for a quick lunch? Absolutely. You go and have a quick lunch, I'm going to have a quick drink of water. It's definitely water, I promise you. So, the Sola Busca Tarot. I've been after this one for a while. The one thing I love, and from Lo Scarabeo, is the box. The fact that it opens up like that, I just went, I'm in love with the box. You can put it up like that, get to the cards, see that, and I went, I love you already. 5 for the box. The box is beautiful. It's sturdy, it's textured, the colours match it gorgeously. I love the title card they put in, absolutely adore it. The book is beautiful. Because it's Lo Scarabeo, it has English, Italian, Spanish, French, Portuguese, and I can't even pronounce the other one. I'm assuming it's Greek. I don't know. Got to save some data before I get charged out of my socks. Have a great stream. I'll catch you all when I can. Not a problem, Nina. You take care. Thank you for dropping by. How much time do I have? Oh, a little bit, sweetheart. There's a couple before you, so go and enjoy your lunch. It is a Lo Scarabeo deck. It is by Lo Scarabeo. Easy 30 minutes. Go and enjoy your lunch. So it comes in the different languages. It gives a really good history of the Lo Scarabeo deck and the family it belonged to, and that, you know, this deck is from 1490s. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's based on the people of the time, the gods, Alexander the Great. It is absolutely amazing. It doesn't have, when I show you the cards, unlike the normal tarot, it doesn't have the names on in English. They are in Spanish and they're very faint. The numbers are almost hidden in the deck, and they explain that's because of how the deck was actually printed. And it is absolutely, it says here, this tarot deck, this precious tarot deck, previously belonged to the Marchesa Busca, born Duchess of the Cervelloni family and married into the Busca family, was acquired by the Italian Ministry for Cultural Resources and Activities in 2009 and assigned to the Brera Gallery, Milan. It is a deck of 78 cards measuring 144mm by 78, illustrated in the antique style. The cards were lightly engraved in copper, as strokes of the burren can be clearly seen through the superimposed colour where traces of the lines are deeply visible. They were works of art, each different card on their own. This particular deck goes back to, and they've got it in here, the year of the Victorian intervention has been deduced from the text that appears on the Triomphe 14 in the year AB 1070, which would correspond to 1491, given that the Venetian era in the year 421 of the Common Era and not from 453 as believed in the past. So they had a lot of historians working out that this deck was actually made in actually created before that and given to the family in 1491. So it's actually one of the earlier known tarot decks in the world, because this one, like the Visconti, it was the very, very rich families who had them specifically made, and a lot of the Marseille tarot decks and the other tarot decks have come from that. And so this one is based on a 1491 deck. Absolutely gorgeous. And you can see they've taken the colours through here. Just everything is absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And Anne only picked this deck up for me this afternoon because I had one of the people I get decks from had emailed me. It is Absolutely gorgeous. So this is the full. There's the 0. Ancient Egypt. Not so much. It was taken from everywhere. Some of it came from Greece, some of it came from Rome, some of it came from Egypt, some of it was... It's where they took their inspiration and their art in the Renaissance. So, very, very different. Very different. So you can see here that this is the 0, the name, and going through the deck. There's the 1 and the name up there, very faintly. So the idea was that the numbers and the name shouldn't detract from the artwork. There's the name there and the number there. It's very different to a normal deck, so I won't go through them all. But you can see here again there and through there. They do say the King of Swords was based on Alexander the Great. And again, they had, because of the time era it was done, these were given slightly different interpretations and meanings. So, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous artwork. You see all around here the detail, and they're so clear, so beautiful. So this is our Sola Busca deck. They have a very ancient imagery. They do. They've taken it from a lot of the area, from ancient Rome, ancient Greece, all around the area. They've gone through the Trojan Wars, they've gone through other areas. It talks a lot about it in here. I haven't gone through this fully. I got it, sort of this afternoon, and still had to get a few other things ready. So it is a book I need to read through, because this is slightly different to a normal Rider-Waite or a different system, because of the imagery is taken from a different time. You could use it and read it like a Rider-Waite, but that would be detracting from the deck, because that's not the ethos of the deck. It was done well before that. And they are just the most gorgeous. I did want to show you, so you could see it tonight. And there is a lot about it, so it's lovely. I know it's going to fast become, it's going to be like my Atelier deck. The artwork is like going into a museum and looking at plates. And because they've taken them from individual plates, that's why the artwork is so good. And as I said, you can actually see on some of it the coppering that they used on some of the different plates to actually see what it's like. So a very, very different deck. Very different deck. I'm not going to say I won't read with it, but I need to do a little bit more work. I'll see. Whether it has a reading tonight, I'm not sure. But for now, it's going in the box. I kind of wanted to, and then I thought, I don't want to not do it justice because it is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So it's but I had to show you. But just when you look, at that box. That just tells you the quality of low Scarabeo decks, and all my low Scarabeo decks are of the highest quality. I love their decks. However, the crystal deck I have put in tonight, the new Healing Oracle Crystal with the Serenity, and instead of having a universe card at the end of the reading, you can choose a universe, a moonology, a chakra, or a Wicca. So you'll have 4 choices at the end to choose out of those decks. So we'll use 2 of the 3. One's totally in rotation, the other will be like the other cards at the end, and see how we go. So shall we see, and I think we know who's at the head of the queue, Pegacris, and then Zane, and then Liliana. So we'll have a little while for Liliana to have her lunch. You are up first. And I know you wanted the Sola Busca, didn't you? I kind of did. I'll pull out 3 cards of the Sola Busca because it's you. But I'm not guaranteeing my interpretation because these cards are very different. So this is relying a lot of my intuition and some of the symbolism I know. But because it's you, and only because it's you, as I said, I haven't even had time to read the book, and I've gone through the deck twice. But only because it is you will I actually read with this deck. But then I will let you choose another deck and I'll do another 3 cards as actually I can probably say I can interpret. They're slightly larger. They have a gloss, so they slide. Sometimes they can slide a bit much. And I have no idea what will come out because you can see, woo, I haven't shuffled them, so they will still be quite a lot in order. I just need to cut them down a little bit because the cardstock is of the highest quality. It's actually quite thick cardstock. So that's one card, that's actually quite thick. So, do you have a question or do you want a general reading? If you have a question, I'm more than happy to try to answer it. Going on the cards and what else? A general one. Okay. I'm just trying to give it enough of a shuffle so that you don't just get 3 cards following in a row from either a suit or the majors or the courts or something. Does anybody have one of those decks, those that read tarot, that you really wanted for a long time and either haven't been able to get or haven't been able to afford? I go, that's kind of, I have a wish list, but this is the top of my list. So if you have, put it in chat while I shuffle. Yes, both. So what would be your absolute most special deck you would want? because now I've got all the Ciros coming, apart from buying his decorative next year, which I didn't get as special edition. It's the only one I don't, apart from my little mini. Well, you know I'm going to need the World of Warcraft. Absolutely. Roxy's jumped onto Anna's desk now. She said, well, if I can't go onto the other desk, I'm going on a desk. I mean, I have a list of Long of Your Armors, like what I call the normal decks, you know, the pagan ones and the witchy ones and all the normal ones and the wildwood and everything else. Hello Liliana, you're lurking while you're having lunch. And but there are some, like I wanted the Ciro special editions and I've wanted the Sola Busca. And there's a couple of other really special ones that I'm after. You need to get one as well. It's gorgeous. There are a few. Happy Tarot, Housewives Tarot, Wonderful Tarot, yeah. You know, I want to get the Fountain Tarot and the Shadowscapes, there's a few of those. But they're what I call average to above average. These ones, the Scarabeo ones, and sort of, there are just some that are just beyond. It's like, you just go, wow, that's... Again, I now have another special edition, and I might show you on stream another day. And if you're really lucky, one day I will read with it. The Alice in Wonderland, that's fair enough. And that's the Atelier deck. And again, it is like this one, and it comes from a very ancient Renaissance family. The deck has velvet inserts over the deck. It's the box is gorgeous. But again, it's very different. And it's one of the reasons I like to put new decks out and let you see the different decks, because I think it broadens your horizons when you see other readers use different decks. I figured doing it this way, it'll be so much easier. One, two, three. I can put these back in the box. No, you very rarely see me take cards. Oh no, Ten of Swords. Wow, it's just... I'm just overwhelmed by the artwork. It is just the most amazing card. This is actually the Ace of Pentacles that you have there. This here and the 14s are a king. This is the King of Wands. No, King of Cups. No. Yes, that's the Brothers of Cups. I said the imagery is slightly different. Hello, so brave. I'm just starting to do a reading at the moment. We might be able to help you in a little while, okay? And obviously, as we say, the Ten of Wands. I'm just going to see if they have finding if they have one here in English, or I can, if they do have. No. You're feeling the relief, just the card of the Ten of Wands. Yeah, that's not the swords, that's the Ten of Wands. The swords are in a red sheath. This is the Ten of Wands. This is the King of Cups. Sorry, you heard to sneeze. Bless you. This is the Ace of Pentacles, holding that up there. The Ace of Pentacles is something new. The children they have here are the babies. They're a new life, a new beginning. And they're the most grounding, the basic of everything is, back then it was family and protecting and looking after the children and nurturing and growing the children. So as an Ace of Pentacles being resources and family, having the children on this picture was showing that they were grounded, that family and the immediate family and children were considered the very beginning of everything. It didn't matter what they were trying to achieve and grow, it was for the family. Because if you remember this particular family, the Busca family, they were a noble family. And the way noble families carry on their line is having children. The firstborn child inherits the title, the lands, the monies. So this one here, the firstborn, it doesn't matter how many come after, the firstborn inherits the title and the lands. Because they were the royalty of the time. They were the duchesses, they were the countesses, they were the marchionesses. And when I read it out, it was two royal families that came together to actually, from the Busca family. So being up here, the Taurus is grounded. It's also an earth sign. It's very much. Thank you, Liliana. Thank you. Is very, very much the idea that family is grounding. It's also the earth would have been the estates. A lot of them actually made their money from the land, the estates, and everything they did. So this card would be saying strong family life, having a wealth of resources to carry on, and although it's the beginning of something, the idea is that it grows into a family dynasty. If you can imagine doing the analogy of the royal families that we have in the world today, the royal family from England, for instance, the lineage goes down the eldest child. So for the Queen, it's then Prince Charles, and then it's Prince William, and then it's going to be Prince George. It doesn't matter how many other children they are. The first one carries the lineage and the line through. So this child in the Renaissance, in this era, would have been where all the hopes were pinned on. This would be the one that would be groomed to take over everything that the family had. And that's why he's holding it up on his shoulders, because it all rested on him. I'm finding but not working on my phone. Yeah, oh well. Have you ever experienced something like that? Yeah, it happens. It does. Sometimes you just have to go out and redo it again. So, Pagakris, does that make sense? That's the very first one that we've got from that. That this is telling you that there is a new beginning. It does absolutely, technology sucks sometimes. That there is a new beginning, and it's one that will grow long term, because this is about long term growth, stability, foundation. The one is the start of something new, but it's what you build on. And although often in numerology 4 is the actual foundation, for them in the Renaissance it was the one. It was everything had to start from this particular one. If they didn't have an heir, that was the end of the line. So it didn't matter how many came along afterwards. Like William and Harry, the heir and the spare. It's exactly the same thing. It doesn't matter. Like Charles and Andrew, it was the heir and the spare. So this is exactly the same thing. This is the heir, these are spares. This one here is the ultimo. He is the one. He will carry. And I don't read enough to understand what that is, but I'm hoping it will give me a translation. And next time I'll be able to hopefully tell you what that is, unless someone can read that. It's Trahafat I Severia Chipazeva and Infinitio 1. I think it's more like the one is the infinite one. You can help translate. Can you see that? Can you see that? Try and hold it up straight.
Oh, you want to talk yourself in?
I'm having a bit of a hard time reading it. Me too. Could you write the words? Hang on. Trahfat Why are you not? Because I'm not in the right place. Trahfat That's the first bit. Ser. I think that's serve. I think that's serve. Servir. I would imagine that's to serve. Chiper with an S, and then Eber. I think it might be to ever serve the one. A dot INFIN, that means infinity or finito. FINOTIENE. Would that be infinity? To serve one with infinity, to serve brightly with infinity. Serve chipper, happy. To serve happily, ever, forever in infinity, maybe. So if that was it would be a family motto. So maybe it was to serve forever happily, or to bring service to others happily. I have no idea what the first one is. Trahfat T. Oh, I forgot a letter. T R A H R F A T I S. That might make it better. I have no idea. And it could be that they're using a more ancient, it sounds like it might very well be Castellano, because it was in the 1490s, it could very well have changed. So I'm going to have to see if they actually give translations on that. But as I said, because it is copied from the original 1490 deck, it will be very different. But I think we've got the gist of the meaning of that card. This here, they don't have page, knights, queens and kings. They just have them from the numbers. So they have the 10 and then they have 11, 12, 13, 14 in each suit. So this is the king. And with that cup there, he is the King of Cups. You see the purple, that denotes the royalty, because even back then, to make purple dye, to make purple cloth was exceptionally expensive, and only the extraordinarily rich or royalty or the aristocrats actually had access to that. Google Translate has no clue either. Yeah, I think it's very old language, very old. He then has the reds, and I noticed that the colours in this deck are very rich, as the tapestries would have been. They have the purple, they have the red, and they have the blue, which again, back those, to get these levels of hues would have been very aristocratic. And they also apparently donated where they came from. So these colours would have denoted whereabouts they were in charge of, what was their realm, the area that they were looking at. These cards are from the 14th century. They came from this deck belonged to the Marchesa Busca, born Duchess of the Serbelloni family and married into the Busca family, and was acquired by the Italian Ministry for Culture, Resources and Activities in 2009. The cards were engraved in copper, as strokes of the burring can be clearly seen through the superimposed colour where traces of lines. They had historians, in his work of 1831, he'd seen the same edition divided into two cabinetti in Naples. This information proved correct and was eventually verified by Sigognari, who confirmed the same numbers, dimensions and quality of work. In the collections in Hamburg, the Pent Palace in Paris and the Albertina in Vienna, the presence of cards belonged to the same deck suggested that the deck in Milan, after being engraved, was then painted by a Venetian artist with the addition of various inscriptions. The result is a deck where the numbers of cards divided into triumphs, which is the majors, number cards and courts, is identical to the known standard structure of today, which is the 22 triomphe cards, the major, 56 number and court cards. The year of the pictorial intervention has been deduced from the text that appears on Triomphe X14 Bocho, written in the year 1070, which should correspond to 1491, given that the Venetian era begins in the year 421. How they read the cards at the time? Because they would have read them the same way that we read now, but these cards were based because they commissioned the cards. So they chose the people. So like the King of Swords is Alexander the Great. So they were reading these cards knowing what was going on in the Renaissance and what was going on in the Trojan Wars and the other wars in that time. And these cards were their pictorial history. And they commissioned these decks, which is why to actually have complete copies of about 3 of these decks known in the world. It's the Busca, it's the Visconti, and there is another one, like the Italia that I've got. They're incredibly rare. And Lo Scarabeo and Italia are the people that are putting these out after they've verified through the museums and the collections in the world and the historians that these are true, correct copies of original 14th century decks. This is where tarot came from. This is where these structures are written down and how they did that. So it's very much regarding the court cards. The role of the King of Swords is assigned to Alexander the Great, while in other cards various famous persons can be found, such as King Rex Philip, the father of Alexander, on the King of Coins, Helen of Troy as the Queen of Coins, and Olympia, mother of Alexander, as the Queen of Swords. The court cards are based on medieval romances that drew parallels between the figures of the Trojan War and others from the life of Alexander the Great. That's this deck. This deck is a living history that this family commissioned, deciding these were the people they wanted on their deck. Yeah, that's why I've wanted this deck for so long. It is incredible. This is the history of the world in this deck. It is sublime. I can't tell you how incredible owning this deck is. I love ancient history, and the way they do it, this deck is amazing. So you will see more of it, but as you can understand, this is not like a Rider-Waite or a Thoth or a Marseille or any of the ones that I've read. This is totally different. It is living proof of ancient history. It absolutely is. I dragged her out of bed to go get this deck. She was having it. I absolutely was. And when I rang her up, I woke up this morning and I'd had this email supposedly come from this lady last week and it didn't arrive. And I got up this morning thinking, I've got to get onto that. And I just had this feeling, I said, I have to get onto it. There's a deck I'm supposed to have today. Total intuition was just like, there's a deck for me today. And I thought it was my Ciro decks coming. And I went, no, it's coming from Blue Buddha. So I rang her up and I said, can you send me that email again? And she'd missed off part of my actual, of my email address. So I gave it to her again, she sent them to me, and I said, while you're there, I said, if you only got 3 or 4, tell me. She said, oh, I've got tarot for dummies. And I went, no thank you. She went, tarot to go. I went, no thank you. And she went, oh, I've got a crystal oracle. I said, send me a picture. I've got another oracle of angels. Send me a picture. And I've got Sola Busca. I said, what did you just say? And she went, Sola Busca tarot. And I went, she went Sola Busca. And I went, do you mean Sola Busca? And she went, yeah. I said, who's it by? Because I know there's been some rip-offs. And she went, Lo Scarabeo. And I went, put it under the counter for me. We'll be down. So I said to Anna, you need to go down and get this deck. Here's my card. And when she gave me the pictures, I said, oh, and grab me the crystal deck as well. But this deck, I woke up this morning knowing this deck was mine. And they only had one. And they'd sold all the cheap ones, and I said, yeah, just give me my name. Take my money and give me the Sola Busca. Exactly. Hello, Crowley, how are you? I like the Christmas gift. So, yeah, I knew. I had no idea which deck it was going to be. Oh, I'm sorry you're bled. This close to Christmas? I'm really sorry about that. Things are crazy. It's crazy all over the world at the moment, especially coming up to Christmas. So I'm going to try and interpret this one. We're having fun today, Crowy. I have a deck based on 19th century, and 14th century, not 14th, 19th century. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, not because of Christmas. So he's based here as the King of Cups. Yeah, absolutely. It totally was. Medication, school, doctor stuff. That can be a lot to handle, and medication changes can make a big difference, but it takes a while for those to kick in. And school should be almost finishing now, shouldn't it? Yeah, paperwork always comes with it. Yeah, always does. You kind of need to read it. School is bad? Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. We should be able to take a break soon and start afresh in the new year. I'm sure there is, Curry. I'm sure there is. So we see here he's looking out. He has his cup here as he's Lord of all he surveys. But because it's cups, can you see the blue for emotions? That's almost like his shield, like his crest that he has. Because as a king, he's wearing his crown. He also has this plant here. Now I know it's not the ones, but I'm not quite sure what this actually means. But you don't have to feel like an idiot. Often for certain illnesses you've got to keep going back and they change medications. It happens all the time. It's one of those things that happens to lots of people. And I feel as he's looking forward, you can see the blue in the back. So I think it's almost saying he is supposed to have dominion over the realm he looks at, the water, his emotions, but almost the sky as well. It's like everything he looks out on. We would assume in the more normal cars this would be like Neptune, something like that would actually have dominion over the oceans as well as the feelings. You have your planning and stuff away and now I can't manage. I'm sure you'll be able to when you let the medications actually kick in, because they take a little bit of time. You can't just kind of take the first 1 or 2 doses. Sometimes they can take up to a week or more to actually start kicking in and making you feel better. This is almost like his serpent and trident here. So I'm not sure, that almost looks like an apple. Paperwork and trouble that causing me to be bled. Well, if it's like paperwork for getting help and things like that, they're never meant to be easy, but you can get people to help you, whoever you got the paperwork from, doctors and other people. There's always someone out there who can actually help you with the paperwork. There are people who know how to fill that in, and there are people that you can get to help you, so you don't just have to do it on your own. So all I can say about this one, my internet just crashed, so I meant to laugh. Internet's, if you're in Sardinia, I don't know what the service is like there. No, man, I know. I think she's explaining he is royal. He has that, but I think the red is also talking about they have the blue of emotions, but I think it might also be the red, and I think it might be how he balances. Excuse me, I just need some water. Because these would have been based on specific people at the time. Like we said, the King of Swords is based on Alexander the Great. I'm going to have to read who this one is actually based on, but because it's actually a minor suit, I'm not quite sure who this is. I don't think it's said in the front. You mentioned a couple of the others. Got the King of Coins, the Queen of Coins, Queen of Swords. Can't find the... I definitely can't find it when I look at the brick, because Definitely don't read Greek. Fighting ball might only give some mages. I'm trying to find mages. Give me the minors. Court figures. They've just got their kings as teachers, knowledgeable person, self-assured, attitude, feelings, emotions, intuitive. They're not actually telling me who that was, so they've just given a general overview, Pegacrease, that like this king would be someone who would look at those emotions. I will try to find out more. So it's very much, as I said, until I find out more about who these people are supposed to be, this would just be the normal King of Cups, in the fact that it is someone who is in control and master of their emotions, knows how to balance them, knows how to use them. If I was taking this from the normal Ace of Pentacles to the King of Cups, I'd say you're going to start a new project. It's going to come in very well for you as the King of Cups, because any disputes or emotions that come up with the project you will be able to handle and sort out and make sure that they are well within what is required, and whatever people are thinking about the project or whatever it is you're starting, you will more than be able to cope with any dissent that's coming up. So if I was just reading that normally, like I said, I'd like to add more nuance to this deck. But from that to me is what that's saying, as the King of Cups coming after the Ace of Pentacles. That's the grounding. The King of Cups has a lot of passion, a lot of drive, but he understands how to control those emotions in a new situation. So when you're building something new and starting something new, things can be up in the air. There's lots of things to get sorted out, and he will know how to handle all the emotions that come up with that whole new project. So if you have something new starting, regardless of the ups and downs and the side tracks and everything else, you'll be more than capable of handling those with ease. Absolutely no problems whatsoever. The Ten of Wands, that looks like Julius Caesar to me. That's very much looks like someone from the Roman Empire, or it's someone like Claudius Octavius. So this Ten of Wands, red in the Roman Empire were the legionnaires, and having the red again for the wands, but also having that insignia inside, it's almost like these were here for him to battle. So this is very much someone, these wands are there because he's in charge. This isn't like the burdens you get in a Rider-Waite Ten of Wands. This is like someone who's going to battle, but he's an Imperium. He's someone who is in charge of a cohort in the Roman army. He's a general. He is the one, he's commanding all of these, and that's why they're contained. He's there, he's not carrying them, that's his insignia. They are there because they're under his command. In other words, when you have the King of Cups looking after the emotions, the wands are the fire, the passion, the drive. In this sense, in a battle, someone has to have a better strategy, someone has to be more in control, someone has to call the shots and go, that has to go here, that has to go there. So what I'm getting from this is there's a new project coming. You're going to be very in control of the emotions that come up with it and some of the pitfalls that might be there in people grating each other up the wrong way or some minor disagreements. But this one here, if there's any major disagreements and somebody's trying to take over as if they're in charge and they feel that they should be the one calling the shots and actually deciding what goes where, what the placement is. This placement is very specific. You have 8, that's actually a line of a legion. The cross here would be when they came to their thing, they would do the salute. The cross is very much a mark of respect. So the symbolism from this is very different to the Rider-Waite 10 of Wands. This is very much in honor of this man being in control here. So this new project, being able to be well in control, and if people try to take over, you will come back and you will let them know that you are the one in charge. And that didn't go as bad as I thought. It is very much a leadership role. It is that I would take in a leadership role in today's parlance. I would say that's a new project that you're being put in charge of. That is your soft skills, your listening skills, your interpersonal people skills that you have to really be in charge of. This one is the nitty-gritty, getting it done by the time frame, getting the results in. So there's a new project, there's a new thing it's starting at work. You're in charge, but there's going to be people underneath you, and that's where the soft skills come in. And that is where the hard yards come in, when someone tries to almost put one over on you or kind of tell you that they know how to do it better, and you kind of have to rein them in and go, see that? You have no idea what the project is? Neither do I, but I tell you what, I'm betting that with this deck, it's gonna be a corker. And I'm actually glad I read for you, because I won't say I was afraid, but I was kind of in awe of the deck. I'm going, oh, I need to spend more time with this deck. It definitely feels career. It definitely feels career. New project, the court card, and this 10, but in a very definite, 10 is an end of something. So this could very well be, it's an end of a struggle or a battle you've had to get the leadership role. But I actually think because it comes after the leadership role, I'm actually thinking it's to do with being a leader and someone trying to be a little bit and get in your way and going, yeah. It was good to be a guinea pig for testing this deck. Why are you laughing at me, Zane? I was actually really going, oh, I need more time. I need more time. I had a look at it and went, I'm so overwhelmed by the love of this deck and the artwork, and I went, and I read through and went, I hope the whole book isn't in Italian or Spanish, because I'm absolutely stuck if it is. Good old Google Translator would be coming in hard and fast. So, you know, but there you go. Do you want another 3 cards from another deck, or are you happy with this one? Because I actually didn't know how I was going to go, which is why I said you can have another 3 cards. But I'm happy to pull, if you don't want another 3 tarot cards, I'm happy to pull you oracles or whichever. Yeah, we can try another deck, absolutely. I'm just going to put these away. Because that was an absolute... Oh no, don't let me pick the deck. I'm a hot mess after reading that thing. Which one do you want? Which one do you want? You can have the Druid, the Gaia, the Tarot, or the Animal Totem. You pick a deck, I need a drink. The Gaia. Yeah, let's go from one totally different system to another totally different system. Why would I put out decks that are easy to read? Why would I do that? Why would I just put out... get the woman a shot after that. If I drank, I'd have one, but I don't. Oh dear. There you go. You'll see the little pieces come up for the music. Wolfie Phil, as you know, is a very good friend of Anna and myself. He's also a wonderful friend to all the streamers. If you have a channel and you want to play music, not only is he royalty free, but he's available on so many different platforms. We use Spotify, and it's wonderful. And I know you've all commented you really like the music here, so if you haven't already, can you go and drop him a follow on as many of the areas that he does, because he's so close to hitting, what is it, Anna, 30k? He's very, very close. And his numbers, because it's coming up to Christmas, are just a little bit down, and he's desperate to do it before the end of the year. So if you haven't already followed Wolfie on Mixer or Spotify or Amazon or Google and iTunes, but especially Mixer where he's on, 30k streams for the year with his music. So he's absolutely, so that's on Mixer, actually on mixer.com, which is easy to get onto, just mixer.com, Wolfie Vallejo. He's on that and everything. If you could, I take it as a real personal favour, and the young man needs something special right now. Oh, on Spotify, okay. So 30 streams on Spotify, and he deserves to hit his 30k. He's had a horrendous year with family, with ill health, and we would really like to give him something extra special for Christmas, and that's 30k streams for the year. So I will be pushing until the end of the year, as will Anna. And so if you can actually have him on your stream and push him too, we'd really appreciate that. Because some people deserve a little bit of extra special help. Okay, Packer Chris. Let's go from one 14th century system to this one that's come out this year, which is totally new as well. Totally different. You know, let's not bit around with, you know, ride away with you. Let's just not do that. You're just far too unique to have a normal tarot deck reading. We have here the Crone. This is card 6, and unlike the Rider-Waite that follows the normal mages, 600 years later. Yeah. This actually is the first set of 8 that are people archetypes. So this is the archetype. So this, the Crone, is actually the message of wisdom and knowledge and understanding. It actually ties in very well with your King of Cups, because the King of Cups is someone who understands emotions and people and relationships and interactions. The Crone has the wisdom that goes with that to actually marry the two together. So it's not only understanding the interpersonal relationships and how people tick, but this is also actually having the wisdom of situations and experience. So the two marry together very, very well. You can understand emotions, but understanding people and having the experience to be able to bring the best out of them. And it's also very much, with the moon in the back, is understanding the mystery, and also the crow there from behind the veil. So it's a lot of intuition as well as wisdom and inner knowing and just understanding and seeing something and going, that's how it has to be. I know that. That's trusting your gut, your solar plexus, your intuition, those thoughts that come into your head, listening. So all of that is very important with your new project and the people that I think will be working with you or for you, or as part of a team that you will be leading. Again, the cool cards in this deck. That's crazy, absolutely crazy. You started off with the Ace of Pentacles, which was the start of something new. This card here, 12, is the Seneschal. And he is the one who gives guidance to the kings and queens. He does that by understanding all the earthly attributes there are. So when you start from the 1 of Pentacles, to get to the end of a project, to understand all the nuances and to build it to fruition and to success, this is the person who would be guiding. This is the dream of Gaia. And because of that, this is the one that helps you progress. This is like saying you've started. This is saying this is coming to the culmination. This is those last few steps where you need that extra support and help and understanding of how to get it through to the next level, to that final pinnacle and the penultimate stages of finishing. So actually the 6 cards are very much Amine Abazur, thank you for following. Sorry if I got that wrong. Welcome to the channel. My name is Tarot DNA. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just finishing off a 3-card reading, or the second half of a 6-card reading, whichever way you'd like to look at it. So, your final card, and to marry them all together, is you have here, this is the 3 of water, the 3 of cups. You have the King of Cups. The 3 of Cups is, in the normal tarot, would be the celebration card, the meeting of friends, the networking, the working closely with people. You see here the 3 fish. They're very different. And the sea creatures here. But the woman here is also able to be a part of that. Each of them are different. They're bringing something different to the group, to the mix. But this allows you, as the King of Cups, to blend that together, and with the 10 of Wands, not allow the different personalities to grate on each other. And by having the Seneschal keep everybody grounded and giving you advice, when you find you need something more that innately is not within you or in your experience and wisdom that you already know. Although I think when you look inwards, you will find it will be. And when push comes to shove, you will absolutely know what it is you have to do and say. Does that make sense? And I know you don't know what the project is, but I think in the new year, something very different in a leadership role is definitely coming up for you. It does. I'm really pleased. And I'm glad you were the one that had the honour of having the first 3 cards pulled from the Sola Busca deck. Even if it made me kind of go, okay, deep breath, let's do this. Another confirmation of the Gemini reading. It absolutely is. And from 2 very, very different types of decks. Very different decks. Now I'm going to put you one more card. And you can have the Universe, the Moonology, the Chakra, or the Wicker card. The Moonology? Okay. Let's try all the new ones. That's what they're there for. What's the point of having new cards on the table if you don't get to play with them? 1, 2, or 3? I'm just changing things up tonight. I finally get the Crystal Visions deck tomorrow. Oh, wonderful. Number 2. In the middle. What do you need to release? This is the waning moon. And actually, we are going into the phase of the waning moon. So this is actually very apt because the next 7 days the moon is waning. So this actually is the correct card for the present day or night. And so what do you need to release? We've talked about the gratitude and setting intentions, but this is the last chance, the next 7 days, to release things that are stopping you completing and feeling that you are able to go forward with your intentions and that gratitude. Is there something that you need to release right now in the next 6 or 7 days? And the sooner the better. And sometimes a great way to release it is when you've actually realized what it is, write it on a piece of paper and burn it. Burn the ashes. Amazon was killing me for days. I was waiting on my package to be shipped in nothing for a little over 5 days, and this morning it finally shipped out. Yes, I've got the same with my with a few decks of mine coming through. Definitely do that. Write it, whatever it is. It can either be a word, a phrase, a paragraph, a story, whatever you need to do to release it. Burn it and break the ashes. We did. The green screen came today and it's 6 foot tall. And I put it up as far as I could and I went to Annie, you have to do the rest. Because it's got to go up higher and I can't actually, I'm not tall enough. And she just made it. So we will be resorting things out to have the big green screen as well. So Paga Crease, how was your reading? What would I do without you in channel? Thank you so much for the reading and the honour of being the first one trying out the Sola Busca deck. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is, as I said, if anybody is interested, this is the deck, the Sola Busca Tarot by Lo Scarabeo. And it says here, the tarot masterpiece of Italian Renaissance, officially licensed product by Brera. And I can't pronounce the rest of it. Now you are a drink. By Lo Scarabeo, and you can see it on there. And it has it there, and it has it in all the different languages at the back. So this is, and I don't know if you can see it, but the art, even the embossing on the deck, on this actual box, is actually very much of the Renaissance era. It's actually embossed up, you can feel up here, and the deck here is as well. All of this. It's the most beautiful box. Absolutely gorgeous. So if you're interested, that's why I've held it up. Sola Busca Tarot by Lo Scarabeo. Okay, Zane, you are up next. Can you pick a deck, please? And tell me if you want a general reading or a specific question. What's coming for me in January? The first deck? Drew? Absolutely. So, what does January have in store? Is there anything Zane needs to know specifically about the month of January 2020? Apparently that card says so. So what specifically does Zane need to know about January 2020? By the way, being sleeping for an average of 12 hours per day, brilliant. That's exactly what you needed. And if you've been sleeping for 12 hours a day, shows how exhausted since you've landed, probably a little bit of jet lag, but it's probably done you the world of good. Absolutely the world of good. It's what you needed. Zane, the underlying card energy, what we call the shadow card, which isn't known to you yet or has more information coming, is inner strength. So it's strength here. And the strength card isn't, I got muscles, look at these guns. That's not what this is about. This one is about inner strength. Hello Arjuna, Heracles, how are you? Welcome to the channel, lovely to see you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am Tarot DNA. You're a Leo. Then in most decks, this would have a lion on, and it would be your card as well. This has a wild bull, but it's actually the Leo card. Is that a Charizard? This is a tarot card. Is a Charizard a gaming card? I don't know what a Charizard is. Do you mean a wizard? I'm not sure what Charizard is. I don't know that term. But obviously Heather does. She went, oh, it's a Pokemon. Okay. Do these look like Pokemon cards? You're obviously a gamer. Okay. This is tarot. When you came into the channel, you probably saw that it said I read tarot and oracle cards. Certainly not Pokemon. You're an epic gamer. That's absolutely fine. Because do you know what? I've had a few gamers come in, talk to me about Pokemon and Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And I'm challenging the gamers because they've been coming in to the tarot deck. So in the new year, I will, as a tarot reader, will be reading your gaming cards, including Pokemon, sight unseen, to show you that I can read your gaming cards in a tarot fashion without even looking at them. So I'd love you to stay in channel and find out more about it, and love you to follow me on Twitter and get notifications, because I'd like to get more gamers in here so that you can all know about the challenge and you can all be in the channel for the challenge with as many gamers as possible. I want as many Pokemon, Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh and any other game that you guys play with cards. I'm welcoming the gaming community in here, especially the card gamers. And you can see how a tarot reader reads, and I'm going to be reading your cards totally sight unseen in a tarot fashion, and we're doing it for charity. Can I play Texas Hold'em? Yep, if I have to, but I'm actually reading tarot that time. So yeah, thanks. So, this card, Inner Strength. Hello Buff Bunny, how are you? Welcome to the channel, nice to see you. This very much is saying that in January, you're going to have to find some inner strength for some things that might be going on. I'm not quite sure what yet, but let's see what the cards say. It's nice to have you back in channel, Buff. Welcome, welcome. We have the King of Swords, Zane. Now, the King of Swords in this deck isn't Alexander the Great. He's just the King of Swords. The King of Swords is someone who is very good at thinking. He's very focused. He has clarity. He has a way of understanding communication, words in every form. So it's not just how he speaks, but it's how he might message, how he might text, email, written words, all the communication. He's very, very good at. He's also very good at logic and sorting things out, and he's the one that when there is a problem, people go to the King of Swords, because he's the one that is able to look at a problem and solve it through his logic and his analytical mind. No problems, Heather. We'll see you when you get back. So, having the inner strength and having the King of Swords energy says that there's something where you're going to need to dig deep for the inner strength, and where you're going to have to use your mind, how you act and react to people, how you communicate with people is going to be very important. Because if you don't be careful in your communications and keep things under control in a group situation or whatever is going on that comes up, it might be family, friends, work, I'm not sure, it hasn't said so yet. We have the Princess of Pentacles. This would be the Page of Pentacles. We have two court cards here. We have a king who has control, and a princess, or the page, as in other decks, is someone who is just learning. Princess is someone who has gone through the 1 to 10 of the Pentacles, so she knows a little bit about controlling money in a minor fashion. But going up to royalty, it's the next step. So this often would be a promotion. So this might mean that in the new year, you're asked to take on a promotion or a different role that you wouldn't normally do. Or it may be that it's something you could do, but you haven't been given the chance to do so yet. But in the new year, you may very well. There's going to be a lot more communicating in it. But there's also going to be a learning curve, because there's going to be resources, money, things going on that you also have to learn about and handle. And that's going to be a little bit more challenging, because some aspects of it might be new to you. And you're going to have to learn very quickly, and it may be that you've got to ask someone else in authority to help you understand, and by talking to them and making sure that you're talking to them and understanding, saying, this person knows more than I do, so I'm going to be respectful and say, this area here, it might be a supervisor, or it might be that you're the one who's actually helping somebody else. Hasn't quite let me know yet. You have 3 court cards. The King, the Communicator. The Princess of Cups, learning about emotions, relationships, interpersonal skills, networking. And you have the Pentacles, who's learning about the resources. So you have 2 princesses here and a king. These 2 are learning. This might be 2 aspects of the same job. And it might very well be that this is a job that you know how to do, but the emotional side and the resources side, it resonates with you, good, are something you might have to learn and realize that they're not your core strengths. This very well may be your strength and why you were chosen for the role. Or there might be 2 of you that are actually, as part of a team, and there's two of you learning under this person who's actually teaching you. This might be a professor, a teacher, a mentor, a supervisor, a boss, and there might be two of you. This also could be an interview. You might be being interviewed and there are two candidates. One is really good with resources, the other has really good people skills. If these are soft skills in the interview process, Pentacles is someone who has the bookkeeping and all the practical looking after the money side. This one here has soft skills and might be better with people. And this is a boss. So if it resonates with you, you obviously know the situation better than I do. But does that help you? There is definitely, you think it's an interview. If that would be the interviewer, that would be the boss, that would be the person who's actually doing the interview. If these are two candidates, I'd say you're down to the last two and they're having trouble deciding because your skill set is very different. You're both equally capable of doing the job, but your strengths, these two here, because they're the princess, these are your shortfalls. So you're probably equally matched in every other area. You're weaker in the resources, and it might be to do with the processes or the particular parts of the job. There might be an area of the job that you haven't done before. There might be one specific process they do or part of the job that's new to you and you've done something similar but not exactly, so you're going to have to learn a little bit on the job. This person here may very well have that skill, but their people skills might not be exactly what they need, especially if it's a job where you're interacting with the public. They might think they've got the information, but they don't have what it takes to work with the public. So if that is an interview, you could very well get down to the last two. That's giving you a heads up. If you know what the company is or where you're going for the interview, try and do as much research on them as possible, their processes, what they do. When I'm looking at an interview, I Google the company and I find out their financial reports. I find out about the board members. I find out so that I know the strengths of the people, exactly what the company does, what they've done in the last couple of years. Their financial report will actually tell you what it is they're going to be looking at. I've got jobs because I have done my homework and been able to answer questions when they've come up to me and said, so what do you think of so-and-so? And it comes like a question out of the blue and you think it's not related. It's actually something they're going to do in the next 5-year business plan. And they want to know if you've researched and go, I read about that in your report, in your business plan for 5 years. I can see how that relates to the company and how my skill set would actually dovetail into that quite nicely. I could see me doing A, B, and C to do that. That's what gets you a job. Okay? When they say, what do you think about so-and-so? And you go, I don't know, I haven't actually thought about that. I'm trying to see how that would come into the workplace. Or, no, that's not something I've thought about yet. There goes the job. Because you didn't actually research the company, because you're interviewing them and they're interviewing you and they expect you to go in knowing all about the company. So you can ask questions. And have 3 really good questions. And the question you'll always get asked, why do you want the job and why do you think you're better than the other candidates? Get a good answer. And I'm telling you, because I've also been a manager and a CEO, and I have actually had to interview people, and some of the answers they come up with, I go, if you'd have done just a little bit of thought on the questions, you would have nailed the interview. But you've done no prep work whatsoever, which tells me that you actually aren't that interested. I would show that I'm working my weaknesses if it's software, see if you could do some courses online. Yeah, absolutely. You know, say exactly that. if the job has a little bit of book counting or accounting skills or bookkeeping or anything like that, say, I know I haven't got a lot of that on my CV, but I'm actually taking some college courses or community courses or an online course to do that. Okay? And hopefully that will make a big difference. And if it does, let us know, because we'd like to know about the interview and what job you're going for. Okay? And I'm always here to help you with interview advice, because I've not only done loads, but I've actually been on the other side of the table. So I've done both. I've been the one interviewing and I've been the interviewee. And 3 times in my life now, I've not only got the job at the end of the interview, it's an interview about a scholarship. So this is about getting a scholarship for college. Good luck with it. So is this about getting a scholarship? This is the interview to actually get a full scholarship to a college for a course. Yes. Then the purser, who will probably be the one talking to you, will actually be wanting to know how you manage your finances, because if they're going to give you a scholarship, they not only want to know how good your grades are. When you get a scholarship, it's normally because you aren't able to pay the fees and they're giving it to you as a bursary, or it's a merit scholarship and you're doing it because your grades are so good that you're in competition with other people with really, really good grades as well, and you have to stand out as to why you are better and what you're going to do with the course to make them give you that scholarship of what you're going to get from it. They want to know that they're backing the right horse, that it is someone who is going to use the course to the very best of its advantage. What they want to know is where you're going to go with it, what you're going to do with it, and your plans in place. Don't just say, I haven't thought about what I'm going to do at the end of it. That is not what they want to hear. They want to hear that you've actually got a structured plan of where you're going to go and how you budget and how you're going to make that money and what other things you're doing to make sure that even though you have the scholarship, that it pays your dorm fees, your food, your books, any of the requirements that you need. They want to see that you've actually thought out that you getting the money is going to make a difference and you know exactly what you're going to do with it and how you're going to use it. Okay? I know, because I also got a scholarship for one of my university courses. I'm very glad you've got a plan. Well done. That's the very first part. That's good, and very good luck. I wish you all the very best. Let us know how you go, and so we can send you the very, very best of intentions for the new year for your interview. So when you know the date, let us know, because we're all behind you for getting it. We absolutely are. Liliana, it's you. You're very welcome, Zane. You're very welcome. I need to pick you one last card before I do Liliana. Do you want the universe, a Moonology card, a chakra, or a Wicca card? So, the universe card, our normal one, the new Moonology oracle card, the chakras, or a Wicca card? Universe. Go for it. It's always a pleasure. Listen to you. Oh, you're very welcome. It's just, I like to finish up. Well, that one wants you. No two flowers are the same, yet all are beautiful in their own way. Comparisons are odious. Thank you for joining the Q Buff. Because they presume all things are equal, which is never the case. Between me and you, the universe. That is a lovely message, but underlying for you going for a scholarship with an interview, no two people are created equal. No two things are. You and the other person are not on an equal footing. In other words, make sure that when you've come out of that interview, the only choice they have to pick is you. Don't give them the chance of going, not sure, toss a coin. Or let's go around the table and see if there's a majority. Make it unanimous. Okay? You aren't all the same. You are all beautiful. The other person is just as qualified and just as able to have the job. But they're not you. And we know you. And we want you to get the scholarship. So you make yourself the very best candidate you can be. Because we want you to come back in the year and say, yay, I got the scholarship. And that's what we want to hear. But we'll still love you if you don't. Because we know you'll have tried your best. You're very, very welcome. Show them your uniqueness and who you are, absolutely. Show them why you're the only candidate worthy of having that scholarship. And as good as the other person is, crush them nicely. We want you to get it. We want you to have that opportunity. Liliana, which deck would you like? We have the Druid, the Gaia, the Wizard, and the Animal Totem Tarot. No. I've read it for 3, and I actually really still need to do a lot more work on the Scarabée. I did 3 for Pagacris because he said so when he first came into chat when he saw it. But I did those. I actually really do need to spend some more time on it. So it's not I don't want to give it to you. No, you haven't missed your turn, Chloe. You're after Liliana. But I really do need to spend more time with that deck. It's very, very different to the normal decks. So I'd rather... You didn't miss your turn, Chloe, no. The Druid, not a problem. But Crowy, if you stay in channel, then you'll know when you're on. No problems, we'll do the Druid. You wanted a general reading? Absolutely. The shadow card for your general reading with the Druid Tarot is the 8 of Pentacles. This is a card of understanding, of professionalism, of being able to repeat something, of someone who is very good at what they do, to be able to do it over and over again with the same level of expertise and finish and professionalism. So this is someone who is able to bring their skill set and create a good income from it that will grow and expand. So it is building abundance with the 8 of Pentacles. You have the 5 of Cups. This card is someone who is very much focusing on all they have lost, the things that are not working out in their life. They are focusing on the past, nostalgia, and how things were, and wishing they were still like that. They've turned their back on the actual 2 things that are actually working for them and are upright and are filled and fulfilling and able to give them the relationships, the love, all the emotions and fulfillment they wish to have. This is, you need to change your perspective because you're focusing on what is long gone, what is finished, and you haven't come to terms with that in a manner that is, you keep seeing this over here, you keep looking. Flying fish, it's very much saying, my thoughts are flying in the wind. The feelings are fleeting, the emotions are fleeting like the fish. They're here 1 minute, gone the next. That's what you're focusing on that was here. That's what you're looking at there, it's mirrored in the fish. These 3 cups here, done. They're fleeting, they're gone. The fish are the same, and that's what you're focusing on. You need to turn around, take off the hood, look at what's on the solid foundation of these 2. All this here, looking at that past emotion, you're just dwelling on the past and the nostalgia of something that you think could have happened, and it can't. It's gone, it's over. This is the wake-up call, the intervention that says, pull your socks up, start realizing what is gone, what is past is past. It is now time to draw a line under it, turn around, look at the future, because you are still focusing on the past. It's a card that pulls no punches. Okay? And that is the card that will go against you doing this. Because when you do that, you're actually not focusing on the positive things that you can make an income from. You're focusing on emotions that are past and gone. We then have the Prince of Swords. Coming after the 5 of Cups, the Prince is someone who is still learning. This is like the Knight. He knows a little bit more than the Page, because it would have been the Princess in this deck. Goes the Princess and then the Prince, and he's the Knight. But if you look at him, he's full steam ahead. His sword's up here, that's down there. But he's galloping, he's gone from sand and over hills here. What he's saying is, I'm just steaming full steam ahead. Regardless of what's going on, regardless of whether my horse is safe, I've just decided full steam ahead. But actually, if you see the sword is coming out of here, he's actually not looking at anything tangible. He's actually, all the thoughts are in his head, and the thoughts are taking him full steam ahead, and he's not looking at the practical situation. This is you focusing on the emotions. This is you focusing on thoughts, communications. These 2 one after the other. We're going over the same things over and over again. That's what was said, this is what we felt, that's what was said, this is what we felt. It's exactly the same thing over and over and over again. The 2 of them are going around in circles. That, you need to look at the future. This one here, you have to rein in the thoughts, because they're going full steam ahead. There's no rhyme or reason, it's just flat out. It's just absolutely flat out, with no thought of the consequences at all. You have 2 knights. You have the thoughts are galloping away. The ones are the fire, the ambition, the passion is flying away. This, if it's controlled, can drive you into a good economic situation if that is career and ambition. If it is the red cloak of passion and it's gone beyond relationships and feelings and it's gone into that red hot passion of the wands and the thoughts are driving it, 2 horses just gallop along and they don't go anywhere because they have no control. There is no thought about what they're doing. This is someone seeing red, whether they're angry, whether they're passionate, and it's just, I'm going for it regardless. This is, I don't care what other people think. This is how I think. This is what I'm going to do. Both are acting in a reckless manner, not giving thought or credence to where they're going to end up. They have no plan. They are just bolting. And when you get two together, the two impacting together is like having, hello Light of Banana, how are you? Welcome to the channel. It's like two runaway horses but going in different directions. Which one do you follow? And to the point, you actually can't follow either because neither have direction. I don't think this is the reading you are wanting, Liliana, but there is definitely a lot of energy here that's saying you have to rein the thoughts in. You have to rein in this because there is a stability here underneath. It is very much like the fire card in the previous one, but this is very much saying you have the ability to do something concrete and very productive. This is not productive. This is not productive. This is not productive. This card is balance, and it's saying if you actually want to have productive here from the Eight of Pentacles, you have to balance these two out. They're not in balance. They are going like this. There is no balance here at all. Neither is in control. No one's in control. The Eight of Pentacles is complete, precise control. Replicable. Being able to replicate something over and over again. That is precision. That is craftsmanship. That is superior craftsmanship. That is superior focus. There is no focus here. There is no focus here. And here, the focus is in the wrong place. So these two are saying you have to bridle in the horses, bridle in the thoughts, bridle in this total letting go and just going full steam ahead regardless. I feel that strong. This one is very powerful. These ones here are taking it. They're galloping away. They're just galloping away. Because of what they're just galloping away. They're not looking at this at all. They're galloping away. And that one has their back to it. This and this are taking you away from this. The Justice here is saying, if you want this, then you are going to have to be a lot calmer, a lot more balanced, and actually control these two and bring them back into balance. Because only then can the Justice card, which is the higher octave of the Queen of Swords, and the Two of Swords is the lower octave. The Two of Swords is the lower octave, is the decision and choice. The Queen of Swords, as the middle octave, is very much, I have to make rational, logical, concrete, balanced, fair decisions. Justice is saying, I will bring down the sword of justice on the right side, and I will cut things in half. That is the release card. We are in, as we saw in the numerology, we're in the waning phase. I have to release what I let go. Well, I tell you what, nobody releases like the Justice card. Because when that sword comes down, that is the sword of Damocles. Done, dusted, over with. That 8 is powerful. That is telling you where you could be. That one, and that one are telling you exactly what is stopping you. That is the key. Because you're looking at that, that's what they two are leading you. This one is saying, if you actually want this, then see these? You need to actually cut away, release, all the rubbish, all the past, all the stuff that you're trying to, I know you're getting rid of a lot of stuff, but now you actually have to say, overdone. Because I think you're trying to hang on to things in a way that is not productive to you emotionally, ambitious wise, career wise, emotionally, psychologically, or in your mind. In communication, your thoughts, your actions, your thoughts, words and actions and deeds here are all taking you away from the one thing that could actually be productive and focused and positive. And the Justice card is saying, you've done enough going around the houses. You can't make everything work, no matter how hard you do it. Sometimes you just have to cut the cord. And yes, I chose that deliberately. Cut the cords, let them go, regardless. Because you can see you're hanging on to 2 runaway horses, and you're turning your back on the foundation of those 2 cups. You're looking at the others that are fleeting. Make sense? This is a time of release. And those horses are running away, but you're actually not letting them go. You're still holding on to the reins, trying to control them. You have to let them go. Cut the cords, let go of the reins, let the horses run wild, because you are not controlling them anymore at all. They are just pulling you along for the ride. Okay? Slightly stronger, more volatile reading, but that's the way the cards come out. And that's the message you needed to hear tonight. So, to round it off, we'll try to make you finish on a nice note. Not that that wasn't a good one, because getting good positive advice is important. Do you want a universe card, a moonology card, a chakra card, or a Wicca card? I know you can take it. It's not me telling you, it's the cards. I'm interpreting the cards that have a very strong message for you. And you know exactly what it is and what it's about. No, the moonology. Not numerology, moonology. The phases of the moon. Okay? So it's the universe, the moonology, chakra, or Wicca. Yeah. Yes, this one. It just came at the right time? Good. Cards always do. Sometimes when you need that very strong, almost brusque message, or very to the point with all the swords, it's this way of saying, I've tried to do it nicely, and I've tried to tell you in a very nice rounded way, and soft and fluffy and lovely, and you haven't listened, so I'm going to give it to you a little bit tougher and a little bit stronger. And then if you keep not doing it, then each one is just going to get more pertinent and to the point, and there'll be no fluff, there'll be no sugarcoating. It's about time. Do it. You know what you have to do. Stop procrastinating. Because that's what the cards are like. A new start is coming. How about that? That card is a new moon. And that's exactly where we're heading, because we've had the full moon. We're now waning, ready for the new moon to come along. And a new moon is a new start is coming. A new moon, a new start. Not holding on to the past. A new, fresh start. Totally different. And it's going to be in a new year and a new decade. A new start. You could not get a more clearer message done in a very, very nice, loving way. New moon, new start. Set your intention for the new moon, for the new start. Indeed, Mum. You know, I only say that to my friends because we've talked a lot, and I know what you're going through, and some very difficult things. And sometimes I have to pull the mum card. Yes, I do. And I love you very much too, Liliana. And that is why I can hand on heart say that when you need to be told the truth, and sometimes in a very Queen of Swords manner here, I have no problems saying we are not doing fluffy, we are doing straight up Queen of Swords. I need to get one. Say, it's Queen of Swords time. I want to play one. Queen of Swords. This is it. This is the word. I got a session on 21 degree of regression. Very good. And you know exactly what you need to do. Shonya, we actually have, to cut all this, I can feel it. That's good. I'm glad you do. I'm glad. Kobe, you can lurk. You don't need to be lurking because you're going to be up next. Shonya, we have a queue. You can join the queue. There are two ways. You can stay in the channel and listen and watch a reading so that you can accrue in-channel currency, which are called pentacles. And through the reading, you'll be able to put in iCoins and check how many coins you have. And when you've accrued 10, you'll be able to join the queue. And then if you don't want to wait as long, you can then put in a follow, and that will get you some coins in a quicker manner. We just have to wait for the bot to pick them up, but by the time I've done the next reading in the queue, you'll be more than able to join the queue. So it's entirely up to you. You can follow, or you can just wait and allow the pentacles to accrue in channel as you please. You're going to act cute till then? No, you never act cute. Don't even try it, Kelly. With all the interspersing we've had, you are so not cute. No way in the world are you cute at all. Now, but as you're in channel, yeah, I was not born yesterday. And so you went nice, or just said you went cute. That stabs your heart? I doubt it. I doubt it. You say things for effect, Crowy, and I know that. Doesn't work anymore. I know you too well. And you're lucky you're in here, because if you had missed this one, you were on a timeout for a week. Now, we are going to do the reading. No going off to get stuff. No saying I'll be back in 10 seconds at all. Understood? This applies to just Crow? Yes, it does, because your behaviour has been bordering on me giving you a very long time out. Okay? Mum hat's still on. You have to behave in this channel. If you do not, I will ban you myself, because I will not take rubbish from anyone, and I've let you have a little bit more leeway than most, but it stops. Okay? Because waning moon releasing, I'm happy to release you from this channel, Crowy, if you pull one more stunt in this channel. That was one time. No, you came in the channel and you said, I will go and get the cleaning stuff. Great. Then I told you not to leave, and you were going to put that computer program, and I told you not to because it would take time, and I had to wait, and I waited, and then I put someone else in and you had to wait. That is twice. If it happens again, that's a ban. I will not have 3 times have somebody stand me up when I'm doing a reading. This is my serious tarot reader professional voice. I don't care what it was. I don't care what the thing was. When you're in my queue and I tell you, you are going to have a reading, you were cleaning while you were waiting, but then you told me to wait 10 seconds while you went and got more stuff. You do not keep me waiting when you've been in the channel for hours. Okay? Does not happen. So I'm laying the law down. Behave in the channel. I will do the readings. More than happy to. You step out of line one more time, you will be banned. Clearly understood? Terms of engagement in this channel. No, that's not what you said. And you had plenty of time to exactly do that. So do not try to give me excuses at all. Not taking them. Okay? So, last chance. I'm going to do your reading quite happily. Hello, Mr. Shocks 22. Welcome to the channel. Shiny, if you have to put in exclamation coins, that will tell you exactly how many points you have. Mr. Shocks and Crowy, while I'm just talking, think about what deck you want and whether you're having a question or a general reading. Okay? Mr. Shocks, welcome to the channel. I'm Tarot DNA. How are you? Glad you've joined us. I do tarot readings. You want a general and then pick a deck, please, Crowy. You can wait in the channel and watch me do a reading and accrue channel points to join the queue. I'm very glad you're okay. I'm very well. I'm very well, thank you. Or you can follow and you accrue points from the follow and you'll be able to join the queue. We just need then for the bot to pick them up. And I know Shawnee68 is waiting to accrue enough points, so Shawnee would accrue points quicker than you will, and they will be ahead of the queue. Unless you both follow, and then as soon as the coins are there. Hello, the Baseman 1013. How are you? Welcome to the channel. For those of you who are lurking and have followed, if you want to join the queue, you'll have enough points because you get enough from a follow to do that. I'm glad you're well. And good morning to you. Good morning indeed. So for those of you that are waiting to see if you've got enough coins, put in exclamation coins or exclamation join if you have more than 10. You got scolded? Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, Anna was on the verge of banning you herself. And I also had someone in channel who found you very, very disrespectful, and if they'd been able to ban you, they would have done. So you are lucky. You are on your third life, and I very rarely do that. So consider yourself being given 2 chances. This is your last. And Anna will tell you, when I say something, I mean it. And you didn't get my disappointed voice, because I wasn't disappointed. I was absolutely flabbergasted that you disrespected me in my own channel as you did. Will not happen again. Ever. Sermon over. Oh no, exactly. This is the warning. And my mod and everyone on the channel, I am very easygoing. I'm a Libra, I'm very easygoing. But I'm also very strict on my boundaries. And when you push them or go past them, then I let you know. After 3 warnings you didn't receive, I told you on both of them not to do it again. And I told you the same time, I said, don't ever make me wait again. When you said for the 10 seconds to go and get the cleaning gear, I said, don't you ever let me wait again to do you a reading when I give free readings and there's lots of people waiting. Second time, I told you not to leave the channel, and you did. And when you came back, I said, I told you not to leave the channel. When I tell you in that strict way and say, do not leave the channel, you are up next, pick a deck, and you go off, you did leave because you were not able to have your reading at that time. I'm not going to argue. That is my final say. I'm going to give you a reading now. You need to pick a deck. Yeah, that, exactly. And I don't think you are actually quite in a sober frame of mind, that mind either. And you're lucky the way you were talking, I didn't ban you there and then. So, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes, Crowy. You are not up to it. Understood? So, we're going to do the reading, but I will not allow you to disrespect me in this channel, or the other people in here. enough said. Subject is now closed. And I'm happy to give you a reading. Now would you like to choose a deck, please? I know you want a general reading. Now choose a deck. And I'm very sorry for those that came in that you saw that, but it will let you know that I run a very, very strict channel here. Trolls get banned. People that are disrespectful both to other people in channel and to me. Out of these four here, the Druid, the Gaia, the Wizard, or the Animal Totem. Out of these ones here. Because we're actually very positive, powerful, the Gaia. Very good. Community here. And sometimes I have to lay the law down of what is acceptable and what isn't. So Shani and the Bass Man, as I said, you can either follow or you can use the points and just wait to accrue those while I do this reading. Because Crowy, I think, is the last reading. I would just check. Oh no, Buff for Bunny. So I've got Crowy and then Buff. So Crowy, we're going to do you a general reading, okay? Just take a quick drink. Yeah, and if you want to check on your how many coins you've accrued, it's exclamation coins. And they will come up in pentacles. So Bunny, after I've done Crowy, you're the next one on the queue, and then there's nobody after you, so anybody else waiting, they'll just have to have enough pentacles to actually join the queue. Got it, thanks. Next time I want to receive the warning right when I do something, not after some time I've learned that was already about to get banned. Crowy, I told you both times what you did was unacceptable and that I wouldn't tolerate it again. Are you wanting a reading, Crowy? Because otherwise, it was bad but not that bad, I will get banned. No, because I was trying to be fair to you and I gave you the benefit of the doubt and I said, do not do it again. And then you did it again and I said, no more. I will not tolerate you standing me up in the queue. Are you going to carry this on, Crowy? Do you wish to have this reading, Crowy? Because both times I had a lot of people in the queue. Hello, Milsha, how are you? No, I won't skip you. If you have an attitude, you will not be back. I'm glad. I hate when you just wake up, it takes it a while. So, Crowy, are you having this reading? Because if you have hard feelings, that's fine. You may leave the channel voluntarily. Hello, Archie Bradley. How are you? Am I doing this reading, Crowy, or not? Because right now, what are tarot cards for? I do... No, actually, this is just not fair to me when I learned after a long time that I was about to get banned. I know if I knew it before, I would be more careful. You were told twice. And it is very fair because there are a lot of people in this channel who actually said exactly the same thing. Oh, that's awful. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, because I don't actually think you were sober at all. So I suggest, Crowy, that you leave the channel we will table this reading. When you ask for spiritual reading, Archie, I'm not a psychic. I can actually do tarot card readings, but I'm not a psychic. So I can read the cards, but if you want to connect with someone who's passed in the spiritual world, that I can't do for you. I'm sorry. I'd like to be able to, it's just not a skill I have. It's not a skill I have. So, I read tarot cards and I read oracle cards, but I'm not a psychic, and to channel the spirit world you need to be a medium or a psychic, and I'm not either of those. So, but I can certainly give you a tarot reading. So, I apologise to chat that you had to see that behaviour and you had to see me have to be quite strict and have those boundaries set in place. Funky Dwarf, you can get a reading. I give a reading to anybody. There are two ways to get a reading. The one is to follow, and I think I saw you follow, so you may already have enough pentacles. But yes, and when you join the queue, so you can put in exclamation coins, and that gives you can see if you have enough coins to actually join the queue, which is 10. You can follow and you get extra, and then you'll be able to join when the bot picks that up. The difference between tarot and oracle, tarot is very much a structured deck, and oracles don't have the same structure, but I'm still able to read those decks as well. So I think I actually have someone who really wants a reading. It's Buff I'm going to do now, and then it's Shawnee68 is next in the queue. So there's only 2 readings. So more than enough time for you to either accrue them or to follow, and you will be able to put in I join as soon as you've got 10 pentacles, and once you've followed you'll have that. We're just waiting for the bot to pick it up. What did that guy do to get him banned? He was disrespectful. He made people wait while he was asked that he was the next person in line, and he left the channel for a good 10 minutes and expected to come back and have me wait for him to do a reading, and I'd already skipped along ahead. What do these readings do? The readings give you an idea of things that might be going to happen, and they give you ideas and actions and things that you might follow. So if you actually read, I'm going to do a reading now. Hello Smile Jess, how are you? I like that name, Smile. And you'll be able to see what I'm able to do. Each reading's different depending on the questions or whether you want a general reading. So Buff, you're up now for a reading. There is a queue, but I've only got Buff, and then I have Shoni, so there's only 2 people. So that's a very short queue. I'm very glad you're good. I'm very glad. That's fine. These readings aren't going to hurt you in any way, and we'll just see what we can do, and we'll check on things as you're going through, but you can watch and see how things are. All right? Wizard deck in general, absolutely, Buff. So I do apologise. Respect and boundaries are 2 things that mean a lot in this channel, and we do welcome everybody here. I have mindfulness and I have mental health up because we are mental health advocates here, both myself and Anna, my mod, and We try to take care of people when they do have problems in a way of being supportive. We're not anybody who is trained to look after someone with mental health issues, but we do try to be supportive. I respect the usage of ground regarding the situation. Thank you very much, Mass Man. I've tried to be very helpful with Crowy because he's a young man. He's a very young lad who needed some advice and some structure and a little bit of guidance. And I was helping him work out some school situations. But when he was disrespectful, and knowing on a Thursday night I sometimes do 6 hours and I can do up to 20 plus readings. It's tough as a streamer to be that way. I'm not trained in help people, that's my gift. I'm very glad you have that gift. I'm very glad you have gifts. We all have our own gifts. Your gift is helping people. My gift is tarot. And I try in my own way to help people with my tarot. So what I can't allow is someone, they're not only disrespecting me, but they're disrespecting other people who've waited in line to have a reading and wait their turn, and when it's their turn they actually are there. You can't help yourself? Well, if that's what you were put on this earth to do, then that's what you do. So, Buff, let's see what we can have the Wizard Tarot, and with a general reading, do for you. You know, I don't raise my voice, I don't get angry, and all I do is I just like to say, you're patient. That's a very, very special quality. We need people to be patient and understanding and caring. And for those of you that have followed, you have joined our community of the Positivity Power Pack. And that's because we like to spread. Oh, thank you very much, Archie. I appreciate that. We try to be very positive here. We try to be uplifting and supportive and caring and nurturing. And we like to spread positivity. And it's not physical power, it's empowerment. So it's the using positivity to empower people. And because I'm a tarot reader and they're decks and packs of cards, we are the Positivity Power Pack. So Buff, the central card, the central theme for your reading is the Seven of Cups. This is sometimes called the cards of wishes. It's a bit like, you know, when you play that game, if I won the lottery, what would I do with all the money? And I don't think there's anybody in chat who can't say, oh, I haven't played that game before. I have lots of times. You put your health and well-being before money. That's very good. Musha, that's great. You've joined. Terrific. So what this is saying is we can have lots of wishes and dreams, but because they're all up in the sky here, it's saying they can be pie in the sky if they're just wishes and dreams. It's that saying, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. So if we could wish for whatever we wanted and it occurred, then it would be there. This isn't like the law of attraction of putting something out to the universe. This is just randomly wishing for something, but then not putting anything in action to actually go after that dream or that passion or what it is you want. So all of these are filled with something. And it's like, which one do I pick? So, am I wanting a house? Am I wanting a car? Do I want the boat? Do I want the holiday? Do I want a good job? Do I want a good relationship? Any one of those things you might have wished for. The only way to make any of them a reality is to focus on one. Change your perception of a dream into an action plan for reality. Does that make sense, Buff? So instead of wishing for something, it's saying, what do I want to focus on? It's especially important now we're coming into the end of 2019, which is the end of the year. 2020 is a new year, but 2020 is also a new decade. These wishes, we don't want to take wishes into the new decade, we want to take an action plan. We had the moon in Gemini less than a week ago. That was about putting plans into action, our intentions for the new year, not resolutions, intentions of what we want to achieve and how we're going to achieve it, putting an action plan into place. So whatever your desire, wish, what it is you want to achieve, what you want to do, focus on one thing at a time. Put in the action plan, how you're going to achieve that, where you're going to start, and what plans, what things do you have to put in place to actually achieve that goal. Because this card is telling you the world is your oyster. Any one of those that you pick, you can be successful at. And then when you've done one, then you can go to the other. So it's not saying you can't have all of that. It's saying don't expect to say, I want this, this, and this, and then sit back and expect it to actually happen. We need an action plan. Tarot is about you engaging in your life. Hello, Jupiter Moon Tarot. Glad you're back. Glad to see you back here. On the other side of that, we have the Eight of Wands. This is a very powerful card coming after the Wish card because this is all the physical actions. Wands are drive, ambition, passion, and it's all coming through thick and fast. It's like all these things are going to happen. Sometimes they're messages from other people that are helping us. It's not just communication, but it's the right person, it's the right place at the right time. It's all those things coming through thick and fast to help you create that action plan and then take it to the next step and put all that in place so you can see a pathway that you've put into place to make that happen. So they're very powerful cards for you for general reading coming up into the new year. There's definitely something you're going to be able to put into place and things are going to come through. Smiles, you might have to wait for a few minutes for the bot to pick up your follow to assign the points. You will know when you've successfully joined us. You will get a message from the bot with the Q position. Okay, if you put in exclamation coins, Smiles, it'll tell you how many coins you've got. The moment you've got, it'll come through, you'll be able to join. It's really, really good, Buff. Very good. Yep, Funky Dwarf, you've got 20 pentacles, so you can join the queue. The Three of Pentacles coming from this is an even better card. This middle row here, the Three of Pentacles, the 3 is a builder number. It is two people here have commissioned this person to do something for them. They're giving him that money, those 3 pentacles, those 3 coins, those resources, to actually say, you are so good at what you're doing, we want you to build something for us. We want you to create something for us. And this means you picking something. This might be a job, it might be a career path, it might be something that you do. Archie Bradley, you have enough coins to join the queue now. That allows you to be able to make an income from it. It might be going for a promotion, it might be starting your own business, it might be turning a hobby into a side stream of income. Whatever it is, you focus, or I'm going to start a career in the new year, so hopefully good things are coming. You're having great things coming. If you're starting a new career, that's you already picked the career. That's telling you thick and fast, things are going to go really well. That's mastery and people paying you for it. And you getting acknowledgement for how good you are doing in your new job, in your new career. The Five of Swords is there might be a little bit of communication breakdown with somebody at work or in the new career who might have a different way of doing things to you. I don't know whether you're going to be your own boss or whether you're going to work as part of a team. But you see these two walking away here? It's kind of like they've had a little bit of a skirmish of words. It's not physical, but it's people jibing. It's like if you get a position in a company and someone else thinks they should have got it, and it's like the around the water cooler in the office. Oh, I don't think it was good enough, I should have got it. I've been here longer, I've been doing that job, what gave him the right to take my job? That type of thing. You will always find that, whether you're in an office or a workplace. A little bit of pettiness is exactly what it is. It's a little bit of argy-bargy, but it's actually words. You've won. You're picking up all those broken swords and saying, I don't care what you say, I've got the job. You can say all you like, drop them at my feet, I'll just pick them up, throw them in the rubbish because that's how much they mean to me. I was picked for the job because I am the best man. So they will walk away realizing it's just their way of sounding off a little bit and saying, really not happy. Not your fault, you were given the job over theirs. You're obviously the better candidate. There is always a little bit of workplace jealousy, especially with someone new coming in. There's always someone who thinks, oh, I should have got that. That was my job. I've been looking at that job. They've done nothing about getting it, but in their head, they thought it was theirs. I should be the one to get it. Okay? You then have judgment. Judgment is where you are called to your passion, to your calling. If you're starting a new career and it is exactly the job that you've been after, it is your calling, it is your passion, it's the start of the pathway to taking you to the final, ultimate place you want to go, this card is telling you everything's going to be wonderful because you have been called to that. It is the judgment saying you've been called to do this job for a reason because it's exactly what you're meant to be doing. If it's not your dream job, you've been told to come to this position and got this because it is going to take you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Anna. Thank you for that. I'm more than happy to take over the banhammer if and when required, trust me. Good night, Anna. Anna has to actually do her own stream. So, yeah, she needs to get to sleep and she knows I can go through to 2 in the morning. So, for some reason, Thursdays, we kind of go late. So she'll need to get some rest. Well, not till tomorrow morning anyway. We keep joking and saying I'm going to finish and go to bed when she's getting up to do her stream. So, how many tarot runs can I do? Smash, you want to join the queue, Phil? So, does that help, Buff? Has that kind of answered some questions that were obviously, that resonates, that reading, if you know what it's about the career? Can I get a short introduction to tarot? I'm curious about the process and the idea behind it. What made you interested in how you learned to read the cards? Absolutely, Funky Dwarf. Yeah. Thank you for hosting, Anna. Yes, it helps. I'll just draw one more card because what I always do is I do the reading and then I have a choice of 4 of the decks and you get to choose one card as a way of a roundup. So I have a universe card, which is from the top of the universe, a moonology card, a chakra card, or a Wicca card. So there's 4 decks. So I'll repeat them again. There's a universe card, a moonology card, a chakra card, or a Wicca card. Which one would you like from which deck? So pick one of those 4 decks. Universe, the moon deck, chakra deck, or a Wicca deck. You're very welcome. Not quite yet, Muller. I'll tell you exactly who's up next in the queue. I just am picking one extra card, a universe card, one extra card for Bunny.
You think you're smart, don't you, young lady? You think nobody's going to catch you up there?
Sometimes the good is hidden. What this card is saying is sometimes we don't realise that when we're finding the good, don't worry if we have a cat come on stream. I foster 2 cats and I have a little girl who sometimes comes across the table. It's finding the good in what was said or how people asked you something. No, absolutely not. And it's always there. Even if they didn't mean it, it's going to be there. So sometimes when people are talking, they'll say something and they won't realise it, but they've said something that to them was hidden, but to you it isn't. And that might be one of these messages that comes through to you that gives you an idea or an opportunity or brings something very different to the table in your new career in the new year. So when people talk or you hear something, then that may very well be that golden piece of information to help put all the pieces together in your career as to whether maybe there's something else in the offing as well that you can go further on with. Animal and general, great. So after Sonia, we have Mulsha, Funky, and then Archie. So Mulsha, as soon as I finish with Shoni, then it's your turn, okay? So the animal and a general reading. Now that's what I like. Not someone who had been in the channel 5 hours and then didn't know what decks to use. Thank you for joining the Q-Bass Man. So, Funky, you wanted a quick introduction. I'm curious about the process and the idea behind it. Tarot has been around for quite a long time. You made it, you absolutely did. Quite a long time. It was based on decks that came out in the Renaissance, like this one here that I have, which is based on a 1490 Renaissance deck and has been changed over a period of time to we now have 3 or 4 different types of cards. One is Rider-Waite-Smith, one is Marseille, one is Thoth, and they are different systems of reading tarot. And then there are other tarot decks like the Gaia and the Sola Busca that actually have different systems of reading. I'm conversant with all of them. The process is that a tarot deck has 78 cards, so that's why it is a tarot deck. It has 22 major arcana, which are the major archetypes and themes of the deck. It then has 16 what we call court cards, which are people cards which equate to either a page, a knight, a queen, or a king, or a family of mother, daughter, father, son, or prince and princess, queen and king. They tend to be people we know, situations or events. Then we have 40 minor arcana, which are numbered 1 to 10 like your normal pack of cards, and they have 4 suits like a normal pack of cards. They are cups, which is emotions and relates to the element of water. There is swords that relate to the element of air and communication and focus and clarity and logic. There are wands that relate to the element of fire and are career, ambition, passion, drive, action. And they are pentacles, which relates to the element of earth, and they are the everyday resources of time, money, energy, your normal household everyday things. And we put them into spreads or lay them out, and I interpret the cards in relation to the cards around them, the symbols of them, the numerology, astrology, and the elements in general. What made me interested in how did I learn to read the cards? At 15 years old, I was in the Darwin cyclone called Tracy on Christmas Eve in 1974 in Darwin, Australia, and I broke my back and I was in hospital for 3 years as a tetraplegic. I lost the use of my legs and my right arm. And during that time, I was gifted a tarot deck by one of the nurses to help me with my physical rehabilitation. This is my job, yes it is. And I've been reading now for 45 years. I started on Twitch on my 60th birthday on the 25th of September. And I broke my back at 15 on the 24th of December, 3 months after I turned 15. And I used the cards in that 3 years to not only finish my education and come out with 17 A levels, but to also learn tarot and get the use of my legs back and my arm. And I've been reading and studying tarot ever since. I haven't read professionally for 45 years. I've been reading for a lot of that. I went professional quite a few years ago, but in between that, I studied a great deal. I have, me personally, I have 5 degrees. I'm a scientist by occupation. I have a teaching degree. I have 3 master's degrees in clinical research, neuropsychology and neuroscience. And I'm also a fundraiser. I do a lot of charity work, but I'm now retired due to ill health. So I work from home and on the internet because I don't drive. I have chronic heart failure. I was the manager in a healthcare facility and I got a virus. My legs are okay fine now, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I'm in that regard, I'm absolutely fine in that. I did break my ankle last year and it took me quite a while, 8 months in a wheelchair, but I'm physically fine now. But I do have chronic heart failure, so I read from home or on the internet, and I'm very upfront with people because sometimes I can't stream because my heart plays up, and I also have a brain tumour on the right side of my face that you can't see because it's on the nerves, and hopefully I will be having... Did tarot actually heal you? It wasn't that it healed me. What it did is it gave me a focus, because I was in I had a lot of pain and a lot of things. It taught me to meditate. It taught me to focus on something. But in a lot of ways it did heal me because I use it a lot. I wasn't depressed, but I did get down because I was 15 and I was told I would never walk, and they told me to leave school. So I went through a very dark place, and tarot actually did help a great deal. And when I go in hospital, I always have a tarot deck and I read for free in hospitals. I never charge when I'm in a hospital, and I read for staff, cleaners, everybody. I don't want to know what I want in life. Everybody's different. You're a free spirit, absolutely. Everybody's different. So, does that answer some of your questions? That's a very, very brief rundown on tarot and me and kind of who I am and what I do. So, you're very welcome. So now, Shani, I'm going to read a general reading for you. As I said, I'm very open about it because I had to take a month off because I had to have another biopsy done on my tumours, and so I don't believe in saying, oh, I'm not going to do today's because I'm not feeling well. I'm a very honest person, and I hope they will, and that's why I was having things done. And it probably won't happen till maybe next year or the year after. It's very slow going. It's not cancer or anything like that, so it doesn't stop me doing this. It doesn't stop me doing anything else. It did for a month because they had to biopsy actually through here. I have a little thing here where there's still a little bit of the tumour. They had to go through bone, so I couldn't actually speak for a month and I was very bruised and my mouth was swollen, so I had to take a month off streaming. So, I mean, I don't know what I want in life. Very few people do. Some people are very lucky and they find out early. Others it takes them longer. And sometimes the idea isn't, it doesn't matter what you want in life. If you live every day in the present, the right thing will come along and the right opportunity will come. You just have to be open to it. So now, Shani, we are going to start your reading. Card under here is the underlying energy, and it is the Two of Cups. Two of Cups is a beautiful card. Cups is the element of emotions. It's water, it's the water element. Hence why we have crabs in the sea anemone, it's under the ocean. The Two Cups here are very much, it's about a relationship. It can be a friendship, it can be a very special friendship, it can be a relationship, it can be a relationship with family, friends, a significant other. It can also mean having a great relationship with yourself, your inner self, understanding who you are and going, I like me. I'm happy to be with me, to be my own person and to be on my own. I like my own company. And sometimes learning to love ourselves can be the hardest thing in the world to do. We can give love to others, and sometimes it's very hard to give self-love. But this is about relationships, and we'll see what else comes. But as a general reading, that's a beautiful card to come up with the Two of Cups, because it's a very special card. For some, it's classed in some decks as almost like a soulmate card. And here comes the cat. And when she comes on, everybody loves it because my cat just blesses the cards. She walks through as if to say, I'm here just letting you know I'm special, and that reading's special. And that's the first time she's come through tonight. So, are you coming back for another pass? Yes, here she comes. She's gorgeous, except what she does is she likes to lay on the cards. And then if I do that, she puts them all over the place and goes, love me, I love the cards. And she's saying, look, I'm very special. My name is Roxy. And I'm a foster cat and I'm up for adoption in the new year, her and her brother. There you go, sweetie. Good girl. Interesting. Okay, so let's start with we also have the star. When we have these two together, the Two of Cups, if it is a relationship, so if you're in a relationship or you're interested in someone and you're not sure if you want to go to the next level, whatever that is, whatever stage in the relationship you're at, and whether this is, as I said, a significant other, it's a friendship, it might even be a work relationship in, am I going to take the next promotion, am I going to work closely with somebody in a work relationship. You have the star. Now the star in this card is actually the lighthouse. What you see here is how it's reflecting is actually the pearl. Sometimes the light that we see comes when we've had irritations in our life and we're not sure of where we're going. So this would be like, I don't know, as Archie said, I don't know where I'm going in life. I'm not quite sure of where I'm going. So this can very much be that when we get the star in our life, a guiding light, it opens up the oyster and we actually see the gem of the path we want to go. It's also, if this is a relationship, this can symbolize opening up a box, and that is the gem we give as a ring. You are interested in someone. Quite often, as I said, this card can be seen as taking it to the next level, that the light that you see in them, they are your star, they are your guiding light. It's I join for the Q, Archie. So exclamation join. So where you put Q, put exclamation join, J-O-I-N. This can be, there's been the oysters that are here. It can also be, how do we check the Q? You just, if you just put exclamation, I'll tell you that you've got, this reading I'm doing, and then you've got Musha, and then you've got Funky Dwarf, and then it's you. Okay? Yeah, I haven't written that command in yet, sorry. I need to do that one so you can see the actual cue now. So sometimes if there's been a little bit of not sure, or there's been other relationships and you're not sure, and then you suddenly realize this is actually the one. Okay? So having those two together at the center, if you're interested in someone, this is very much saying there is a very, very strong reading in the cards to say very definitely, very, very definitely something very special here. We then have the Five of Pentacles. This comes up a great deal of time at this time of year. It's having a shortfall in resources, or it's not that I don't have enough, it's that things are a little bit tight. I can make it, but just. It's like these here are 5 pelts, and it's almost like this person saying, once I actually sell these, I'll have enough to see me through the winter. That's saying I've got to make sure the resources I have will last me till I get paid over Christmas and New Year. And there's a lot of outgoings. So true. It's come up for every night, at least often 2 or 3 times, and everyone said just spend a fortune on Christmas, or we've actually got a holiday in the new year, we've just put down all the deposits and the car and wherever they're going. So it's very much, it comes up a lot now. It came up a lot during Thanksgiving for exactly the same reason. Can I do a reading tomorrow? No, I'm actually not on tomorrow. The only way you can get a reading tomorrow is if you book one privately and you pay for it. Then you can have a reading tomorrow. But on this platform, I stream 3 nights, Tuesdays, Thursdays. If you look down underneath, it will give you my schedule, and that will tell you. Okay? The reason I don't do every night is because Anna, my mod, also streams. She's a gamer, and so we split the week between us. I do 3 days, she does 3 days. And we don't stream Sundays, just because we have a kickback day and relax. So that's all that's saying. And if there is a relationship and there might be a ring, it's like, how do I actually pay for that? How am I going to juggle the finances, and what can I actually do if that's what I want to get? Can I fix that into the budget? But yeah, otherwise, for everyone else, it tends to be, it's Christmas. No matter how much you put away and what you try to do, everybody's a bit short saying, I've just got to get through to the next pay. I've just got to get out through Christmas and New Year, and I'll be fine. Or get my Christmas bonus. And that's often what that means as well, is I'm hanging out for the Christmas bonus to do the food shopping, or to pick up the last minute gifts, or to finish paying off the tickets to go away, or whatever it is that they're doing. So yeah, it's kind of true for everybody, but that's real life. That's exactly what it's about. Pentacles are real life situations, and I get it Valentine's Day, and I get Thanksgiving and Christmas all the time. And it'll come up with someone and I say, oh yeah, it's my anniversary, I've just spent a fortune. So yeah, it's real life. We then have the 3 of Cups. The 2 of Cups is very much having a significant other and a relationship. The 3 of Cups is very much about the celebration. So when we get that and the star, and we have this is often a celebration of, we're having a party to celebrate this here. So yes, they'll be short of money, going to do that, but we're having a lovely celebration, and that may be an engagement party, it may be we're moving in together party, it may be we're just going to have a really big party with all the family and celebrate with all the family and friends and get together. But when we've had the 2 and that, it tends to be very much related here rather than general. But again, at this time of year, it can be, you have a lot of social events on your calendar, and that can sometimes be why you're slightly less flush with money, because there are so many places I have to be, so many places I've got to go, and I've got to take a little gift to every one of them. So I'm sure you'll tell me which of those is true. Probably all of the above. We then have the Magician. The Magician in this deck is the Fox, and he has the red for the wands, around here. He has the cup, he has the pentacles, and he has the sword. And that is telling you that the magician, which is you because it crowns the reading, and it's the same with everybody. It's and I say to people, it's the tarot can tell you some very profound things, but often it picks up and says, this is the time of year, this is what's happening, and it's almost confirmation and validation saying, you know this is happening, and if you want to fit that extra in or make something extra special, then you're going to have to work the budget really hard if you want to get a ring and you want to have an engagement party and get engaged on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or New Year's. I know, my first marriage, I got married New Year's Eve. My parents will live it. New Year's Eve, are you crazy? Where are we going to go to a place on New Year's Eve for a wedding party and reception? No! It all worked out. What is the magic behind tarot cards? Hello, Bozida. The magic behind tarot cards is they are the symbolism, the archetypes, the interpretation, the ability to read them, and that tarot cards almost tell you what your life is like. From the very, very mundane to what's going on a daily basis to quite profound and very big themes going on in your life. And the greater magic behind it is when I do readings for someone who's never had a tarot reading and they say, how did you know everything that's going on in my life? I go, because I'm a tarot reader and I read the cards. That's the magic. So, Shawnee, for you being the magician, this is saying, if this is something you want to do, I used to read a deck of normal playing cards, that's cartomancy. I'm not a spiritual person, but I like to think the universe can speak to me through patterns we couldn't sense, just like a deck of cards. Since the interpretation was up to me, it actually helped me think about my problems and I gained some valuable insight. Absolutely. My favourite is, oh my god, wow, that was spot on. Yeah, absolutely. And I get that reading after reading after reading, and I have lost count of the thousands of readings I've done. I've never yet had someone come back to me and say, none of that happened. None of that happened. Not yet. I'm waiting for it. Possibly, the law of probability says it should have happened years and years ago, but it hasn't yet. So this is saying you have all the tools at your disposal. You have the thoughts with the sword. You have the resources, you're going to be able to figure them out. The wands is you have the action and the drive to do it, and the cups is you have the emotions and the passion to carry it through. So if you are interested enough to take this to the next level, whatever that may be, the magician is telling you, you will be able to overcome the slight lack of resources and turn them around so that you can make it happen. And there will be a celebration. And the Four of Wands is the marriage card. After the Three of Cups, when everyone has the party, this is the blue bowerbird making the nest in between the four wands and actually enticing his mate to come into here and saying, I have made the perfect home for you, this is the perfect location, this is commitment. So it's inherently meaningless except how the person interprets to apply to them. Not at all, it's not inherently meaningless whatsoever. I have spent a lot of years learning symbolism, archetypes, numerology, astrology, Kabbalah, alchemy. I have a great deal of knowledge that I bring to my interpretations to the cards. There are some people who do it with a psychic gift or a mediumship. I don't, I read the cards. And wow, absolutely. So you have literally had, you can sort out your finances for the relationship. There will be a celebration because the guiding light has told you exactly what you need to do. You have all the tools at your trade at your fingertips here. And there could be a wedding. The other person is a Virgo as well. You're a Virgo. The I know Virgo traits exceptionally well. I know I have very, very close with some Virgos. Virgos, exactly like that, they like things pristine. They like to have everything sorted out. They want to know exactly what's going to happen on the pathway. They like to know the home's taken care of, but they also like to know exactly where they stand. If you have two Virgos together, even though they say they don't have a lot of money, there is nobody better than a Virgo with their resources and their money and saying, I don't have anything, and your daughter is a Virgo. Yeah, they have very, very strong traits. And it doesn't matter if a Virgo can say to you, absolutely flat broke, and you overthink a great deal, because although you have your mind on the big picture, you look at the details as well. You're very detail oriented, it has to be right. And the Three of Cups, sometimes although there's lots of parties on, you tend to be the one to watch and like to see that everybody else is actually enjoying themselves. You're brilliant hosts and hostesses, but also when it's your celebration, you want it to be absolutely perfect and make sure everybody feels welcome, enjoying it, and that you know that it is the best party they've ever had, because you are the penultimate host and hostess when you're together. And with two Virgos, they're, where are you? Can't find the card now, it's underneath here. Because that really doesn't happen. When you have two Virgos together, you're both very aware of money, and there will always be something put away for a rainy day. You might say, have nothing in that account. No, absolutely haven't got the money for that. But then there's another 10 grand stashed away in this account, it's for something else, and then another 10 grand in this one stashed away for something else. I knew a Virgo very, very well. You say, oh, really need to go and buy a new car. And went up to his loft and pulled out 50 grand in cash. I thought you said you couldn't afford a car, and you went, yeah, well, I really can't. I've saved up for this, and I've waited 5 years. And just put some away, but when I looked at the bank account, I thought, oh, should I really spend it? And I said, you've put it away for 5 years for the car. And he went, yeah, I know, but. So, and I bet you know exactly what I mean, don't you, Shani? Does that help? Has it given you some clarity? I'd like to give, you have a question? Yes, Jupiter Moon? Thank you so much for your time and reading. I have one more card for you. I'm very glad. Wait, yeah, I haven't finished with you yet. Jupiter, can you just wait 1 second for the question? Shawnee, do you want the Universe card, the Moonology card, a Chakra card, or a Wicca card? I just want to actually finish this reading so I can actually. So there's Universe, Moonology, Chakra, or Wicca. Which particular deck would you like? And I'll pick you one last card from one of those. The Moon card. This is our new deck out tonight. I actually picked up 3 new decks. One is the Crystal deck, one is the Sola Busca, and one is this one. Because they're just sticking together, so to make sure I pick up one. I love these cards too, they're absolutely beautiful. This card is telling you it is the full moon in Aquarius. We are coming into the Aquarian age, and the full moon is show the world the real you. For a Virgo who tends to like to hide in the shadows, and most do because they're very unassuming and they like to kind of go unnoticed because They don't like a song and dance. They're not like a Leo who wants to be out right in the centre of things. They're the ones behind the scenes who just do all the heavy lifting. So you actually have to come out of the shadows and you have to take front and centre and actually show the world who you are. Especially if the lady is a Virgo, and even as a Virgo, yeah, spot on, she's going to need just a little bit more than the normal, yeah, let's just do this and get married, shall we? No. She's going to want something because Virgo women, they still like the very, very special part of I need to know that I'm the absolute pearl in their life, that I am so important to them. And I know every woman does, but Virgo women, because like the men, they tend to be very much, I don't want to put myself out there. Virgos do not get into relationships easily. It has to be right. They have to know that person well. And that commitment has to be the exact right thing to do. So when this card comes up, say that's what you're going to do. Take the extra time and effort, and I know the funds are there somewhere, regardless of the Five of Pentacles, knowing you're a Virgo. Make her feel extra special, because it's exactly what she needs to know, that even though you're both Virgos, you understand her needs as a Virgo woman are very, very precise. And I'll bet if you're a Virgo man, you know exactly the style of ring. Thank you so much. Great reading. I'm very glad. And that, Bozadar, is how a tarot reader puts meaning and interprets the card, and there is nothing inherently meaningless about them. Mulsha, you are next, and then Funky Dwarf, and then Archie, and then the Bass Man. Or the Bass Man. So in bass is in guitar or bass is in fish. I'm not quite sure which. But I'm assuming it's the bass man. Or you might be a fisherman, it's the bass man, I'm not quite sure. So, Mulsha? Bass like the fish. I was right, it was bass. I kind of thought when I came in, I thought, bass or bass? I don't know, I'm just thinking bass man like a fisherman. So, okay, Mulsha. We have a tarot deck to pick from. So you have the Druid Craft, you have the Gaia, the Wizard Tarot, or the Animal Totem. So which tarot card, which deck from the tarot would you like? The Wizard. Would you like a general reading, or would you like a specific question answered? And if you'd like a question, can you type the question in chat for me? Oh, you want a general? Okay. If people want a question, if you think about it, and then when it's your turn, if you type it in chat, because I make spreads up for no, I haven't. I haven't. It's not that I couldn't, I haven't been asked. Have you? Someone was asking me a question about tarot. That's okay. So, you want a general reading? Not a problem. Okay, Morsha, the underlying energy for your reading, as a general reading, this tends to give us something that might have otherwise been hidden, just so we have an idea, is the Two of Pentacles. Twos are very much about duality. When it comes to Pentacles, Pentacles are the element of earth, and this is the element of resources. It's money, it's your time, it's your energy, it's the physical things around your house, it's your job. So it's very much saying you might be balancing finances, time, energy, things in the house, things at work. You're keeping the two pentacles in the air juggling quite well. It's not so that you can't actually do it at the moment, but you're kind of thinking if someone added anything else into the mix, it might be a little bit more hard. So it's saying that whatever comes out in the reading, there's a little bit of balance that needs to be done, probably in between resources, time, energy, money, or a situation, or two people involved in a matter that's very close to you, but it's very practical, it's very down to earth, it's a matter about the house. I'll cancel, I have to go away, sorry. That's fine, Archie, not a problem at all. I understand. Sometimes Thursday's a late night, and so absolutely fine. I'm really sorry I won't be here tomorrow. You can do Saturday though, or this time next week if this is a better time for you. If you follow and you've and for everybody in chat, if you followed, if you press the bell for the notifications, it tells you when I go live. And also if you actually follow me on Twitter, because I tell you then when I'm going live. And if you get a Twitter notice, just please retweet it, because the more people that know, the better. But and I am sorry, Archie. I'm, as I said, it's one of those things that Thursday's a really busy night, and the queue does tend to get a little bit long. So I'm very sorry. So that's the Two of Pentacles. So that's the underlying energy. So we'll put that there. The central theme is the Lovers. Seems to be on a relationship reading here. The Two of Pentacles and having the Two of Cups is two lots of twos. The two twos together numerologically, you can add them together and make four, which is foundation. No, you're not, okay. Then when the twos are together, it's the master number of building. So when we get two twos together like this, numerologically, it's you're building something. The Lovers card can actually also be in dealing with people as in work and friends. It's not just lovers, it's a partnership. So it might be a work partnership, it might be a business partnership, it might be dealing with somebody else in a team where you're working with other people that you're quite close. We then have the Tower. The Tower is one of those cards that is something happening quite abruptly, very quickly, not expected, but it's temporary. We see the Tower here and things coming out of it and things falling down. It's not like your house is falling down, but it's something like the car battery went dead and you had a flat tire and that mucked up your whole day. Or it's you found something in the house that needs fixing and repairing, and it was unexpected and it's going to take a bit of extra money and it's going to create disruption. It's not that, and it might even mean you've got to temporarily move out of a room. Well, I know my cat is sick and will pass soon, but that's expected. It's not normally a death, it's normally something happening that's unexpected, or as I said, it's a temporary thing and it just disrupts the day or a week or something like that. You get over it, but it's one of those annoying things that happen. So there might be something small coming in. We have lots of 2s. When we have the 2 of Pentacles, which is resources, when we have the Lovers, which is, although it's the actual card number 6, and Gemini, it's actually 2 people, it's a relationship, it's a friendship, it's a partnership. And then we have the 2 of Cups, which is emotions. This 6 here, again, adds up to the Lovers, adds up to someone very close. And I know you said your cat's sick. Have you had your cat for a long time and you're really, really close to your cat? And when something happens, although it's expected, it's going to be very, very difficult. Because this is telling me that you've probably had to juggle finances to spend money on your cat's health and pills, medication and vet's bills. That actually you're really, really close to your cat, and I've got had dogs and have cats and everything else myself, and it's more like they're a member of the family. That the cat is, I mean, other people aren't like that, but some do. It's like their cat is just like another member of the household and a member of the family, and the emotions are getting quite overwhelming because even though you know it's going to happen, the thought of it is actually quite devastating. And although this is normally temporary and unexpected, and you do expect it, I get the feeling that the Tower moment for you when the cat passes, the depth of the feelings and how you feel are going to be quite monumental for you. And although in your head you've kind of said, I kind of understand and I know it's going to happen and I'm ready for it, I kind of think you're not. I think the thought of losing your cat, very, very special to you, and that all the money you've spent, you know, is absolutely worthwhile. You wouldn't have it any other way. But actually, the feelings, I think you're probably finding them quite difficult already. I don't know, I'm getting really quite emotional about it, and I feel this is something that's really, when someone else says, but it's just a cat, and you go, no, they don't understand. It's actually really, really deep and very painful knowing that my cat's going to pass. The 5 of Cups, all you can think about is all the time you've had with them. The other one here is people saying, that's okay, don't worry about it, because you know, you can get another cat. There's loads of cats everywhere, and you're going, you don't understand. This is actually really quite traumatic for me. All I can think about is all the time we've had together and how special this animal is to me and how much a part of my life. You can't, because your mum won't allow it. And you're really feeling quite upset because having an animal as part of your life is actually really important to you. I have the Hermit card. The cat brings you out of yourself. When you feel down, although you look in, the cat is what actually is the light of your life and helps you actually sort out your problems. When things are bad, you look to your cat to actually say, how are we going to sort this out? I think it's almost like having a relationship with a person. That cat is more human than cat to you. The Queen of Cups here is your mum. She totally understands, and I think the reason she is much comfort, just a present since my mother is never home. Yeah. The Queen of Cups, I think for you, is the cat, but your mother feels that she loves you and she's actually doing the right thing. I think she feels you're very, very devoted and attached, and she feels if she doesn't let you have another cat, you won't rely on another animal too much. I think your mother probably feels that you rely too much on the cat rather than other people and friends, but the animal is what gives you your comfort and your love and your nurturing because your mother's not home, and your mother wants you more to stand on your own 2 feet and not rely on having the animal there as at present. She feels it's her way of getting you ready. She hates them because of OCD. She's kind of, well, normally the Queen of Hearts doesn't do it for selfish reasons. Seven of Swords, you've obviously had some really good arguments over this, and your mother's the one with the takeaway. You and the cat left here as the two, but here's your mother. She's the one who has the last words, regardless. Yeah, it's her home and you respect that. You're the page, you're still quite young, but you have your own ideas of what you want to do. And you know full well that although you have to respect your mum's decision, that when you're able to, when I say young, the page is in the early 20s, they're not like a child. That you know that when you're able, you will run your home very differently and understand that animals have a place in it, that they're very important. The Ace of Cups. You will get another cat at one stage, and it's going to be something very special for you, but you're also going to find a different type of relationship, and that someone will actually appreciate how you relate to animals, and they will be very, very thankful that you have that feeling and affinity with animals, because it's going to be a very big part of their life as well. This Ace of Cups, because of it's not just a cup, there's actually a person here, and this is someone who has an affinity with what is very dear and near to you, and that's why this person will have an affinity with animals the way that you do. And although it will seem hard at the moment that something's going to happen to the cat that nothing can be done about, even though there has been money spent in vet's fees, and that your mother has decided that's enough, she's spent enough money and there's enough mess and everything else, and at 23 you're probably going to leave home or something will happen and she'll end up with a cat. Does it give a time how long that person's going to show up? Sometimes they do, sometimes it doesn't. Timings with this aren't always easy. Three, 5, 9. Three months or in March, which is a 3. It's an 8 and a 9. see something starting in maybe 3 months. 359. March is your birthday. I see. It's been about 4 years. I start to feel like it's just not. No, you have the Empress. The Empress is a relationship. It's abundance. It's starting something new, and it's very loving. It's under Venus, so it can very much be a relationship starting. I have the 9 because there's a female in it as well. It's grounding. The Empress is all about the ground and the earth. So between March and September, in that kind of 6-month period, and because there is a bird here, birds are freedom and flying the nest, and it could really be that in that time frame you actually decide to leave home and meet somebody, or you meet somebody and you leave home and the two of you are able to set up a relationship in that regard. So maybe 3 to 9 months. Why is there a female? I'm just saying, what I'm saying is that is very much the archetype. It's not that it has to be that gender. The Empress is about relationships and abundance, is what I'm saying. And the reason I chose that was because the other one in there, it was a different type of image. So when I'm talking about relationships, I'm actually looking for people in the cards that correlate to this. No, that's absolutely fine. This is the deck I would normally do it with, so it's a different method for doing that. That's absolutely fine. Do you read, Marsha? Do you read tarot? No, as much as you taught me so far. Fair enough. No, that's absolutely fine. We have another card for you to pick. So you can have a universe card, a moonology card, a chakra card, or a week the moon ones. They're very popular tonight. They're beautiful cards. I'm glad I got them. I've waited ages because they came from Queensland. Because of all the fires in Australia and in Queensland especially, I wasn't actually sure I was going to be able to get them, because the supplier was having trouble, and then getting over here we were having trouble, and then we had fires in West Australia where I am, and it was like, it's never going to get here. The new moon in Virgo. The new moon in Virgo is practicalities, it's down to earth, it's taking action, and it's being self-reliant, self-sufficient and responsible for what you want to do with your life. Virgo is a very practical, down to earth. I used to have a friend, and he'd say, when you want to think like a Virgo, you have to put your practical hat on. And I've always remembered that. If I need to think like a Virgo, I have to put my practical hat on. It's very much right down to the nitty-gritty. Be practical as you can be. A time to give rather than take. You're an Aries. That doesn't matter. It's not what you are. It's the energy. So this is saying that the new moon in Virgo card, it doesn't matter what star sign you are. I have so much emotion, and no. This is a time to give rather than take. It's saying practically, to be practical and practicality, but this is a time to give rather than take. So instead of, when we're being practical, sometimes we can actually practically give to other people, and we can give our emotions to them, because Virgos don't show their emotions a great deal. They tend to keep them quite close to their chest. So this is saying a time to give. So because you have a lot of emotion, this is your time to give rather than take. So instead of somebody giving you the emotion and the nurturing and the caring, you give it to somebody else, but with a practical spin on it. So if you kind of want to make amends with your mum because your mum's OCD, that's very much like a Virgo wanting things neat and tidy and everything in its place. So maybe you can give to your mum but in a very practical way, but still giving and showing how much you care. Maybe clean up or do something for her or for somebody else. It's very much saying sometimes when we give of ourselves to other people in a different way, it helps us and it can help with relationships. So the card is giving you that advice, regardless of you being an Aries and a fire sign, that at the moment, give some of your emotions but in a practical way. So saying, love you mum, what can I do to tidy up the house or do that? Especially with Christmas coming up, there's so many things to do. Maybe you can, if your mum's out of the house a lot working, whatever it is she's doing, maybe you can say, is there something I can do to take the burden off? That's practical, but you're showing your love and emotion and care to her by doing something practical. And maybe in that regard she might soften a little bit. You're not doing it for a quid pro quo, but she might realise that actually you're also at 23 realising that there are things you can do for her while she's out. Does that make sense? As I said with the Momish cards, regardless of what star sign you are, the moon is not the star sign that you are. The moon is giving you the guidance of what you can do in the moon. The moon is about giving. It's about the hidden things. I'm glad. I'm very glad. And keep popping into the channel and let us know how things are going, because we do care and like to catch up with people and find how things are. And as I said to you, you'll notice there's some slight differences for those of you who've been in and out of the channel. I actually have a follow girl challenge, and that's because this year, because of my health, I am wearing a Fitbit that I've been given as an early Christmas present by my children to help me get fit to get ready for surgery when I have it for my brain tumours. And my big challenge, that's my personal challenge, is getting fit. And I've, in the last 72 hours, I've done 2 days in a row of over 10,000 steps, which is huge for me. Because when 3 years ago when I was diagnosed with heart failure, I couldn't actually walk 30 feet. So in 3 years I've got from 30 feet to 10,000 steps, which is huge progress for me personally. And 2020, I've made it my intention to grow this channel to be the very best tarot channel there is on Twitch. And I made it my personal goal to reach 1,000 followers and 100 subscriptions. Now Anna, who is my mod, has her own Twitch channel, and she went, that sounds like a challenge, Mum. I went, oh no, it's just the goal I want to do. She said, well no, I'm making it a challenge. She went, I'm going to race you. So I actually said this on her birthday stream on the 16th of December. So she accepted the challenge that we're going to go head to head for 1,000 followers and 100 subscriptions. Now my daughter already has 500 plus followers, so I have a lot of catching up to do. So I'm saying to you, please, if you're in the channel and you haven't followed, please help me make my goal for next year, for 2020, and drop a follow. I'd really appreciate that. If you're on Twitch Prime and you haven't already used your Twitch Prime, please sub and help me make my 100 subs, because all the sub money goes back into me buying decks and things for this channel. And the donations that are there, the donation goal, I'm quite short, and I'm going to need a very special chair so that I can actually do these readings for the amount of time I'm going to be doing them, because I'm in a very big office chair that's way too big for me, and it's actually quite heavy and clunky. So I'm looking to raise money, and I'll be putting on a special goal for that, to raise money for the chair. But also in the new year, I'm going to be doing a challenge charity, and I'll be talking more about that later. So if you keep coming back, you'll find more about the charity challenge to raise money for Australian firefighters with all the fires we're going to have this summer and the problems we're having now. But very specifically, the personal challenge for the channel. Please, if you haven't already, please follow and press the notifications and follow me on Twitter. And if you have a Twitch Prime, it won't cost you, but it really helps this channel if you would subscribe to the channel, and I really appreciate it, very much so. So let's just check the queue. Next we have Funky Dwarf, and then it will be the Bassman because Archie's then gone. So I'm going to, when I've finished, I will pick him and then it'll be Bassman. So Funky Dwarf, you're next, and then the Bassman, it will be you because Archie's had to go and he was between the two of you. So there's only 2 left in the queue. So what I'm going to do is, for the moment, I'm going to close the queue. Because I don't think there's anybody else, unless there is somebody else in channel who hasn't put their name down in the queue and wants a reading, put it in chat and I'll open it up so you can see me on my next trip. That'll be Saturday, absolutely. You're more than welcome. I'm really glad it helped. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. You take care and let us know how things are going. So if there's anybody in channel who actually hasn't had a reading yet or isn't on the queue, so Funky, you're next, and then it will be the Bassman. If you want to go in the queue, please put something in chat now and I'll open up the queue so you can put your name on. Otherwise the queue will be closed for the rest of the night. Because I don't just stay on to 2 in the morning unless there's people here to read for, obviously. You're very welcome and I will see you again. Funky Dwarf, love the name. Would you like to pick a tarot deck? So you have Druidcraft, Gaia, Wizard Tarot, or the Animal Totem. If you can put in chat which deck you'd like, and then whether you would like the first one, Druid Tarot, yep, the Druidcraft. And can you tell me, would you like a general reading or a specific question? I have lots of questions, so I think it's best to go for general. Do your questions come under a category? Are they relationship? Are they career? Are they finance? Are they something else? Let's see if we can narrow down what it is you really need to know. It's hard to categorize. Okay. What is the most burning question that you need answered? Just saw the UPS truck stop and got excited thinking Amazon lied and I was getting my package. No such luck. Oh, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Can I be vague? Absolutely, yeah. I'm not trying to get to say anything you don't want to say. I'm trying to see how I can best give you a reading that will be productive for you and give you some answers. I wonder if I'll find what I'm looking for. Okay? Is that in a relationship? Is that in career? Or life in general? Is it a life purpose? If I said relationship, yes or no? Is it, will I find the person relationship I'm looking for? Is it that category? because I'll say it's close to purpose, and if it's, will I find the occupation, the job, the career, the life path that is going to make me happy? Is it life purpose, my life path, my, is it that type of thing? It's just, without having, I can do a general one, but I've been getting the sense from you all night long that there is something you really need to find the answer to. Okay. We'll see what the general brings up. Not trying to push you, Funky, at all. I'm just trying to give you the very best of what I can. That's fine. The underlying shadow card is the Tower. I know you do. I don't try to get people to say things I don't want to reveal. It's just me trying to do what I need to do and do it properly and professionally for you. It doesn't matter, these are free readings. I'm still professional and I want to give you the very best experience I can. The Tower card underneath is saying that there is something. Normally we say this is a temporary situation and something's going to happen. What I get from this card for you in this general reading isn't that this is just something temporary that might happen in the next few days or a week. I have the feeling that you are the Tower and that there is a volcano inside you waiting to erupt, that there is something so deep within that has to be released in a way to get out, but you don't know how to get it out and you don't know what it is that kind of needs to get out, and that's where I'm getting the, it's my life purpose, it's fate. It's because I think actually with all those different categories you have lots of questions, but I think you're actually at a point where you're almost feeling like you'd burst if you don't find out what it is you're here to do, what it is that you're meant to do with your life, that it's almost like I'm in this limbo of why am I here, what have I got to do? There must be something more than this, because I know there's more than this, I just don't know what it is, how I go about it, how do I find it. And I get the feeling that this Tower is almost you ready to explode with, I have so much inside me, I need to get it out. And I think it's, I'm not saying that bad stuff you're trying to get. I think it's actually, I know I'm meant to do more, I'm meant to be more, I am more. And I just feel like a volcano that's ready to go. Just let me do what I have to do. There is something extraordinary that I have to do and I don't know it yet, but I know that there is something, I'm meant for something more. These two are telling me this is the element of soul, this is thought. This is exactly telling me the Five of Pentacles here is you very much going, I don't have enough, but it's not that I don't have enough resources. There is not enough here, I have to do. No, I don't, sorry. So silly people coming at time of night trying to do silly jokes. No. The Five of Pentacles is very much. Yeah, I know it's a joke, but don't like people coming in and just, there's different ways of come and say hello and then, tell a joke, that's fine. Yeah. This Five of Pentacles is very much. Hello, darling girl, how are you? Nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, we might do that. Thank you. Yeah. Very much that. Done. There are resources there, but they're not as they should be. But sometimes these resources can be, I know you do, girl, I know you do. It's not just about things, it can be about time and energy and everything else that's going on. And I get that you feel that there is so much more. Hello, I'm reading tarot. On this channel tonight for since 8 p.m, so about 4 hours. In life, 45 years. I've been reading tarot for 45 years, but just tonight, just 4 hours. On Twitch since September the 25th this year. For my 60th birthday, I started on Twitch. I hope that answers all of them, whichever way you meant it. The Seven of Swords is, there's lots of thoughts going on in your head that you're battling, and you're not quite sure which thoughts you should take and which ones you should leave. And it makes you feel a little bit unsure of what's going on. But that's communications and resources, and the two at the moment are going, my thoughts and what I have, it's like that's not enough, and your thoughts are going, but what can I take from this? What am I good at? What do I leave behind? I get the feeling there's some very conflicted feelings going on. We have the Seven of Pentacles here, which is patience. It's being able to realise that it's a bit like a farmer when he plants a crop. He'll plant a seed in the spring, but he has to wait till the autumn to actually get the harvest. And it's waiting for that, knowing something's going to happen, but then actually waiting for that to happen. The Two of Wands is saying there's a whole new portal. It's the 11 number. It's a gateway, a portal to something different. These are saying you're going to get over these feelings and these thoughts of inadequacy, the thoughts going around and round in your head like that hamster wheel of I'm thinking the same things, which ones do I put down, which ones do I keep, what do I do, how can I turn this around, how can I take my ideas and make them into money, how can I progress, what can I do. From that, you are going to go through a whole new portal, like a doorway, a gateway, and it's going to open up. And you're going to find something. It's going to take a while. There's going to be some planting of seeds. It might be intention, it might be training, but you'll know that there's going to be a payoff at the end of it. There's going to be something positive in real life at the end of it. Resources, a job, money, a home, a purpose, a career, something that you actually want to physically get your hands on. It's something very grounded that you feel that you must do. The Ten of Pentacles is, okay, if I look, I love your voice is soothing. Oh, thank you so much. You're very cool to look. and to listen. And thank you so much for the compliment of the voice. I really appreciate that. And if you decide later you would like to have a reading, I have one more person to read after this, but if you'd like one, if you stay in Lurking Channel, you should build up the points to join the queue, and or you can follow. And I'm on a bit of a push at the moment because I'm on a challenge with someone else for 2020 by the 17th of December for us to see who gets the first to 1,000 followers. It just happens to be my daughter, who's also a streamer too. So, but funky. Going back to this, the Ten of Pentacles is happy home life. It's feeling happy, it's feeling contented, it's feeling, again it's Pentacles, and you're getting the Seven of Pentacles here. Seven of Swords is thoughts. The Five of Pentacles is I don't have enough. The Seven is saying I've got past not having enough, I'm waiting, I know the money's coming in. The 10 is saying the completion of the cycle. So there is a progression here. There is very definitely a progression. Once you master the thoughts and realise what you're keeping and what you're putting away, that's when the gateway opens. The Pentacles will come, and with that we have here for the Lord. This is what the Emperor is, or the Lord. It's someone who has control over their domain. They know exactly what they're doing. They're very much in command. They're happy, they're content, they have everything they need because they have here in the resources and the home life, but the career, the responsibilities, dominion over what it is they want to do. Sometimes this is someone who owns their own business. So being able to, I don't know what I want to do, these are all the different ideas. Once I've decided what I'm doing, I make sure and I understand it's going to take a lot of resources. It might leave me short for a while. It will be not like working in a normal 9-to-5 job. But when I realise that and I go through and I make that decision, and I know the time will come up, it might be a little bit tightening of the belt. But when that happens, the payoff is I will have the 10 and I'll be master of my own destiny. I will have known exactly what it is I need to do. And that Tower card, everything that's coming out of there, the creativity, the drive, the angst, everything that has just been spilling over and just bursting and exploding to actually come out. Hello Kaimansa, how are you? Lovely to see you in channel. It's nice to see you back again. Thank you for dropping by, I appreciate that. The queue's closed, but I'm always willing to open it up for those who need it. I just closed it because I only had one more reading. So I just said if nobody else wants one, then, but if anybody does, just let me know and you know I will open the queue. And Jupiter Moon Tarot as well as Anna, because Ghost Floof isn't here because obviously he's been having power problems where he is in South Africa. And so Jupiter Moon Tarot is the other mod here, especially when Anna has to leave early on a Thursday night, so I've got a mod in channel. So thank you very much, Jupiter Moon Tarot, Heather. Just woke up and it's 4 p.m. Oh, I know that feeling. But thank you, Dwarf. So the Prince of Wands, this is someone who is a knight, if he's on a horse. He's going forwards, but he's going forwards with something different. Wands is career, ambition. It's knowing exactly what you want and going after it. Coming after these, this is very much someone who, they kind of figure out exactly where they're going in life, and they know the only way to get to the 10 of Pentacles is to take control. And with these cards, and these cards here, that's exactly the interpretation of this card with these surrounding cards. Is this is taking control and making sure it's not going to come without some challenges. And you've had a couple of sevens here. The Seven of Pentacles is patience, waiting for that to come. The Seven of Wands is there's going to be some battles, and almost you'll feel that you're against so many other people and so many outside influences. but you just wonder how you're going to cope. And that's sometimes when we feel like this. But actually, the 7 is saying, you've got this far, you've just got to hold off for a little bit longer. Then the 8 of Wands comes, and that's all the messages and that's all the progress that you need to have happen. These two are a hiatus. They're a stepping back and going, sometimes when you've done the work, you just have to wait for it to catch up. You just have to wait for things to take their absolute time. It happens, but it doesn't happen overnight. There is a time frame to everything. Whether it's starting a business, whether it's starting a new job, starting a relationship, whether it's just cleaning a room in your house. There's a start and finish, and there's the bit in the middle that seems to last forever. It doesn't matter. There is always some sort of waiting period, or almost like that standing still, that's marking time, where you just feel like time's passing you by and nothing's happening. It's not true. It feels like that, but actually things are happening. Sometimes it might be almost beneath the surface, or in the wings, or in the shadows, but we just have to realise that eventually we really do need to have some time to let things happen. Does that help? Oh, thank you for the follow. I didn't see the alert come up. That's really strange. I'm so sorry, because I normally see the alert come up. Did it come up on screen? He did it on mine when my phone buzzed. Didn't do it on mine. That's really strange. I'm so sorry, because I normally see those straight away, because they normally come up on the screen here. Thank you very much for the follow. That's really strange, because it hasn't changed the follow number either. Might just wait for a little while. Oh, on your channel. I was going to say, I thought because I'd actually followed. I didn't understand why. Not a problem. Now that makes sense. That's fine. Yeah. And it's very hard for a mod to do her own shout out. But those of you that in channel, no, she's just confused. I went, for the follow? I'm sure Kazara followed. It just like threw me then. Okay, I'll use that. No, you're absolutely fine. For those of you that in channel, Jupiter Moon Tarot is a very good friend and has just started her own channel and is getting close to affiliate, which takes 50 followers. I think she's in the mid-20s. So she's another person who's really well worthwhile giving a follow to. So Jupiter Moon Tarot, please go over and drop a follow to a very lovely lady who is doing really, really well in her tarot and is well worth a follow and having a listen to. And unlike me, she's also a gamer who knows all about Warhammer and lots of other games that I don't know. So you get the best of both worlds with Jupiter Moon Tarot. I'm just a tarot girl. So, Funky Dwarf, did that help? Did that give you any inclination at all, being a general reading without all the actual vagueness? And I'm able to kind of say what it is, because I don't think you actually really knew either. So did that help, Funky Dwarf? And I have one more card to read for you. So if you can tell me, Funky Dwarf, do you want a universe card, a moonology card, a chakra card, or a Wicca card? And I'll read you one final card for your reading. If you could tell me which one in chat. Darling girl, I think if you just actually press the heart, that follows. And you followed her well. Well done. Terrific. Thank you for that. She's a really, really good friend, and I really wanted to get her affiliate as soon as she can. So Getting the 50 followers is wonderful for her. The closer we can get her, the better. So, Funky Dwarf, did you want to pick one of the other cards, one of the other decks? Hello, are you there, Funky Dwarf? I'm getting the feeling you've listened and gone. I just need to know which other card you'd like for your reading from the Oracle decks. Or if you don't want one, that's fine, just say no. I just need you to put something in chat so I know you're still here. And A, was the reading okay? And B, do you want an Oracle card to finish off your reading? That's okay. I know you're ready, that's fine. I believe they left. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's not a problem. I just like to give them the chance in case they're sort of, because I know some people are doing it on their phone and have internet problems and all sorts of things, so right now Ashley's gone, so it will be the Bass Man. Will Twitch app got an error? Yeah. Now, Archie's left because he wasn't able to stay, and the Bassman will be back in a few minutes. So, what I'm going to do is take a drink. So again, thank you for those in channel. Thank you for those for staying and watching. I know it's been quite a long night. Not as late as some as we've had. We've had a quieter night tonight, which has been quite nice. And thank you again for following Jupiter Moon Tarot. Thank you, Heather, for being the mod for tonight. I really appreciate that. Really, really do appreciate that. No, that's absolutely fine. I understand, Bassman, not a problem at all. And Jupiter Moon, that person we were talking about the other day, I banned them earlier this evening. I don't know if you were actually in channel at the time or not, but they were banned. Yes, I had given them quite a strict warning. You're ready, that's absolutely fine. And I know Bassman was new to the channel and he thought he was happy. I was standing up for was respectful of that, so yes, no. I love it here chilling. Thank you so much. Try very hard to have a very warm, calming but positive environment. Sometimes it can get a bit manic when Thursday nights tend to be really late. I tend to go for 6 hours. Yeah, absolutely will. And sometimes I have 20 plus readings and it's just like we're just never going to get to the end of the queue and people wait 3 or 4 hours. And I'm so glad they do. And other times we have one tonight where it's in and out and it's quite chilling. And I love what I do. I really, really do love doing tarot for people. And I say to people, you can lurk as long as you like. You don't have to have a reading. You can just be in here and you're more than welcome. But those that follow have become part of our positivity power pack because we like to spread positivity on Twitch. We have a very positive attitude in here. I'm very strong on boundaries and ethics, and I won't allow myself and my mods know we don't allow people to be disrespected for any reason in this channel, because that's not right. If you come to a Twitch channel, you should be able to relax and not feel you're going to be attacked and disrespected and have to put up with rubbish. We try to empower people, which is where the power comes from. We spread the power of positivity through the channel and with people here. And because I obviously read tarot decks and they're a pack of cards, we are the Positivity Power Pack. So welcome to the pack. Now, the Bass Man, you're ready for your reading. Which deck would you like? You can have the Druidcraft, the Gaia Tarot, the Wizard, or the Animal Totem. The difference between them? Yeah. This one and this one and this one are based on what's called Rider-Waite-Smith, which means they're all tarot decks, so they follow the same 78 cards in a deck with 40 minor, 22 major, and 16 court cards. This has a theme that's very pagan and druid. This has a theme a little bit like an elemental Hogwarts. It's a wizard. It's based supposedly the wizard school with students, so it's a very elemental deck. This animal totem doesn't have people; it actually has animals, and it is the attributes of the animal combined with the attribute of the actual card, the tarot card, that make the difference. Gaia is a different system. It's very similar. It's still a tarot deck, but it has extra cards. But it has a different way of putting them. It has more archetypes that follow a different pattern. I read with all of them. So whether it's the look of the card, the backing, or the words wealth, faith, luck, and harmony, or you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, or whichever one you're drawn to. Unless you've seen a deck over here and you go, I like the look of that one. You're the last one. I'll give you the pick of the table, which has blown your choices out the water, so you can pick anything from there to there. Just go, I'll have that one. These are oracles, they're not tarot at all, they're very different. Do you have a general reading, or do you have a specific question? Sometimes the tarot answers specific questions a lot better. And I'm quite happy for you to call me Vera or Tarot, that's fine. I like a person who's got manners. I think the first but more so a general reading, that's absolutely fine. So I've got to ask, Bassman, are you actually a fisherman? Is that why you have the name the Bassman? Do you actually fish for bass? Which seems like a pretty obvious question to ask, but sometimes people put names for different things. Yes, I fish for largemouth bass. I wondered if you did. When you came in, I thought, why do I get the feeling this is actually a bass fisherman? Actually, quite a lot of technique in fishing for bass, so I've heard. I don't fish myself, but I had a lot of friends who used to do a lot of fishing, and there are certain fish that it takes a lot to actually land that fish. It needs a lot of skill and technique, as well as a lot of patience. There is definitely a big skill to it, yeah. There are certain fish where you can just kind of reel them in, but there are other fish that have there's a very technique and a real skill to it, and it doesn't always come easy. Some people are very natural at it, but very much there are others. I had a friend who would fish for marlin, and some of the videos, and it would take them hours. They could be fighting for 8 hours to land a marlin, and he said it's not only physical strength and mental strength, but there is a lot of skill and technique, so you actually can last the fight with a fish. You talk too much for fishing. Yeah, you've got to be quiet, but then, you know, on some of these when they're going after the big fish, they're on big boats, you can go down below and talk while they're doing that. See, I'm not great at fishing, but I love the water and boats. Talking is great for certain types of fishing. What types of fishing is talking good for? Because I was kind of under the impression that catfish and lake trout, they like the noise, do they? It attracts them up to the surface. That's what keeps you going. That's where the stories come from. Because I always like when people say you're very quiet, and I go, I'm a firm believer. I've been in lots of professions and organisations in my life where it's been very male oriented. And the one thing I find that actually when you get a group of men together, they actually really do like to chat. They just don't like a group of women around chatting over them. And I used to be on a committee with all males, and I'd say to them, I'm going to put the kettle on and you guys can natter away. I'm going to be in the kitchen, I'm going to make the teas. They go, oh, you don't have to do that. And I went, no, you guys need some time away from your wives. Hello, Elf herself, how are you? Lovely to see you in here. Thank you for dropping by. If you want a reading, Elf, I can open the queue for you because I was on my last reading. I just closed it, but I'm more than happy to open it up. You know, I'm happy to be here for as long as people want readings. So, Bassman, we're doing a general reading. We've got the Druid Draft Tarot. And see, I'm getting the feeling. Oh, look, I'm happy to do it. Absolutely. Let me just open the queue. It's open, sweetie. Not a problem at all. I just get the feeling that your reading is requiring something else. Just every now and then. No. Yes. I know you want a general reading. Not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. I've never had a reading before. Okay. Every now and then, like I said, I'm not a psychic or a medium or anything like that, but I have very strong intuition. And sometimes I'll lay out a spread, and I lay out different spreads for different people. And then when I go to do the reading, it's kind of like I get this, no, it's not quite right. And that's because I need to put extra cards down. It's a good thing. It's because the cards are letting me know that there's a message coming through for you, and I needed something else to add to the mix to bring that message out. So, thank you for letting me read for you for the first time. Just take a drink. It's okay. It's absolutely fine. Not a problem at all. You know that I can be on here 6.5 hours. Oh, it's not even 12:30 yet. I've got a couple of hours left. Not a problem at all. Take all the time you need. Not a problem at all. And Heather, if you have to go, that's fine too. There's not a problem with that. So, Bassman, the two crowning cards here. The first is Strength. The card shows a woman in red, which is the card of passion, but it's also a power card, a power colour. It's dominance, it's very much understanding, knowing. But it's actually, you see here, there's a dagger in the corner here. She's not actually using her physical strength. She's not using a weapon. She's laying her hand on a wild boar. And you normally wouldn't get that close to a wild boar. She's not using her power or her physical strength. And then I'm going to leave myself, that's absolutely fine. When you've done your coffee, you absolutely go. Thank you so much for jumping into mod, I really appreciate it, and we'll just leave the sword with you. Okay? so that you're a mod anyway. Okay? She has inner strength, and that's the very big difference. This card is saying you have an innate inner strength that when things sometimes go awry, or there's something, a situation that needs sorting out, it's not the power play that wins. You have an inner strength, an inner ability to calm the waters, to bring people down from the ceiling, to make them realize that, for lack of a better word, the testosterone, the building up of the power play, the strength and the physicality isn't what's needed. It's something much calmer, it's something much deeper, more determined. As this is crowning the top of it, it's saying this is very much an attribute that you have. You have a lot of inner strength that you can use in all sorts of situations. Hello Leviathan, how are you? Welcome to the channel. For those of you that seem to call me Mama Log, it's because I'm Anna's mother in real life, and so they call me Mama Log on Anna's channel. So I answer to Mama Log, Vera and Tarot. I'm doing very well, Leviathan. Lovely to see you in channel. I'm doing a reading now, and I have Elf for Self, but the queue is open if you would like a reading. You're more than welcome to. We then have the Lovers. When the two are together, it tells me that in relationships, partnerships, networks, friendships, whether these be friendships and personal friendships, whether they're networking friendships, whether they're at work and they're colleagues, the Lovers card is all about relationships, partnerships, networking. It's not just the physical of two partners being together. You have the inner strength when you are dealing with other people, with difficult emotional situations. You also have the ability to have a very strong relationship with yourself. And I mean that in the fact that being able to like yourself, love yourself, to realize that you are a good person and that you are able to connect on different levels. This tells me a great deal about you, and although it's a general reading, you have two major arcanas crowning your reading. They're strong, archetypical cards. The inner strength is a profound card to have. The Lover's card, when the two are together, said you can manage and cope with whatever roller coaster comes along, and more than capable of dealing with whatever life throws at you in any way, shape or form. And the people who may create that, you are more than capable of using your inner strength to sort those things out. We have the Five of Swords and we have the Lady. So you have another major arcana card. This is another big archetype. The Five of Swords is battles of communication. It's miscommunication. And often with the inner strength, sometimes what's happened is people are creating a situation that could get out of hand, but it's not physical, it's intellectual, it's communication, it's thoughts, it's their ideas, it's how they process things. It's them sometimes prodding other people with words and creating more of a situation than it really is, trying to build it up from a mountain to a molehill, and you're able to subdue that and bring it down. What comes from that is growth. It's the Lady, it's the Empress. And quite often when there are disagreements and altercations of talk and arguments and communications or miscommunication, when someone is able to step in and bring clarity to the situation and a little bit of strength by calm talking and giving direction, from that comes growth. And from that growth, the relationships strengthen and come back on an even keel. Because this is the keystone, having the inner strength to actually bring that about. You then have two queens. Queens are the court cards. This can often be a person or a situation. If it is a person, it may very well be the two sides of the one coin. The Queen of Swords, like these 5 of Swords here, the Queen of Swords is someone who can be a Libra, mature woman, but it can also be someone who is very forthright, very clear and concise in their manner. I am a Queen of Swords, and you saw me in action tonight. That was me bringing down my sword. The lower octave of the Queen is the 2 of Swords, where we make decisions. The higher octave of this in the Major Arcana is Justice. We do what is right, what is true, and what is correct. So you saw a Queen of Swords in action. If you have a Queen of Swords around you, you know exactly who that person is, because they tell it as it is, they tell the truth, they don't lose their temper. Don't need to lose their temper. They use their vocabulary and their words. They don't shout, they don't scream. They just actually calmly, coolly and collectly will tell you exactly what it is and why. And when they've made that decision, if the other person doesn't toe the line, that's their last chance. Or you know exactly who it is. You saw it in action, so I gave you an absolute first eye view of the Queen of Swords. I don't use the Queen of Swords in my tarot name because it was actually taken under copyright, but to everybody else in tarot circles, I'm actually known as the Queen of Swords. So that is who that is, and if you know exactly who that is, the Queen of Pentacles. Now sometimes the Queen of Swords is also the reverse side of the Queen of Pentacles, because they're very clear and concise in what they want to do, but they're also very good at creating abundance. As the Queen of Swords, my altar queen is the Queen of Pentacles. I turned a very small self-trader business into a multi-million-dollar corporation. So that is often, some people call it the sharp tongue, the mother-in-law tongue. I go, that's a very bad interpretation of the Queen of Swords. They're not sharp with their words. What they are is clear and concise. They will tell you exactly the reason why. You might think they're cutting and sharp, as is the young man did earlier, but actually they've already given you warning, and they've told you in no uncertain terms why. The Queen of Pentacles is the person who is able to build the home, the beautiful. They're the one that is the wonderful hostess. They're very good at the home things. They can build the garden, a beautiful home. They help with the finances. This can be the two sides of one person. It can also be two females who sometimes go head to head. They can be great friends, but they can also rub each other up the wrong way, because this one is very laid back and earth. This one is air, and when this one doesn't seem to do anything, this one then says, it is possible they are the same person. Absolutely. This can be one side. This can be their other side. This is, they only get like this, like I did tonight, when I had to pull somebody up who was then overstepping the mark and then carrying it on, because they weren't happy to take that they had actually been told, and I knew full well that they actually were not of a sober mind, so I wanted to tell them when they were. Queen of Pentacles is very earthy, they're very grounded, they're very calm, they're very deliberate, they're, as I said, they can keep a beautiful home, they're the one who will garden. That's how it feels at times. That is exactly what it is. They can be both. I am both. That is the one when I have to be sharp. I have a very good mind. I have an exceptionally high IQ. Most Queen of Swords are very intelligent women, very good, and almost to the point where people say, oh, you know, you're Jack of all trades, master of none. It's actually incorrect. We master many trades. I have 5 postgraduate degrees. I'm not a Jack of all trades. I am actually a master of many. This woman is a very complex, very intelligent, very talented, very gifted woman. And that's me, not me trying to talk myself up. This is the combination of the 2 queens. And yes, it's exactly how it feels at times. Because when this one's in, do not. This one, quite happy. This one here, very laid back. They will lay a beautiful dinner table. They will be, you know, I like beautiful things. I like to dress well. I like lovely things around me. I'm very much the Queen of Pentacles in my environment. My mind, don't try to treat me as a fool. I will not have it. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I will see straight through you and I will let you know. I will do it politely once. I will be a little bit more forceful the second time. The third time, I'll let you have it. And the sword will come down and I will cut you dead and I'll get enough. I have given you more than enough chances. That's exactly how it is. You obviously know exactly who that person is. If this happens to be a partner, then you understand that sometimes your inner strength is actually when the dichotomy and you're trying to balance, when there has been some skirmishes and you're trying to allow this one to be more in control than this one, of the side of them. But also this one, the lady, is very much, as the Queen of Pentacles, this one here is very much the higher octave. This is, the pregnancy is showing here that it's the birth. It's very much the Mother Earth. It's someone who loves nature, but they're also totally blessed in that they have a lot of love to give. They are nurturing, they are growing, they are almost like Mother Earth, and very much the Queen of Pentacles, that this is almost the higher octave when they are totally, and you go, that woman is just like mothering to everybody. They just are exactly that. They're the Empress Mother to the world. So, thank you for the follow. And because of that, let's see what these bring up. Okay. I get the feeling that there's been some messages coming through, and there's been lots of talk about things that relate to not only the past, but sometimes a raven is talking about people that have passed. How are you? Hello, big girl. Welcome to the channel. I'm Tarot DNA. Thank you for joining us. And the chameleon is sometimes it feels that they can be quite changeable. you can have whatever name you like. That's fine, that's your name, not mine. So we have the chameleon, and the chameleon is very much someone who, like the inner strength, has to be able to read a situation and sometimes has to deal with what actually is the main part of the situation that needs to be dealt with. And they have to be adaptable. The chameleon changes for its environment. With the inner strength, it's adapting to the situation so that what can happen is when the communications come through, you understand. And now this is a general reading, but I'm getting the feeling there is an issue that depends what you wish to ask. At the moment I'm in a bit of a reading, so I can talk to you in a moment. Can I just finish this? And then I'll be able to chat to you. Okay? But there's been talk about someone with a message. There's either messages or family situations coming through, and it's changing the situation around. And that's created, I wouldn't say tension, but a lot of communication and talk. Some of that's been quite difficult. This is where this side has come through, but the nurturing side of the Pentacles is they want to deal with it, but they're finding it very difficult. And this is where these are tarot cards. And because of that, it's created a little bit of dissension. Just in talk, there's been a lot of communication, and some of it's been quite difficult to deal with. No, they're not Christmas cards, they're tarot cards. Tarot cards. I'm a tarot card reader. Bassman, does that make sense to you at all? I actually feel I need to clarify some things for you. It's almost like in the communication, someone's been talking past, present and future. Yes, and now I think everything up until the Raven community made sense with who I am in my situation. I think these two are telling you that your situation is going to change. There's a message coming through, and that situation is going to change. And it's almost going to feel like there's two sides of the story, and some things were hidden, and it might not have been hidden deliberately. I think just some information is going to come to light and it changes the situation. I think that's what these are trying to say, that it makes sense for your situation now, but I think the tarot is saying there's going to be some messages coming through and it's going to change. And getting this card with the masks is that it's going to be like a past and present. It's going to be like a flip side over. There is going to be something in that situation that is changing. It's not going to be bad luck. It's just a change. But it will feel like there's a little bit of organisation has to be redone, or there might be an actual corporate organisation or a large organisation, a bank, a school, a university, a company, maybe something's changed in that situation that's then had a flow onto the family situation. It's going to create a little bit of, in a very short term, a little bit of a radical change. But in the long term, you can see the wisdom of it, and there is a real reason for it. And when it happens, then you'll understand why, and you go, okay, it's one of those things, it wasn't great while it happened, but I'm glad it happened now and not later, because we've actually, in hindsight, it's better now than later. And I don't know, I just get the feeling that your reading has been a little bit different, that I needed to do a little bit extra, that there are some messages coming through. Hello Akas, how are you? Lovely to see you in channel. I'm very, very good, thank you. Really, really well. I got my Fitbit 3 days ago, and I did 7,600 steps on the first day, and the next 2 days, yesterday and today, I've reached over 10,000 steps. I'm elated, because 10 months ago I could walk 30 feet. So I'm absolutely over the moon that my fitness challenge is working well. So, Bassman. Yeah, I've worked really, really hard. The last 3 years, I've worked very hard to go from not being able to get out of a chair in less than 10 seconds. When I was diagnosed with heart failure, I couldn't even lift up a glass. I was drinking out of a child's plastic sippy cup. I could not hold a cup. To then taking ages to get to be able to do 25 metres, to then, after I broke my leg, to rework it all up to get to 30 metres, and I've just powered on this year, and I've now done, I can tell you, did 10,700 steps today. So from not being able to do anything, it's a long, long way. Just juggling what those last cards. Sometimes those cards come through because at the moment you don't know. When it's a raven, it's something that's hidden. And I think it's something, they've been put there as a heads up. It's a bit like forewarned is forearmed. Does that make sense? I don't know if you, in your family, you deal with a big corporate company, a large organisation, or a school. It might be a university, local council. They're normally really big corporations. Some people it's the military or a big factory. It's something with presence, normally a big organisation. And it could very well be, and it might not be something huge, but it's going to be something, that's okay, I guess, not a problem. Sometimes it's a change in school fees, or a change in your tax, or the bank's making some changes. It's just something coming that changes everything, and it just puts a different dynamic that kind of goes, what's going on? No, I have chronic heart failure. I have chronic heart failure. So I'm healthy, I just have medical conditions. There's two different things. So, no, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just a change. It's almost, and sometimes it's one of these, because it was the clover came out, that's luck. It's almost something, something happens, and when it happens you think, oh, that's such a pain. But then when you look back, it's like, because you applied for a new double large company, okay. It's almost like you might get the job, but there might be a change in the job description. And what happens then is that might change a start date, or it might change just something that you have to do with the job. They might say, we were going to ask you to start, say, first week in January, and it might be they've had a problem and they say, this has come up, nothing to do with you, but we've had to rearrange internally and you can't start for maybe till February. But then you'll find something in the home life will come up and you go, actually that was a blessing in disguise because I'm at home and we've got time to do this, or something else has happened. It's just one of those, sometimes the universe works in strange ways and things happen, and then when you look back you went, actually that didn't work out too bad. But at the time it was just like, God, that's such a nuisance. So does that make sense, Basman? If you applied for any job, I don't see anything that says you're not going to get it, and I don't see anything that says that it's actually bad. I think it's an adjustment. It makes tons of sense. I just feel there's an adjustment, and that's what the Raven is saying. There's a message going to come through and you don't know about it yet because it's hidden, but the chameleon's saying it's going to create a change in the environment. You can ask me something now. And that change is going to make a difference, but it'll be in a way that you're sort of like, if it had been that way, that would have been okay and great. This way, it's just going to be different, but better, but in a different way. What do you want to ask, big girl? I'm glad. Your last card, do you want a universe card, a Moonology card, a chakra card, or a Wicca card? The Wicca, okay. You're very welcome. You have the West, which is a compass point, and the saying used to be, go west, young man, to find your fortune. So when you've applied for a new job, actually going west, the West point, is actually good. You're just really annoying me now. Yeah, she's gone. I was trying to be nice. And gone. Like I said, Queen of Swords, we have our patience level and we try to be polite and we try to be cool and we don't lose our temper. We just go, do you know what? Just get over it. Exactly. Journeying around the magic circle, the West represents the time of day when the sun sets and the annual movement from summer to autumn. So it's a card talking about movement. Summer is when we're waiting for things to happen. Autumn is when we harvest. That's when new things happen. That's when we pick the fruit off the trees. So when you've applied for a job, the summer is doing the CV, it's going for the interviews, it's waiting for the call back. The autumn is when the harvest comes in. That's when the answers come. Does that make sense in relation to the card and what it means to your reading? It is consolidation and strength where the fruits of an endeavour can be harvested. It is also the time to look within. That's your inner strength card talking to you. A time for self-examination. That's exactly where the cards were saying, regardless of what's going on around you, your inner core, your inner strength is where your compass lies. That's what leads you, that's what guides you, that is your core. It is also the time to look within, a time for self-examination and reflection, allowing transformation of experience into knowledge or matter into spirit. That is the chameleon card. Being able to transform and change as required and needed at the time through the growth. Going to a new job, there could be a level of growth, a level of change, a level of learning and adapting and transforming to become the employee or whatever level you're going in at management, to actually go in and actually take on that role and create that role as your own by putting your own stamp on it, but still in the company guideline. West is the direction to work with when you need to take stock and evaluation of a situation. It is time for self-evaluation of your strengths and weaknesses, and that is the inner strength card again, and the chameleon. And careful consideration as you prepare for new actions. That is the raven. The raven prepares you with messages for one journey into the next. Hence its association with the qualities of introspection. Does that make those other two cards now more complete with the rest of the reading by adding the wicker interpretation on top of that and the sevens with the patience and the waiting? This is what you're doing right now. It does make sense, doesn't it? So although it was a general reading, it picked up very much on you are waiting to go to a new job. There's probably a little bit, it's coming up to Christmas time, am I going to start in the new year? That can create friction, and the little seven of swords with the Queen of Swords and the Queen of Pentacles, because I'm supportive as the Queen of Pentacles, but I need to know what's going on as the Queen of Swords. I like an action plan, I like to know what's going on, I like to be kept in the loop, and I really want to know. And I want to know it now, and I want to know it straight. I don't want any deviation, good, bad, or indifferent. I really want to know, because I work with facts and figures. And your Queen of Swords is probably very much the same. I'm sorry, Bassman, you've really seen me wield the hammer tonight. You have seen the sword in action. Can you say something interesting? Absolutely, please do. While I'm waiting for your comment, I'm going to have a drink of water. I just got a text from my friend at the new job I applied for. He said they won't get my application for a bit because of the holidays, and the company's in the process of getting the trucks. It's called timing and synchronicity. And that has just given you validation of your very first tarot reading by a professional tarot reader. How do you feel now? It's called absolute timing, because if Bradley had not left, I would still be doing his reading. Synchronicity, the universe, change, the environment changed here to match exactly for that text to come at exactly that moment in time. That is the universe telling you, I think you will find you will get the job. Too much, Jasmine. How are you? I'm very good, thank you. And the universe does work in mysterious ways. It really does. And you're blown away right now. Well, I'm blown away in a good way. If you would like to leave a testimonial or review of my reading, down below is my website, and it is vera@tarotdna.com is the email. And if you could write something and how you felt about the reading, please say it's your first reading. Rating me out of 5 stars. 1 is, oh my god, she's awful. 5, she's excellent, she knows what she's doing. And would you recommend me, and where you're from in the world? Because I read, as you know, internationally. I do 3 different time zones, and I have a crossover from many different time zones and countries. And I'm certified in 3 different continents as a professional reader. So when I say to people I read for free, it's not that you're getting a lesser service from me than when I do paid readings. What I try to do is I like to bring people into tarot with someone who knows what they're doing, to give them an understanding of what it's about, but also to see what tarot can do when it's read by someone who knows what they're doing with 45 years of experience. But also when someone wants something more delicate, more personal, that they can see what I do and say, yeah, I trust her reading and how she works to actually pay her for a reading. So that's the reason I do this, is I do get paid readings from it, and obviously I get subscriptions and donations and follows which help what I do here, but that goes back into the channel. Have you ever come across someone who did not know what they were doing with the cards? Absolutely, yeah, I have. And when I was able to drive, I used to go to different festivals, and because I like to be read by different card readers, and I did actually have to say to someone and go to the person running and saying, I would not book that person again. They actually do not know what they're doing, and they're trying to bluff their way through. And did you not actually have a practice read with them to see that they actually knew what they were doing? Or did you just take their money? Because I used to run events and run mind, body, spirit and psychic fairs, although I'm not a psychic, but I would have psychics reading. So yes, and if I had someone say to me, because I was running the event, I wouldn't read tarot myself because I was running the event, so I'd get other tarot readers in and I'd say, that's fine, but you're going to do a practice read with me first. And I go, and I said, that's absolutely fine, but you can say anything. I actually want to have you read and see how you read, and then if you read well and accurately, then you can actually be in my event, because I would only ever have 1 of each type of person. So if I had 1 tarot reader in there, I wanted them to be good. That's it. It's just, it happens sometimes. You know, I don't know, I never mind when someone is learning and they say, I'm learning tarot and I have a book here, and can I have friends and I'll read for you and I'll do it by the book? I go, absolutely, because that's how lots of people learn. But don't try to do that when you're actually charging people and saying you're giving a tarot reading, because what you're doing is having the book and you're actually reading from the book. That's not a tarot reading that you pay for. That's a tarot reading you do as a student when you're learning. I did the same. I didn't read the book as much when I became a masseuse. I practiced on family and friends. I didn't charge them because I was a student, and they knew I was a student and I would make mistakes. And no tarot reader is perfect, but you don't go to an event and be there as the only tarot reader, have 1 deck and pull out the book and go. And I think that's that, when the people on the other side actually know more than the tarot reader. And even being experienced, I saw people who didn't know a great deal about tarot still understand more about the cards than this tarot reader who was charging them. I used to put on 25 events in a year for charity and fundraising, and I would put on a week event of Mind, Body, Spirit Festival, and every year I'd have a waiting list, and I'd say, I take one of each person. So I would have a tarot reader, I might have a psychic or a medium, I might have somebody doing something else, and I'd say, you tell me that's what you do. If I walk around and you've got something on your table that doesn't come under, so if you're doing aromatherapy oils, don't put candles and soaps on there. If you're doing aromatherapy oils, because I actually have someone over here who is selling soaps. They don't want the competition. You're selling oils and you're going to sell oil burners, but you're not doing soaps and candles that anything aromatherapy can be put into. And I gave them very strict things, because if they did that, I would walk around and I said that goes in a box. And as Bassman's saying tonight is the Queen of Swords, I would stand there until they put it away and I go, and don't ask to come back next year because you broke the rules this time. I gave you very strict, and I would say, tell me what you do. Right, this is exactly what you bring, this is the size of your table, it's been done in your logo colours and everything else. This is how much space you've got 2 chairs, you've got everything you need, but do not bring extras. Don't bring your sister or your sister-in-law or your brother-in-law or your son or whatever doing their bit on the side because you paid for a table, not on in my place. Because my events were ticketed and people paid money, good money, to come in to go to these events, because that was my reputation as an organiser. So yeah, but there you go, that's what you get when you happen to be a Libra and an organiser and someone who just likes it done right. And I like things done properly, because I want to be, if I'm on the other side, that's how I want it to be. If I go to an event, I want to know that the organisers actually thought what it's like for me having the experience in every single one of those different people. And that's what I would do. And it's when I do tarot reading here. I want you to enjoy the experience of being in the channel, and for a lot of people, like the Bassman having their very first tarot reading, I don't want it spoiled by trolls and other people not doing the right thing. This is a safe place, it's an enjoyable place, and I try to keep it like that. And sometimes I have to pull out the band hammer to do it. But there you go, that's life. I have usually always told about my single place, I have a different departure. You can return to the planet, know if you don't wish to try and get more do something else. Okay. We have Elf, and then K1, and then Leviathan. Yes? Not a problem at all. Which deck would you like? Yes, you can go read it. Yes, I'm still streaming. I know. You know, it's Thursday night and I've got a couple more reads to do. Anna knows this is my late night, so that's fine. You can have Druid, Gaia, Wizard, Animal Totem. What time is it there in Australia? It's 1:10 in the morning. Or actually 1:07. So I've been on here since 8 o'clock. The Wizard. Do you know, Jasmine? Yeah, you can totally have a reading. You can put yourself in the queue, that's fine. Anna keeps saying to me that the time's going to come that she's going to get up to stream, and I'm going to say, good night, I'm going to bed now, I've been up all night streaming. That's too early, that's not expecting to be. Sorry, I went mobile. Thank you again for reading. Absolutely fine. I was expecting to be like 4 AM or 5 AM up there. No, it's only, I started at 8 PM, so I've done 5 hours. Like the other last Thursday nights, it's been like 2 o'clock, 2:30, but I did start half an hour early last time, so I did just over 6.5 hours, 6 3/4 hours. So for some reason, this is the night when I go late. It's just the way it is. 9 AM here in Cali. It's 1 AM in the morning. 1:10 in the morning. Okay, Elf. You're in Cali too. There you go. I wish I could kind of put a panel with a map in so that people could say, that's where I'm from, that's where I'm from. I'd love to know where it came from. Because I seem to get, doing the 3 different time zones, I get a crossover from other time zones and people come in from everywhere. It's brilliant. Okay, Elf. Going to do the shadow card underneath and see what we find. I have the star. It's a beautiful energy, the star. It's the guiding light. It's the stars in the heaven here guide our way. The star is about hope. It's new beginnings. It's understanding that the globe here, what is going on, and you're an Aquarius. There you go. It's very much telling you that the decision is the right one. This is kind of like, apart from having the sun on the card, the star is one of those that it is the guiding light. So it's when you have doubt and insecurity and the shadows there and you think, oh, I'm really not sure. I'm really, really not sure. When the star is the underlying energy, it's saying, don't worry about it. Because the star, this is your guiding light. This is the one that's telling you this is exactly where you need to be. You know the decision is right. We have the King of Cups upside down in reverse. And yes, I read reversals. Some tarot readers don't, but I do. To get the King upright, you see here we have the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords, so you have 2 court cards. You have a Knight, which is movement. You have the King of Cups, which is mastery of emotions. Swords is the element of air, flying high in the clouds. The swords are thought, communication, ideas, understanding. Sometimes he has a sword in one hand because he has an idea. This hand doesn't, because it's almost saying, I've made that decision. It's in the hand of God now. Up in the clouds. The blue-green colour, the turquoise here, is, I believe I'm on the right path. This is the feeling. Thank you for the follow, Miss Suzalis. Thank you. Because of that, all the birds, it's freedom, it's taking flight. It's, this decision is giving me freedom. The King of Cups, the water element. Sorry, it's the Knight. My mistake. Sorry, when I was looking at it in the light, I thought it was the King. So you have 2 Knights. That's even more so. This Knight is very much the head, making the decision and going forward. This Knight in reverse is saying, my emotions are stopping me. Head versus heart. The decision of the head is upright. The heart is in reverse because the heart isn't moving forward. At the moment, it's just going, I've got to go. It's good, chill stream. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, darling girl. Thank you for popping in. I really appreciated it. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad the voice helped and you just chilled out and relaxed, and you're welcome here anytime. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you stopping by. You take care. Bye. And please, if you do the notifications, it'll tell you when I'm on live again next. So they're both movement cards. This is movement and progress. This is stagnation because it's not going anywhere in reverse. Does that make sense to you? You see the difference in the two movement cards and what's going on with the we have here the Seven of Swords. Again, this is communication, thought, clarity, ideas, how we're talking, how we're communicating. The Seven is, these are the 5 thoughts we're taking away. They're the ones that are actually keeping us going away in the right direction. We're saying, these ones here, I'm worried about the job because my anxiety levels, especially in the workplace. That's what the 5 is. This is you actually going through saying, this is all going to create me anxiety. You got that the other day, exactly. See these 2 at the back? These actually make the 2 swords standing up. The 2 of swords is choice and decision. That's saying, the moment you make the choice and say, this is the right job, they also make the 11th pillar, the portal. Once you've made that decision and you go through with that decision, the 4 of swords is rest. All of a sudden, those thoughts in your head will recede and you'll go, now I can rest because my mind is quiet. I understand that I have to rest and take a rest from my thoughts because it's my thoughts that are creating the turmoil. I need to let them go. The worrying about the job is a vicious circle creating anxiety. And I understand in the workplace it can be very anxious and very difficult, and it's, you don't know what's going to happen from day to day. But this is saying you wouldn't be accepted in the job if you couldn't do the job. They believe in you. You have to take a step back and say, if they can believe in me to do the job, why can't I believe in me to do the job? Because when you do that, the Knight here, the emotions go happier now. I feel more relaxed because I'm in control of the emotions. I know where we're going because now the head and the heart are actually balanced together and working together rather than against each other, which is what creates the anxiety and the worry. I love these cards. We have here strength. Strength has come out 4 times tonight in different decks. This strength is the dragon. The dragon is passion, it's fire, it's all about workplace. She's taming the dragon because she has inner strength. You can tame that fire and that anxiety that is burning up inside you saying, I can't do this, I can't do this, I know I can't do this, I really want to do it, but I really can't. You can. You really, really can. The infinity symbol, symbols all around here are telling you that you are stronger than you think, you are more capable than you think. And the Ace of Cups said, you deserve this new fresh start. Your heart will be totally overflowing. You will love it. It's a whole new project, a whole new beginning, a whole new way of living, a passion, a desire. It's like the Holy Grail. You are really, really going to enjoy it when you allow yourself to relax, let the anxiety go, flow into the job and realise you have everything it takes to succeed. The cards are beautiful, Elf, especially with the star card guiding you. It's really lovely. The Seven of Wands are battles. But these are the battles where you almost feel like you're battling everybody else to stay on top. But sometimes that battle is internal. It's almost the battle we have with ourselves. And all of these other things here are the obstacles we put in our own way. It's almost like I'm not thinking them, I'm actually seeing them and feeling them as they're real. Your worst enemy is yourself. Because the Queen of Pentacles says, when you stop fighting yourself and making things more difficult for yourself, what happens is you blossom as the Queen of Pentacles and you're able to do the job so well, you're grounded, you're able to make the money you want to, have the life you want to live, and you're sitting on your throne in control. You're going, I've got this, I've really, really got this. Why was I so afraid? Why was I so worried? Why did I almost talk myself out of it? Why did I talk myself into believing I couldn't do it? You can. You really and truly can. Cards are telling you, you have so much going for you, and all the negative cards are all you. Literally, as you say, fighting yourself, being your worst enemy. Because they're all sevens. And what sevens do is saying, I don't want to be patient, I want it to happen now, and I want the decision now. I've made the choice, I want the decision now, I don't want to wait for it. And this is the time of year where we have to wait till the new year and things happen, because companies don't take on just before Christmas. You've had issues with management not liking me in the past, it's a big worry of mine. I can understand that, but what you're doing, because I've always tried to be so nice, sometimes we use past experiences and we project them onto the future. It's like saying, because that company and that person and that management team didn't like me for who I was, then every management team is going to feel the same way. If you were yourself at the interview and you've told them everything they need to know, and if they accept you for the job, they know exactly who you are and what they're expecting. Companies don't hire somebody who is a loose cannon. They don't hire somebody who they think isn't fit for purpose in the job, and they don't hire somebody who they think won't gel with the team. How do I know this? Because I've been hiring and firing a lot of my life. In my own company and in other management companies and in big corporations. And what happens is you choose someone who is not only good for the job, who has the right personality and type to mix in with everybody else, but you know from talking to them in the interview, you get a real sense that they will fit in and do exactly what you need them to do in that role. Yes, it would be a big corporation. I kind of got that idea when I saw the cards. That this very much is your ability. We are in a waning mood. This is where I say release what no longer serves you. And what is no longer serving you is you are taking experiences from the past and you are projecting. And even if it's in a line of work you've never done before, you get trained. they're not expecting you to know the job. As long as you do your very best, and if you have a problem, say, still having a trouble handling this little bit, they'll know what are the hard parts. I would have people do the same. I would train people and they say, I can't get this bit. And I say, you and everybody else who does this job, this is the hardest part of it. Give an example. I managed a care home and aged care complex where I do nursing, dementia, physical disabilities, and I would have 150 staff looking after 200 people at different rosters, and I would do the manual handling and the training. And there are certain techniques you use to actually turn a patient who's not able to turn themselves. And there's a special technique where you get your hands and you very gently put them over the ankles and you tip up so they don't have to do it themselves. You're not allowing the bones to go over because of tears and skin. And I say to people, it looks easy, but actually getting the knack of doing it and helping turn them over while someone else is doing the top and doing it in unison, so you don't do half of one and half the other, and doing it smoothly, takes practice. But actually getting the hands in the right place, it's like you just kind of have to keep practicing. I say, get a towel and just practice, and just get a towel and practice. And I say, everybody has the same problem. It's so simple, but actually the technique, you have to get it right. And I'd say, we're not going to let you actually do it on the patients until you've practiced on each other, who are fit and healthy. And everyone say, oh, I can't do it. I don't think you will. Now forget you can't do it, and just think about what you're doing. And you will be the same. You will get trained, and they will know the hard parts. They'll know exactly how to help everybody through it, because that's what management do. Let's pick you the last oracle card. Do you want a universe, a immunology, a chakra, or a wicker card? Let's try the universe, shall we? See the message of the universe has for you. Convince yourself, not others. I love these cards. The need to clarify, explain, or justify oneself in relationships is always self-serving. What's important is knowing the truth about why you felt the need, because it often points to insecurities that could be dealt with in more effective ways. You are allowing your insecurities from past lines of work, relationships between you and management, to come between you having a clean slate with the new management, and it's bringing up your anxiety of how things will be. Convince yourself that everything will be fine, because the others have no idea how you're feeling, because that's not how they're looking at it. But you've already thought up scenarios where there could be a problem with management before you're even in there. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense to you at all? Yes. The universe knows how to say it in a lovely way. I hope you get the job. Let us know how you go, and we're here for you. That sounds like something you needed to hear as well. I often find that the actual last oracle card, this one particularly scares me, because if it goes wrong, I don't want to reflect badly on my partner. I have had married couples working for me and partners working for me. Especially when you're in the care home industry, you might have different people in the health industry. I would never ever take the workplace of one impacting the other. You are two different employees. Insecurities are painful to deal with, and I'm tired of feeling restricted by them and letting them affect my mood and myself this much. It's very difficult. And there are a lot of people that have insecurities in one way or another. And it is very hard to kind of dig deep and go, I have to work through this, because all I'm doing is actually, like the Eight of Swords card, I'm imprisoning myself from opportunities, relationships, jobs, enjoyment, being in control once again like you were, absolutely. And it's very hard, but the fact is, the one thing that is keeping us tied to our insecurities is ourself, and it's our thought process. Once you get out of that analysis paralysis of your thoughts and that hamster wheel of going over the same thought over and over again, but saying it in 50 different million ways and in 60 different million scenarios with 100 different million people, where everything you look at and everything you say and everyone you see is going to project back, because what you're doing is you are projecting. So before it is irrational and you get into these slumps. That's the human condition. Analysis paralysis is one of my favourite sayings. I use it because analysis paralysis, I've definitely helped the way you think. I hope so. I do try to be positive, but I have also been in situations in my own real life, in my health, in my relationships, in my work as an employee, in my work as an employer, and in my interactions in charities and voluntary work as a counsellor, as a mentor, as a teacher, as an instructor, as someone who dealt with huge scale disasters, to be able to get people who are in the moment of true anxiety in a disaster have that analysis paralysis, like, I can't do this. And you have to say, yes you can, you've trained for this, you understand this, what you're doing now is in your head, you have to let that go, and you just have to let everything you know flow through you. Analysis paralysis starts in our head, but then it paralyzes our entire body. And literally, that overthinking, that hamster wheel at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, and you're getting up to work at 7:30 and you haven't slept since 11 o'clock because actually you catnapped and you went and got a snack and you went and got a coffee, and then you decided, oh well, I'll do this and I'll put on that music and I'll do this, so you actually haven't slept at all. But really, it's saying, I've just got to stop the thinking. I have got to distract myself with something, with meditation. If it goes wrong, you'll say you tried. It is. What if some of those insecurities involve another person we're close to? I get where trust is involved, but there's some of these thoughts feel beyond that. It's very difficult when our insecurities impact somebody else. And it is like saying, yes, at least I've tried. The biggest regrets we have are things we don't do. But when you go into it, if it goes wrong, I'll say I've tried. It's better to go with the mindset of, I'm going to crush this. They're going to train me. I've got the job. They already know I have what it takes to do it. Training me is just the process, and that's all it is. It's training you in the process. There's the insecurities you have. If your insecurities you then project on somebody else, you have to learn to bring that back, because you are then impacting them. It's not just about trust. It's about understanding and going, the insecurity that I have is my problem. I can't project that, make that other person feel that my insecurities impact their life. That's unfair. To say to them, because I'm insecure in this situation or about this, that impacts you. If I use the word jealousy and this partnership here, this partner here is the one that gets everything. For me, the job's never been the issue. It's been management or co-workers who try and manipulate because they see me as a threat maybe, or just do not like me as who I am, even when I've really loved the job and been good at the job. When you're good at something and people see you as a threat, it's because they have insecurities, because they can see that you're better at the job than they are, and they feel you're going to take the position they feel is theirs. That's the Five of Swords. Someone coming in going, she shouldn't have got that job, I should have got it. I've been here longer. Why didn't I get it? What's she got that I haven't got? Why did she come straight in and get my job? And then because you've got the job, you're not good. That's my job. What do you think you're doing? It's my job. You took it and you know nothing. I've been doing this job forever. I know half the truth. My jealousy thoughts are irrational, but I can't help you about those many scenarios you mentioned because they happen, and that is real life. And we're insecure because somebody's hurt us, and we then project that onto that other person. This person here, totally free and clear. Absolutely love this person to death. No reason, no security. This one here, something's happened with their heart, and because of that, you can't leave my side. Because you're insecure, you're making this one, and then this one goes, what have I done? What have I done? Nothing. They do their job. Why did you spend so much time talking to that person? That's my job. I'm a cashier at a checkout operator. I have to talk to people. I see 150 people a day on my shift. I have to smile and talk to everybody. Smiling's part of the job. Talking is part of the job. I was watching you for the last half hour. You were doing more than smiling and talking. I laughed. They told a joke. It was funny. All that happens is this insecurity breaks my heart, because this one goes, I can't deal with this, I've had enough. Your insecurities, you're forcing them onto me. I've done nothing wrong, you're making me feel the guilty party. The green-eyed monster. I call it cold heart or broken heart. It absolutely is. Because sometimes what happens is we have a relationship and it doesn't end well, or there's been something go wrong in it, and instead of getting over that and dealing with that process and that problem, we jump into the next relationship and go, this one will be better. But it won't be better because we haven't worked on, I won't say fixed, we haven't worked on those problems we had in the relationship. You can't fix someone else's problems, you can only fix you. You can't fix and you can't do anything about their reaction. You can only work on yourself. If you work on yourself as being someone who is caring and loving and not controlling and not jealous and not trying to put your insecurities on somebody else, then you can have a good, solid, honest relationship. If you have had a broken heart and you have not gone through the process of grieving and moving on and getting past that, sometimes they don't even realize they're doing it. They think they've given it time. They've given it a measurement in the calendar of time. What they haven't done is they've done no work. They've kind of split up that person, so then they've gone and had 20 weeks of one night stands and, you know, booty calls, whatever it is, friends with benefits, But then what they haven't done is actually work on the emotional side. It's not the physical side of the relationship, it's the emotional side. And a lot of it stems from them, and they haven't figured that out, and they haven't sorted the problem that started with them. Because if we each sort our own problems out when we come together as a couple, we haven't got those problems to start with. Exactly. Usually those relationships don't work out, but it takes them a long time. Then what it does is then compound the problem they've already got. And then they get into this, nobody wants to be with me because this always happens. When this happens in a work relationship and in a work situation, and you have the ability to do a job better than somebody. Perfect example. For a temporary job, because my husband was in the military and we were moving, I took a short-term contract of 6 months as management of a store. They took me on because I had a really good resume of being able to bring lower grade stores up to higher grade stores. I'm thankful my significant other is as tolerant as he is to me coming to love myself more and more and lose my rational insecurities. Because they know that you're trying to work on yourself, and they appreciate that, because as you work on yourself, the relationship gets better, and that's why they're more tolerant. But the supervisor, because I was given, they didn't think it would be done in 6 months, so they thought it would take 2 years, 12 months, it was really good, 18 months. I turned it around in 5 months. The supervisor then set me up saying that I had done something to get me fired because she actually thought I was after her job. And I went, why would I be after your job? We're leaving the state in 3 weeks. The 6-month contract was exactly that, because when I went to the interview that you weren't there at and had nothing to do with you, I told them that on that day I would be leaving the state to go overseas. I only wanted 6 months' work. I wasn't after your job, not interested in your job. I'm going to be in a different country. But she felt so threatened by the success I'd had with the store, she immediately thought, well, if she's done that, the next thing she's going to be after my job. I wasn't even going to be in the country, but she actually set me up to be sacked. To actually do that, until I actually rang up the general manager and explained what had happened. And I went, you come down here and check this out, because that's not me, that's her. And all that happened was she actually got the sack. And he said, are you sure you can't stay? And I went, don't, I'm leaving the country. Fine. He said, now I'm going to find a manager and a supervisor. I went, not my problem. You know, deal with it. And you can't help when other people are jealous of what you do in the workplace. All you can do is do the very best you can do. It's hard, Elf. It really is. And all I can say is, if you are true to yourself, you keep your own core spirit, you are loyal, you are truthful, you are honest, and you do your job how it should be done, and go, that's it, that's what I have to do. Yeah, it was a wow. I called my husband and said, I can't do anything about it. When the management came back, and he went, I'm really sorry, and I went, not the point. You should have been on top of that. You weren't doing your job. You allowed her far too much autonomy, which is why she thought she was having her power base taken away. She wasn't. If you'd have said to her, she's going to be from these days to these dates, and then we will have someone else in, and while we're waiting, you'll be temporary manager and supervisor of that job, of that particular store, she would have understood there was no reason to, because I wasn't going to be there. So I hope that helps you all. I know sometimes Thursday nights we get into these quite philosophical, deep discussions. I quite like them, and I find it quite nice when we can go on, but we can talk about things, because these are things that affect everybody in real life. And I know it's tarot, but the tarot is talking about real life situations. It's talking about your relationships, your work life, your own mental health, your own anxieties, your insecurities. It's talking about how we relate with people at work, at home, family. Tarot relates to real life things. And real life things relate to real life people. And real life situations relate just to more than one person. So when someone asks about something or something comes up in chat, you can guarantee 50% of chat have exactly the same experience, maybe in a different format, but they understand what's going on. It's very thoughtful. But it's true. It's just the way it is. I have Kavar and Leviathan. So Elf, did that help? What do you say to someone who is unbelieving of tarot and wants you to convince them? I'm glad it did. I actually have a whole little thing that I go through, and yeah, I kind of prove it to them. So yeah, I do have that. But there are some people who don't believe, and they'll believe for different reasons. And I say, that's right. I'm not here to change your belief. You can sit in chat and you can watch and see what goes on. And if you still don't believe what tarot does, that's fine. You don't have to. You're entitled to your opinion and you're entitled to your beliefs. It's not up to me to change them or convince them, but I can tell you, I can take you through some things that will show you exactly what tarot can do. And unless they then say no just for the sake of saying no, 9 times out of 10, and especially if it's someone face to face, and then I go this night and I say, and that's when you were trying to say no and think of this, and that's when you were trying to say no and think of this, and that's when you're trying to say no and think of this. Because I've been reading for a long, long time, and I've had lots of people come in and say, oh, they're the devil cards, and you shouldn't do that because you're a scientist, and you can't do that because of the church, and you can't do that because of this, and you know, it's all Aleister Crowley 666, and it's all the devil worship, and it's all satanic. And can you read the past from tarot cards? Yes, you can read the past. You can read past, present, and future, so you can read the past. There are some techniques where people will use past lives, and there are some decks for past lives and things like that. It just depends. Normally you would do those in a personal reading on a face-to-face, because they bring out information. They're not the types, normal sort of past, present, future, but a very deep past one. You wouldn't do in a forum like this, because it will bring up personal things that are too personal to be shared in a public forum. And that's why sometimes people have a question and I'll kind of word it and say, this is being recorded, you understand that anybody can watch this, because I don't want people to feel that they kind of forget that it's because they can see it live streaming, that there is actually video that will be up later, and that it might be something they don't want anybody else to know. And I say, that's when you contact me privately and I give you a private one-to-one reading, and that's the difference, and that's professional and ethical. Kazara, I know you are. I'm going to take a 2-minute bathroom break, because I've been here for 5.5 hours. You live in there, okay? And that's what Skype's for. I give readings internationally, sweetie. I do face to face. Too much, Jasmine? No, Jasmine, you're not, but you can join now. You've been in a private one? You can go to our tarot today. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the Be Right Back screen up before I start these next readings. Just give me a few minutes, I'll be back, and because I'll think of the tarot deck. Okay, guys, I'm back. So, Kazar, have you thought of a tarot deck you want? Do you want the Druid, the Gaia, the Wizard, or the Animal Totem? Jasmine, did you put I join in? Because you haven't come up on the queue. Have you typed in? You should have enough pentacles. Go exclamation coins and let me see that you've got enough coins, because you should be able to. Dreams of Gaia? Yeah. So Jasmine, just go exclamation coins, if you would. Because at the moment you're not in the queue. You've got plenty. So now put exclamation join, Join. So if you put that in chat, exclamation join, it should come up. There's a bottle coming up. Try it again, Jasmine. I just had to. I hadn't clicked on it hard enough, it was still closed, that's why I wouldn't let you. Now you have. Got it. Okay. Kazar, you're very welcome. Do you want a general reading or a specific question? General. They apparently want to be heard. Happens sometimes. Can't set them with their own, a little bit of energy. Nothing wrong with that. But they definitely want it to come out. The shadow card for this deck for your reading is the King of Water. This is the King of Cups. This is the element of water. This is emotions, relationships, networks, partnerships. We've seen this card come out in a few decks tonight. When this is the underlying shadow card, it's telling you that there is an emotional response, a relationship, a partnership, work, social, romantic, significant other, that is very much going to be in your sphere of influence that at the moment you may not be aware of. So depending on the other cards that come out, this is either you as the King of Cups having that energy, or someone else who is hidden having that energy, who is going to have an impact in the coming weeks, maybe a couple of months on this reading. So we'll see what comes out. But this is the underlying, and because it's in shadow, it's often one that you're not aware of right at this moment. Crowning that, no, I didn't turn it upside down, it definitely was upside down. We have the Queen of Water. So you have the King of Water, so the King of Cups as the shadow. Crowning that in reverse, you have the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Water. We would normally say this is a relationship and this is a partnership. It could be significant others. It could be family. It could be very close friends. There is someone with a very, very close connection. This is in shadow. You think you know why the Queen might be upside down? This Queen very much. Why do you think she's upside down? Because this is in shadow. This is someone who is actually not quite open with their feelings yet, or has not yet divulged them. Is trying to hide the feelings, or trying very hard to... I got them swords the other day in the magic deck. You did? Yeah. It's very much that this one could very well be not being her true self. And it was in the way of the last card, which was the Queen. Yeah. It's very much that this card could be that she is reversed and blocked because of that still coming out. And this is hidden. But very much you have the King and Queen of Cups, one in shadow, one reversed. So there is very definitely the crossover here, in that things are not as they should be. This is hidden, this is reversed. I haven't done this reverse because this one's the right way up, and I thought, no, I haven't inverted them. These have come out inverted themselves, just the way they're shuffled. This, the right way up, is the sign of fire. And when you see, I'm getting late now, earth sign. This is the 5 of earth, but in this deck, where we would have the 5 of Pentacles would be lack of resources and not having enough money. This deck has the cards. This is lack of opportunity. It's not resources or money. It's, you see this one here? They're almost a ghost. He has here all the cards in his hand, so he's got all the opportunities. This one here is invisible, like they have no opportunity. He's very richly clothed, so he here as the 5 is very much, I'm in control of the earth, the resources and everything else. He's not the card of victory, he's the 5, which would be, I'm not totally there yet, but I'm certainly well on my way. This one here is saying, I'm here and I have nothing. This is very much a have and have not. This is, I'm not seen. It's like I'm totally invisible. There are no opportunities. There is nothing here for me. When we have the Queen reversed, this can make us feel that our feelings aren't valid, they're not real, they're not true, that we're unseen. With the King in shadow, it's almost like there is something that is being kept hidden, and yet what is being kept hidden is actually impacting on the present, because he has the opportunities, almost like this tiny spectre of saying there should be so much more, but there is something, like the other swords were, blocking. Something needs to be released. There is an emotion, a relationship, an idea, the things we were talking about that are actually an insecurity, holding you back and feeling not worthwhile, not worthy, not valued enough to have those opportunities, that you don't deserve them. And yet the main character here does. But there is this niggling feeling that this is the persona that's put on, but inside, this is like the lost child. This is the hidden child. This is that when they say get in touch with your inner child, this is very much that relates a lot. I'm the forgotten one. People don't see me because they see this, they don't see this. This is where this Queen comes in. I put on the facade, which is this, but actually the hidden is this. We then have the Two of Fire. This is the Two of Wands. This is the card that in the normal tarot is someone looking out through two wands, looking out at the ocean, looking at the ship saying, I'm sending out to the universe, I'm sending my ships out, and they're going to come back as the three, and they're going to be full of everything, and I'm going to have the world in my hands, and he holds the globe. These two here, the fire energies, flame and passion. The fire goes really, really yellow, and then it burns down to the embers, the two parts of the fire. The smouldering, burning heat, and that flash. Both are fire, both very different temperatures, very different ways of relating and being. The fire energy is drive, it's ambition. That's this one here. The flame here is I have the drive, I take the actions, I can do that. This one here, it's I have the perseverance. I'm going to be able to do that. When they're reversed, it's like our flame has been diminished. It's not the flame it should be. It's like it's there, the embers are there ready to smoulder and to be taken off. But right now, all that's happening is I want to do it. I know I can do it. How do I get it from that smouldering coals to a burning flame? How can I bring this fire to the full? How can I ignite my passion, ignite my dream, bring up that energy that I need? How can I take it from within and bring it out? I want my fire to burn brightly. How do I do that? We have the Ace of Cups of water, the Holy Grail, the new beginning, my cup runneth over, the start of a new way of seeing things, of feeling things, of believing things. This is wiped the slate clean. Water is cleansing. It's like saying, I can do anything, I forgive myself. I can be anything, I love myself. I can soar to the greatest heights. I have self-confidence and self-belief in myself. I like myself, I love myself, I trust myself, I know myself. I have self-confidence. There is so much I can achieve when my emotions fulfill me. And I fill my well first before I fill that of others. Self-love, self-belief, self-confidence, self-assuredness. It all starts with the one. It starts with me, it starts with the self. I can't give to the two, to a relationship, until I can fill my own cup with self-love and self-worth and self-loving and self-knowing and self-belief. I have to evolve from this before I have a hope of having a mastery of this and a partnership like this. Why do I still have the second card if I have self-love? This is saying self-love is fleeting. Third, you mean this one? Because this one here, when you've actually learned to fan that flame and start believing you can. You mean this one here? Because this is a start, it's a journey. This is how you're feeling now. This relates to that. Like we as people are multifaceted, what the tarot is doing is it's bringing up the different areas of your feelings. This one here is saying, this is the persona I put out to everybody else, but there's still something here. When you have true self-love and self-worth, this one goes away, because then that persona is all of us. We don't have the hidden child, because what's happened is we actually love ourselves. This one is invisible because there is no self-love. People don't see us when we believe we're not worthy. You have to release something first. We are in the waning moon, and that's come up a lot tonight because of that, is that we have to learn to release the things that no longer serve us. And sometimes what no longer serves us is our own level of disbelief. It is, I have to learn to let go of that feeling of rejection, that feeling of hurt, that time when grandmother said something to me and I've taken it to heart, but actually it wasn't meant that way. It's the way I took it as a 5-year-old child. It is the 5-year-old child that is hanging on to something. I, as the adult, still go back, because when things get bad, I revert back to the inner child. And I'm not this strong person, I'm this. That is what they say when they mean be kind to your inner child. Get in touch with your inner child, because your inner child should be happy and loving and joyful. And when it's like this, it's because we have a hurt that's come from the past that we have not healed yet. It is something that has happened that we have to realize That is the core reason. I had a friend who it didn't matter how much money she earned, and she earned a lot of money. She was on a 7-figure salary, not 6, a 7-figure salary. She was immense in her field as a scientist, and a very leading scientist. And yet, in her house, you would not think she earned that much money. And we were having a party one night. She said, "We have to have it at yours." And I went, "Why? Your place is huge." And she went, "It's not really." And I went, "I've seen the outside." She went, "You've seen the outside of the house I've driven past. That's actually an inheritance, but it's not where I live." And she lived 3 doors down in the smallest street in the house, because that's the house she grew up in, and her parents ended up buying the other one and leaving it to her. But in her heart, as far as she was concerned, they were still the poor family. She was still the poor child that belonged in that house. The fact that the house and her salary, we could have totally renovated it, filled it up with furniture of the highest quality. Her money sat in the bank. She wore charity clothes. She had 2 new outfits that she would wear to interviews. Everything else, she was in a lab coat. She biked to work. Didn't buy a car because cars were expensive. It wasn't being humble. She was actually locked in that cycle that her parents said, "We can't afford anything." And in her mind, the 5-year-old child, buying stuff meant she couldn't actually afford to buy them. It didn't matter how much money she earned. As a 5-year-old child, "We can't have that, we can't afford it. You can't have the new clothes, we can't afford it. We can't have a new sofa, we can't afford it." It didn't know how much money she had. For her, it was, "I can't afford it." When she actually had some hypnosis and realised that it was her parents saying, "We can't afford it, we can't afford it," yes, they were saving, but actually they had 5 children and she was the youngest. So everything she got was hand-me-down. And it was, "We can't afford new clothes because there's 4 other clothes that you can fit into." She had 4 sisters. And for her, even through into her late 30s, early 40s, it was still, "You can't afford it because the family can't afford it. You can't have new stuff. We can't afford it." It didn't matter that she had 7 figures in the bank. Her belief as a child carried on through her entire adult life. It took her 2 years of therapy to go out and buy a brand new wardrobe of clothes. That's the inner child. Something can be said over and over again, and it brings a limiting belief that we have that we cannot overturn. It takes a lot. It might seem that it was being humble. It was actually that she realised that she had taken on all her parents' beliefs and their way of living, which was 50 plus years beforehand when things were totally different. And she was living their life through their eyes in her own life. She hadn't got married because getting married was expensive, having children was expensive, having a home was expensive. So she didn't live in the other one. She didn't rent it, she didn't do anything with it, she just locked the door. So you understand that a lot of us have limiting beliefs because of things we've said. Something inconsequential. Anna doesn't eat strawberries. She loves the taste of strawberry, but she won't actually eat the fruit strawberries. You know why? Because my mother, her grandmother, said something off the cuff silly. "Oh, those seeds will grow in your belly." She was talking about watermelon seeds. "Don't you swallow that seed, you'll have a watermelon grow in your belly." Later figured she could take the watermelon seeds out of a watermelon, but a strawberry, she had to eat the whole lot. So she wouldn't eat strawberries because she was scared she was actually going to have strawberries grow in her stomach. She was like 3 or 4. 37, she still has never ever eaten a strawberry. And even though she knows it's totally irrational, the inner child, what's that? Where did I put that card? Yeah. That inner child, the 3-year-old, Grandma said don't eat the fruit, because don't swallow the pips because they'll grow in my tummy. All my mum was trying to do was stop her from choking. But that simple line, that for my mother was probably a throwaway remark, has actually not allowed Anna to eat strawberries her entire life. Because if she can pick the pip out of something, that's fine. But to eat a strawberry, you have to eat all of them. Throwaway words, phrase, sometimes we can't pinpoint it, other times we can, and we are trapped in that mindset of that child that affects. It's why a lot of people that are picky eaters, not all, but some, are because something that's been said at the dinner table by somebody else. Oh, I don't like that, it's slimy. Oh, I don't like that, it's horrible, it tastes like this. Oh, that's like glue. And they just won't eat stuff. The power of words and suggestion that we have through our life impact us, and it creates who we are, and sometimes because of that it impacts other areas of our life that we don't even realise. It gives us limiting beliefs, limiting self-belief, and it doesn't allow us to fulfill our potential because we actually believe at a very real level that we're not entitled to, we're not able to, we're not skilled enough, we're not pretty enough, we're not smart enough, we're not tall enough, we're not strong enough, we're just not enough. And that's why I always try the words of power. There was something I found neat when reading up on the magic practice in ancient Egypt. There was so much involving words of power because of the effect words have. Absolutely. Words do have power. Totally. You tell a child, you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid. It will not take them long before they won't even try doing things because their self-talk is, I'm stupid, I can't do that. I'm dyslexic, I can't read. It's just because they don't try. Some are truly dyslexic, but some won't. Names too. Names are binding, absolutely. You're fat, you're ugly, you're this, you're that. We hurt each other without realising it, but then we have to go to that and say, they didn't mean that, we have to let that go. And that's what we need to do. It's that letting go and releasing of those things. They're the things that no longer serve us. It's not, it's just, the peripheral things. It's actually those deep things. And when you've done that, that's when you can have a real meaningful relationship. Because all of this is exactly telling you that. Death and rebirth. This is the card of transformation. We have the death, past, present and future, the 3 skulls. When we actually allow the past to release and we live in the present and realise that the present is a moment and it's fleeting, and when that goes it's gone, and we have no ability to change the future. When we realise that when we die there is a transformation. We die, there is a waiting period before we transform. It is the rebirth. The child in utero, it is the gestation period. We don't just die and are reborn. We don't just change cycles. We don't finish one relationship and jump straight into another without realising there is a time frame between. This is the snake. This is the aphora egg. This child in utero this is the gestation. This is the transformation. But before the rebirth, we have a death, we have a waiting period, and then we're reborn. We have to release, and then we have to wait and allow that release to sink in and everything to change, and then we can move forward. It doesn't, I've released, I've moved forward. It doesn't work like that. When people say, I released it last night, no, I just feel so much better. That's rubbish. You might feel empowered because you've actually released it, but the change, it takes time. It takes time for that self-belief and that self-worth and that self-love to actually, you need that period of adjustment, that period of gestation. Things take time. There is a natural order to everything. The sevens, the patience, you have to learn that period of time is there for a reason. Because when we release, we then actually have to truly let that go, and then we have to heal from that release, because that's been a part of us and we've let that go, and it's like, I'm getting used to that now. How that limited me, how that changed me, how that made me do those things. And we can get angry going, that silly, that one phrase, that one sentence changed my entire life. And it might not be as simple as eating strawberries. It might be something quite significant. You're not lovable, you're not worthy, you're not pretty, you're not interesting, you're not intelligent. No one's going to want to marry you. No one's going to want to have a relationship with you. I don't know why you're bothering. You can't learn anything. Why would you think you could do that? You can sweep the floor, that's about it. Take the rubbish out, that's about it. That's how those simple off-the-cuff remarks, when we're not even thinking, scar people. There is so much change coming for you, but it is the release, the gestation, and then the transformation, rebirth. Things take time. I'm glad a lot of this has resonated, and I'm glad you understand the reason of the cards, because I guarantee that most people in chat were able to resonate with some part of that. And we're going to pick either a universe card, a moonology card, a chakra card, or a Wicca card. Which one would you like? Wicca? Wants to stick. Rocks and standing stones. Isn't that funny? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. How wrong that saying is. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words scar you forever. Rocks are the bones of the Mother Earth, supporting her and therefore us, because they take millions of years to form. They hold ancient earth wisdom and knowledge, power and strength, as do we in our genetic code, in our muscle memory, in who and what we are. We have innate wisdom that comes through with us. A stone also brings some of the character of the place where it came from, as does our upbringing and our nurturing bring our character to the fore. Stones bring grounding, elemental earth energy, and can help you connect with the primordial energies. Earth is grounding, and the primordial energy was actually the primordial soup, which was the water element, of which you had a great deal of. So we have the grounding energy of the boulders and the standing stones, but actually the primordial energy isn't just the earth, it was the soup the earth started from, and that was liquid, that was water. And it is our emotions that where we connect most. Call upon this strength when you pray or meditate. Feel the strength of stones, timeless wisdom helping, supporting and connecting you. And use stones to help stabilize stress-filled places. In other words, use crystals. Because the stones from the earth are the crystals, because the stones, these are the element of earth. Every single one of these is an earth stone from somewhere. But there are also river stones, and there are river crystals, and it is wherever they come from. So you can take something from the earth, but you had a lot of water energy. There are smooth river stones and ocean stones. They're called marine stones. And when I used to massage, I used to do a specific massage called the ocean stone massage. And they are smoother than the river stones because they've been washed by the ocean, and the actual tidal motion of the ocean smooths them down. They're very hard to get hold of because they don't want everybody just taking a lot of them, so you have to wait. They only release so many a year, and you have to be professional at a level. What's the stone next to the wizard deck? This one here. This is an amethyst slice, and it has luck on it. This is an amethyst slice. All my crystals do that. This one is a rose agate, and that's a turquoise. You've seen the stone massage. There are some people who use river stones. Ocean stones, you actually have to be accredited to use them because of the ground from the sea ground. You have to know how to use those particular ones because they're very different to a normal stone massage. You have to go on a month training course to use the ocean stones. They react with certain oils, so it's very different to the normal hot stone massages. They're a dime a dozen. You can get those from any wholesale supplier who does massage and stuff like that. But the ocean stones, they're very, very different. I've been a masseuse for 35 years. So, yes. But I'm glad that helped. I really am glad that helped. Leviathan and then too much jasmine. Oh, on a private beach? Yeah. Yeah. They may have been able to pick their own stones. But most of them come from quite deep. They don't wash ashore, the deep ocean ones they use for those. They're normally picked by special divers because they've got to go quite deep to get them. Which is why we're on a waiting list, are only allowed so many. Would you like to pick a deck, Leviathan? Druid, Gaia, Wizard, or Animal? I'll look for some of those stones near the deck. These are I bought from a particular shop that are done. The Gaia, absolutely. These ones here, they're just river stones. So, you know. You're very welcome for the reading. You absolutely are. I will, after Jasmine, I will then be closing the channel because it's 2:30 now. So I've now been on 6.5 hours. And that is nearly right. She'll be getting up and I'll be going to bed. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. So it just seems that Thursday is the night when I get more people. So, as I said, if you're in channel and you have followed, thank you very much. If you're able to subscribe with your Twitch Prime, that's wonderful, thank you. It'll help me with my sub-goal challenge. If you have followed, please press the notification in channel so that you know when I'm going live. If you're able to follow me on Twitter, that helps as well. And if you get my notification I'm going live, please retweet it. Whether you have 6 followers or 600, the more I can get it out there, the more I grow the channel. And that's what I'm trying to do, is the new year is really grow this to be a very strong community. And to be quite frank, I want to win the challenge. I want 1,000 followers by next, I'd like more, but that's the challenge, 1,000 by the 17th of December, which is Anna's birthday, and 100 subscriptions. So whichever one is closest, and if there's a tie, we're in trouble. We go to the end of the year and see what happens on New Year's Eve. So I'm kind of almost wishing for a tie and then a last desperate week or fortnight. So I do appreciate the follows, I really do. And again, if the readings have really resonated with you, please, under the vera.tarotdna.com, you showed your friend and sister my first reading the other day. What did they think? Devika, do you want a general reading or a question? If you want a question, can you type it in chat? If you want a general, just put general down, please. I don't know what reading you're having, but those 2 cards are going in it. I don't have a specific question in mind, more so just a specific area like relationships. That's absolutely fine. We can do that. Or what I can do right now, need to focus on, absolutely. What do you need to focus on to bring a relationship into your life? Or to improve a relationship? Oh, your sister don't let you know yet. Okay. When she does, let me know. I'd be interested. Hang on. Here comes the cat. She's saying, what are you doing here? How can I get to lie in this area if you're already here? She's funny. Okay. Your underlying energy. Improve a relationship because I'm just dealing with bouts of jealousy and insecurity, so no reason. I'm tired of putting myself down because of my confidence. Okay. Not a problem at all. So, improve the relationship, looking at the shadow card, which is the 5, water. The 5 of Cups is very much dealing with what we've been talking about. The 5 normally has 3 cups on the floor, laying down, and 2 somewhere else in the card standing upright. The cups that are, and you see the picture, crying in here and the fish here. What they're not seeing is the rays of sunshine over here and what's going on here. Because they're seeing part of this and not the rest of it. To improve a relationship, and improve the relationship with yourself, let alone a partner, is you have to let go of the past. because you are focusing, like we saw earlier in the other deck, you are focusing on what has gone before and not what's in front of you. If you focus on what happened in another relationship, another friendship, or how you've seen other people relate, what is creating this is you are projecting that, and you're not looking at the two great cups that are filled. So it's almost like the current relationship of the two cups you're not focusing on, because you're looking down and thinking and focusing on the ones before. And going, I don't want to make that mistake again, and I don't want to do this, and I don't want to do that. Oh no, I don't want that to happen again. I don't want that to happen again. And you're actually not focusing or doing anything in the present for the relationship that's at hand, because you're actually focusing on the negative of the other relationships, which is a very common problem. Is I don't want to make the same mistakes of the past. All we do is dwell on the mistakes of the past and not what's going on, and then we make those same mistakes again, because they say, you're here in the room but you're not with me. It's like you're zoned out and you're somewhere else. Okay. This here is the Four of Fire. This would normally be the card of the... Do you have a tip for looking up and releasing the past? No, that's the type of question you can't just do a quick tip from. That's a very different thing. You can, very briefly, it's not looking up and releasing your past if you're talking about something in this lifetime in the past. It's more if you're actually trying to do that with another previous life. If you have something you need to release now, to let go of, then once you know exactly what it is you need to get go of that's causing the problem, you can write it down, you can burn it on a piece of paper, and you can do that and go, when you work through it and talk about it, you actually go, I don't need that anymore, that feeling isn't valid anymore. You can do EFT tapping if you know the skill set to do that. My friends just tell me I'm overthinking too much. Exactly, that's what that card is. She's just overthinking, and by over analysis paralysis, that just overthinking. You're not in the moment, you're in your head. It's like someone's there and you're going, okay, here, I'm here in front of you. It's like you're not seeing them. This card here, the Four of Wands, is normally the wonderful relationship card. It's fire, it's burning, it's bright, it's got a great future. You had it reversed. It's saying it's not there won't be a great future. It's actually at the moment you have too much work to do, because that fire energy isn't focused in the present. Your fire and your focus and everything you're thinking about is in the past. It's reversed. You're thinking, what if, what happened? You have to bring yourself in the present. You have to let go of things that didn't work in previous relationships. They're done, they're gone. It's you hanging on to it. You're giving it credence by thinking about it, by putting emotion into it, by putting thought into it. You're keeping it alive when it's actually long dead and buried. But you're actually creating it, and you're almost keeping the ghost of it there. And that's where the insecurities come from, because you're almost bringing that past into the present. That's the overthinking. You're not living in the present, you're living in the past. Overthinking things tends to be when we're living. We don't overthink the future, it hasn't happened. You can only overthink the past. You don't overthink the present, you live in the present. That's that one. We have the father figure. This father figure has two roles. One, it's someone we go to for advice, who has the answers, who we feel secure in. It's also a role model that can affect our relationships. When we're talking about how to improve a relationship, we often take our keys from our parents. The father in a relationship is often, the male is often the one who gives the guidelines. A very strong male will definitely imprint on children how a relationship is, how a man treats his partner, how a woman allows the male partner to treat her. The two are very different. How he, the father, treats the mother, how the mother allows herself to be treated. Very, very big complex thing. It's just very much that when we look back on the relationships around us, and that often comes from our parents, our grandparents, our siblings who may be married, our aunts and uncles, our cousins, our wider family, people in our community who we look up to, when we see how they react, it imprints on us on how a good relationship is, what is a normal relationship, what is a giving, loving, nurturing relationship, or what is an insecure relationship. He looks very thoughtful. This man is very secure. He knows exactly what he wants and what he's doing, and he looks alert to protect his family. But you can see here the strength and everything around him. He's very grounded. So he knows exactly how to bring in a good, solid, strong, grounded relationship. We have here the youth and we have wisdom. The youth doesn't have the wisdom yet. His companion is with him. He's still learning. They have forged a friendship, a bond. This is a 3. This is the growth. This would be like the Empress, but in this card, he is a youth. He is the male counterpart of saying, I'm still learning, I'm growing into a relationship, and this is how far I have to travel to become full grown and fully fledged to understand what is required to have a relationship to grow. But for now, I have the loving companion and the loyalty of my animal next to me, and this is where I'm understanding that two people can be together. They can be individual and different, but still be together and connected. The wisdom here is the 10 and would normally be the Wheel of Fortune, but actually it is the card more like the Hermit. And this is telling us for things to change and for us to gain wisdom, first we have to look within and realize what it is we shine the light on, and that is the shadow. That is what we want to release. That is those things we don't like about ourselves, the insecurities, the jealousies, the way we feel that we don't want other people to know. There's bits inside of us we go, we're actually sort of, I don't want people to know I'm actually like that. That's not how I want people to see me, how they want me, how I want my friends to know me, how I want my partner to know me. But it's only when we actually understand those parts of ourselves and we integrate them and or release them that we actually start gaining wisdom and understanding that all of those experiences, even the worst ones, were there as learning experiences, and we had to learn, because that's how we find whether what we've learned is valuable to a relationship or harmful. It allows us to see the dichotomy of the two. Is it the youth still learning, or is it someone with wisdom? Sometimes in a relationship we can be both. We can still be learning in some areas and have wisdom in another. But the youth eventually will grow into the wisdom. And when we're there at that point of the wisdom, when we look inside, that's when we find the insecurities of the youth and the jealousies of the youth, and they're the things we have to work on. It doesn't matter what age we are. there will always be something inside that we know we need to work on with our relationships, because none of us are perfect and no relationship is perfect. You feel those two together? Yeah. It's really lovely they've come out, because this is picking up on not only the general things, but how it feels when you have that dichotomy of both. And it's the same again. This is definitely giving you, this is what happens when you release, and this is what happens when you don't. You have the crone. The 6 is the crone, and she is, I know I'm just learning and trying to grow, and I can recognize some of these shadows, but then I just get to thinking much, and insecurities and intrusive thoughts just pop up. What is happening is your shadows, you're trying to deal with them. And then when you try to push the insecurities and those intrusive thoughts, you're actually pushing the shadow stuff down deeper. You're not dealing with it. The way you deal with the shadow is you actually bring it up, you face it, and that's how you vanquish it. You can't suppress your insecurities and they'll go away. They just become more insecurities, then you just add others on top of them. When you have an insecurity and a shadow, when it comes up, you have to face it and go, why am I insecure? What created this? What started it? When you realise that and you talk it through and you realise where it came from, you went, now I understand, now I can let that go and move on, because I actually see where it's come from, and actually that's how I can let it go. This is the wisdom. This is like the Father. This is looking within and understanding and knowing that the raven is the dark shadow, and we only, the crone's message is very much, you have to face the dark side. You have to face that to understand. It is the duality of life, light and dark, light and shade. Until we face our darkest, deepest fears and insecurities, we cannot overcome them and vanquish them. You can't suppress them, you can't hide from them, you can't run from them, because they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. You have to let them come up, and you have to deal with them. That's what I colloquially call putting on the granny pants. It's not even the Bridget Jones big pants. You have to really pull up the granny pants or the granddad pants, and you have to actually do it. And it's not easy and it's not pleasant, but if you want to grow, that's what you have to do. That's what growing up's about. That's what being a grown-up is. That's adulting. And sometimes it is not nice to do. And especially when it comes to relationships and having been hurt and loved, sometimes we really have to try hard. And it doesn't happen every time, and sometimes it will take several attempts. But that's how we go through and learn and grow. And that's how we become better at relationships and adulting and realizing who we are and understanding and liking and loving and accepting. Self-acceptance is a very big deal. We've had the seneschal before as well. This is the one who kind of guides the king and queen. And again, this grounding, this earthing is saying you can't move on until you've grounded yourself and understood where you come from, where you've grown from, why you are the way you are. Because we come from the earth. We come from the very most basic things. If you don't understand the full grounding of your parents, your grandparents, your brothers, your sisters, your relationships, how you deal with people on a daily basis, how you deal with things, situations, act and react, and ourselves. They go together. You have to be able to understand and be grounded to face these and go, I'm strong enough to do this, and I understand I have to do it. And I know that when I do, in the end, the patience, it'll be worth waiting for, I will be able to feel more at peace with myself and more grounded and more clear and more solid, and be able to work on the rest of me. Because it's a never-ending cycle, because we're never perfect. we have the Two of Water, which is the relationship card. This is saying when we have the Two of Water, the relationship with ourselves is important, the relationship with others. But to improve our relationship with others, we have to improve the relationship with ourselves. Because learning to love ourselves and liking ourselves and accepting ourselves is the first part of having a relationship with somebody else. You have to be able to be strong on your own before you can then join with someone else who is equally strong on their own to become a joint, strong, equal couple in a relationship. And we have the Queen of Fire, because when we have that unity and the two are together as one, but independent, not codependent, then you have a strong, fiery, wonderful relationship that allows you to move forward and be strong and be passionate and be creative and be ambitious, and that flows on to the rest of your life. Because when you're at ease with yourself and at ease with your partner and things are going well, then you can focus on the outside. You can focus on the career and the job and the promotions and all the other things you want to do in life. Does that make sense, Leviathan? And growing up is a learning process. It's not a numbers game. And some people will tell you, oh, you should be like this in your 20s, you should be like this in your 30s. It happens when it happens, and you grow as you grow. I'm glad. But what you also need to know is you don't have to beat yourself up about it, because it is a lifelong journey. Hello, Senpai, how are you? Lovely to see you in here. Don't you tell Anna I was up this late. Let me look. So, Leviathan, we're going to pick you one last card, an oracle card. Do you want the universe? Do you want the moonology? Do you want the Wicca or the chakra? Anna keeps saying she's going to get up and I'm going to be finishing stream. She's probably not wrong, it's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. This is the latest I've got. The universe. I can tell you now, guys, I don't think I'm going to be getting up at 5 o'clock to go for a 5,000 step walk tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock. I might sleep in a little bit. I heart you. I'd done 5,000 steps before breakfast this morning. That was at 6 o'clock. I was up at 5 and now I'm walking. Leviathan, I will do, I promise. If everyone really knew how much they were loved, not only from above, but by those in their life now, there'd be little hearts drawn on everything, from wheelbarrows to skyscrapers to jumbo jets. And I so look forward to that day. From the universe, big heart to you. When it says I heart you, it says I love you. When the universe says I love you, it's also saying when you look in the mirror, if the universe can love you, it's you saying, I have to love me too. I have to learn to look in the mirror and love myself above all else, because from self-love comes the ability to share love. If you can't love yourself, how can you expect another human being to love you when you can't stand to love your own self? There is no truer word. If you can't love you, how can you ask another human being to love you? Don't say, another human being's love makes me better. No, that's not the other person's job. It is your job to love yourself. It is your job to do your happiness. It is a good card for this reading. It's absolutely the best card. And that's why I love the choices, because always the right card comes up. And when people say to me, I need him to complete me, or I need her to complete me, and I went, why is it their job? And why would you put that much pressure on another person, another human being? Why should they complete you? Why are you not complete on your own? If you cannot be complete and self-love and joyful on your own, how do you expect someone else to fill that role? Why should they complete you? Are you going to complete them? If you can't complete yourself, how do you complete them? Because you don't. You are independent and strong. You are not codependent. You are not reliant on another human being for your happiness, your joy, or love. If you are not happy on your own and love your own company and love yourself, why should someone else love your company? Why would you expect them to do something you can't do for yourself? If you can't say to yourself, I love myself, I'm worthy of love, I'm lovable, why would a complete stranger have to make those statements to you when you can't do them to yourself? Does that make sense, Leviathan? It's a very good card for this reading. Completely. Yeah, it does. Senpai, I'm doing Jasmine. Did you want a reading before I go? I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I thought I liked reading for you. Did you want a reading? I've opened the queue. If you want one, I will do you one. Gonna head out and get some lunch. I hope you have a wonderful night. Oh, have a wonderful morning. It's 3 in the morning here. If you put I join Senpai, and then after I've done Jasmine, I will do you, and then I am definitely closing the channel and going to bed. Okay? So I'm going to close it now that you're in the queue. And regardless of who comes in, I'm not opening the queue again. I can have 10 people join. We're not opening the queue. After you two, I'm reading no more. So, and there's nothing against, I'm happy to do them. Where is she? Too much, Jasmine? Are you here? Are you still here? I know some people have gone off to bed and some couldn't wait, so Jasmine, are you in chat, please? Please say yes and tell me a general reading or a specific reading and what deck you like. Please say you're in chat, or else I will move on to Senpai. Too much, Jasmine? Are you in chat? If not, I will move on. Are you here? know it's gotten late. I don't know if you've hung around. I know we were talking and you were here a while ago. You were here at 2 o'clock. I know it's been nearly an hour. Okay. I think. Sampa, you're up. I'm not waiting around if she's obviously gone. I hadn't realised because she did say she was heading out. So, general and moonology, okay. Now, this is an oracle deck, and so it gives different phases of the moon. So it's more like an oracle reading. It's not like a normal one. So we'll do this. And we'll see what comes up for you. It's nice to finish with a reading for you. I like that. Comfy time to finish. Yeah, it's just, I know it takes energy, but, and we've had a few people in I've had to ban, but I love the energy when we're in here, and so it's not that I get tired, because I don't, it's just, I'm just not going to hang around and say, well, okay, we'll just chat for another 2 hours in case somebody comes in, not when I've been on for 7 hours. Like I said, Anna keeps saying she's going to get up and I'm going to still be reading and saying I'm going to bed now. She's going, I know, I'm going to stream now, Mum, bye. This very different, I know, we keep saying that we're going to just cross it, it's going to be bye, go to bed. Well, I normally don't read this late. I would normally stop at 11. I would go 8 to 11. And then it just like, I was going through till 2 in the morning. And she was saying, well, why are you going so late? It's too long for you. And then like last time it was 6.5 hours. And tonight it's just gone 7. I don't mean to do really long streams. It's just Thursdays. It just happens. I don't know. It's just the universe telling me this is my late night. This is the new moon in Cancer. Now, these cards, the moonology cards, talk about the different phases of the moon, whether it's a new moon or a full moon or a quarter moon or a crescent moon, and in the zodiac signs is how the moon moves through quite quickly. So, and each phase of the moon in each zodiac sign has a different principle behind it. So this one, the new moon in Cancer, is the new moon is the dark moon, which means the sun's not on it. And this is when you and your loved ones are safe. So Cancer is an emotional water element. Cancer of the crab is from the water, and Cancerians are nurturing and loving and giving. I actually have my moon in Cancer. I have my sun in Libra, but my moon is in Cancer. And I identify with my moon in Cancer as much as I do my sun in Libra. So this is on your emotions, and often we find that when we have the energy of the new moon in Cancer, regardless of what sign we're in, we feel more loving, more nurturing, more protective. Because the crab has a hard shell, and that's where we feel safe, because they feel protected, and because they're very much a crustacean that will go, when I'm in this, I'm safe from my environment, I'm safe from predators. They also look after their young. So there's very much you and all your loved ones are feeling safe because of the energy of the water, which makes you feel caring and nurturing. But it's the Cancer, the zodiac sign of the crab, that brings in the safeness, the protection. So it's saying in the near future, going into the new year, you and your family, your loved ones, and those you care about will have a feeling of being safe and protected when you personally are around. That is what you will do. You will make them feel safe and protected and looked after and nurtured and cared for. The mutable moon. The mutable is a moon that is able to, mutable signs are changeable. So this is a changeable moon. Nothing is yet set in stone. So when we have a mutable moon in the sky, we feel very up in the air. It's like plans that we thought were settled aren't. When it's coming up to the end of a year and the start of a new year and also the start of a new decade, having this nothing is yet set in stone with a mutable moon is telling you that changes in the new year and the new decade, to double check the things that you thought were set in stone may have changed. Be aware of things changing quickly and have contingency plans to be aware of that, or the patience to understand that this is just the phase of the moon and within a few days to a week it'll all be done. Enjoy the holidays and go. Don't sweat the small stuff. You always try to have a contingency plan. It's a very good time to have one with getting that card up. Make sure you do. Years of anxiety. However it's done, it's a coping mechanism, it's a strategy that you use, and there are times it's a strategy that's very, very helpful. The new moon in Capricorn. The new moon again is the dark moon. We don't see the new moon, but we feel its energies very strongly. It pulls us in. In Capricorn, Capricorn is an earth sign. They're very tenacious, they're stubborn, they're obstinate, they're hardworking. They will just keep going and going and going, and they push through. Like butting your head up against a wall sometimes. They just don't give up. Sometimes that's a good trait, sometimes it's not so good. If they're in the wrong and they won't give in that they're in the wrong, that can cause friction and problems. And under this one, can be a problem. But normally, your hard work is paying off. So all the things you've planted, all the things you've done up to now, are going to come back, because as the new moon becomes a full moon, you'll get your rewards. Like everything, there is a time and a season. You have the new moon in Sagittarius. You're getting a lot of new moons. The new moons are very much telling you that there is a lot going on under the surface. There is a lot of things still in the dark, but you have the tenacity to get through that, and these are telling you there are certain attributes that will help you get through the dark times until the full moon and the sun is shining on the moon and illuminating it. In Sagittarius, Sagittarians are leaders. They're expansive, they're a fire sign. They're considered to be lucky, generous, giving. Luck is on your side. So when you have the Archer, they're right on the mark. So it's very much, the new moon is right on the money for making sure you get luck and what is coming to you in the nice way on your side. The arrow isn't pointed at you, it's pointed at what you want. This was well shuffled, and you've got another one. This is a very, very big message for you, is that during new moons in the new year, all through the new year, you've had so many, you need to take notice of what you're doing, because it's very important, because it will manifest and come to fruition in the full moons. The new moons in 2020 are going to be powerful for you. Very powerful indeed. The new moon is Scorpio. Scorpio is the deep diver of the zodiac. There are many, and these have been well shuffled. This has come out for you for a reason. Hi love, sorry not being here lately. Happy birthday for your beautiful daughter on the 17th. Visited my sister this week and got the terrible fever. That's not great. I just wanted to drop by and say hi. I love you and I miss you. Since I can't stay tomorrow, I'll be back home. Not a problem, Lan. Absolutely fine. You take care. We will catch up later, and I'll catch you up on all the challenges, my personal challenge, the goal challenges for between Anna and I on follows and subs for the next 12 months, and the gaming challenge that we have going on, because I was trolled by gamers and I turned it back on them, and now they have a charity challenge, and if they don't come through and bring gamers in that are willing to spend some money for charity, I'm quite happy to say who they are and go, do you know what, guys? You're out challenged by a 60-year-old woman. How do you feel? So you're fine. And I hope you got over your terrible fever, and you take care, and we will catch up with you later. Because after I've done Sampa, I'm going to bed. Because I've been reading for 7¼ hours. And I'll be in trouble in the morning. No, I won't, not really. So the new moon in Scorpio. Scorpio is the deep diver. This is the one that goes, they're not afraid of the depths. They're not afraid of facing the fears of facing the dark. Scorpios are very deep. They're very truthful. They will not take any nonsense. They're incredibly sensual. They're like Scorpios in the fact that they're not afraid of passion. They're not afraid of their deep feelings. They will actually embrace them. But, you take care, sweetie. Love to you all. Bye. So for you, the message is work through your fears. And it doesn't matter how deeply ingrained those fears are, the new moon in Scorpio is going to allow you to work through them. So like I said, for you getting 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 5, that's a lot. So I want you for 2020 to get an app or to have something to alert you when the new moons are coming each month, and you know what they are, because that is going to be very important for you. You finally have a full moon, and see all of these, the waning moon and all the full moons, the culmination is a full moon. And that's just saying, you always look at the moon anyway, love constellations and the law behind them. These have a real big message for you. The new moons for you next year are going to be expansive. They're really important in what you're doing at the time and how it affects you. But the payoff is there. Because you have a full moon in Aries, and Aries is the start of the zodiac, it's a leadership sign. So a full moon in Aries is all systems go, it's full fire, it's full energy, it's starting something, hugely leadership role. A fiery climax approaches. In other words, all of this has led up to this. The new year for you is going to end up with a supercharged moon, and everything you've been trying to work on is going to come through for you. Really, really having that at the end, the money card. definitely. But very especially so many new moons, very much. And also when they go into void and it's dark, that can also have its challenges, so really be aware of those, but especially the new moons. Now I know you had an oracle card, but would you like a universe, a chakra, or a Wicca card? Or a new crystal card? I haven't opened them up. Is chakra? You know, I'll never say no to one. I always finish with an oracle card. And if someone's had an oracle reading, there's lots of other oracle decks that they can choose from. Because the Moonology is a new deck tonight. I literally, it came today. That one Anna bought me this afternoon, the crystals. And I actually got this Tarot Sola Busca, which is an absolute faithful representation of 1490, one of the first decks by the Sola Busca family, which started tarot. And I've been waiting for that deck for a long time, and I was able to get her to pick it up for me today. So yeah, and I'm waiting on 3 more decks to come from Zero, so hopefully they'll be here in a few days. Love this one for you. 4th chakra, the heart chakra. Unconditional love. I allow myself to be open to giving and receiving love without fear of rejection. I give without expecting recognition or acknowledgement in return. When I am loving to others, I am helping bring out the innate love within them so they also feel uplifted, worthy and cared for. That is very much what that first card was all about, you making people feel safe and loved and cared for and protected. Absolutely beautiful. Perfect card for you. Even your writing's in green. It's absolutely perfect. I'm glad I finished on this card. It's gorgeous. I love myself and the way I am, not the way I was or could be, and I extend this love to others. That's important. I love myself the way I am, not the way I was or the way I could be. And I extend this love to others. So I love everyone around me as they are now, not for who they were, not for who they might be, but right in this present moment, I love them for who they are as I love myself. I teach others how to love and respect me by how I love and respect myself. And that is a message that I try to get through to everybody. Other people learn in relationships about how to treat you by how you allow them to treat you, by saying, I will not allow you to disrespect me. I love myself enough to tell you that I won't accept that behaviour. And that's what I try to get across to people in this channel, is when I've had to ban people, like I did a certain young man today, who was then trying to tell me that he hadn't been warned, that the boundaries I keep are because I respect myself enough that I will not allow someone to disrespect me at any time, and certainly not in my own channel and to my face when I have given them opportunity after opportunity, more than I should have done. So that is something for you to take on board. Unconditional love for yourself, and others will treat you with love and respect if you do exactly the same to yourself. How does that reading make you feel? It was a beautiful reading. I love those cards. And I've done chakra cards, one of them, that's the first, it was the first Moonology reading I've done, so I'm glad it was for you, and it was beautiful. Very powerful Moonology reading. I'm going to enjoy working with those. But for the 4 people that are still watching at 3 in the morning, thank you so much for staying through on this very... I love them too. I do. I actually, when I was younger, actually thought of being an astronomer professionally. It's one of the sciences I took, and I was so close to going, I actually am a log in bed. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. So I will say good night to everybody. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for subscriptions. Thank you for staying around and letting me read for you. Again, if you followed, please press the notifications and Twitter. You're very welcome, Dandy. You're very welcome. Love you too. And good night. God bless. And if you want to see what I do again, go down below and you will see when I'm on Saturday. But for now, good night. It's time for me to end the stream and get to bed. Because by the time I get to bed, it'll be 3:30, got to 4. And I need to get some sleep now. Good night, everyone. Take care. Ending stream now. Night. Night, Mama. Night, Senpai. Good night, everyone. Thank you for staying with me. Are you sure you want to stop streaming? Oh, I think after 7.5 hours, I definitely better stop streaming. Night.